When speaking on habits or general facts, examiners are listening primarily for two things: grammatical accuracy in the simple present tense, and a wide range of vocabulary to describe recurring actions. You must demonstrate control over third-person singular agreement, remembering that most verbs need NS when talking about he, she, or it. Beyond grammar, use linking words like usually, frequently, or on average to structure your descriptions logically. The key takeaway here is not just knowing the rule, but integrating that rule naturally into your speech flow. Think of the simple present as the foundation for describing anything factual, from global climate patterns to your morning routine. Consistent use of time adverbs will make your description sound much more cohesive and advanced. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, generally speaking, I find that. Say it again. Generally speaking, I find that. This phrase is excellent because it softens your statement and positions it as a broad observation rather than just personal fact. It helps you transition smoothly into describing habits or universal truths without sounding overly definitive. The word is, my routine usually involves mess. Say it again. My routine usually involves. When talking about personal systems, anchoring your answer with my routine immediately signals to the examiner that you are using descriptive language of habit. Be prepared to list 3 specific actions and use different verbs. The word is, it often happens that. Say it again. It often happens that. Use this when you are discussing trends, societal habits, or natural processes. It elevates your speech from merely stating a fact to analyzing a pattern, which shows greater depth of thought. The word is, the process generally involves. Say it again. The process generally involves. This structure is perfect for describing systems, whether it's the process of making coffee or how a particular industry works. It guides your listener through necessary stages, keeping your answer highly organized. The word is, most people find that. Say it again. Most people find that. This is a great way to sound objective and academic. Instead of saying, I think, you are citing a widely accepted view, which boosts your lexical resource score by making it feel authoritative. Let's compare 4 pairs. I wake up early. My day typically commences with an early rising. Using stronger verbs and formal syntax. Notice how we replace the simple verb wake up with the more sophisticated noun phrase early rising. This slight change immediately makes your speech sound more academic. Always look for opportunities to elevate common verbs. I really like reading books. I have a pronounced affinity for literature. Using specialized vocabulary, collocations. Instead of the basic phrase like very much, using collocations like pronounced affinities shows that you possess a wide academic vocabulary. Vocabulary depth is just as important as grammatical accuracy. It always rains here. This region frequently experiences periods of rainfall. Using passive voice or formal descriptors. The shift from it always rains to discussing the frequency and period of rainfall sounds more measured. This demonstrates an ability to use complex grammatical structures under pressure. People usually eat fast food. A significant portion of the population tends to consume convenience foods. Using nuanced academic phrasing and nominalization. Look at how people became a significant portion of the population and eat became consume. Nominalizing verbs turns actions into concepts, which is a hallmark of advanced English speaking. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Grammar slip, third person, he don't like coffee. Accurate agreement, he doesn't like coffee. This is the most common simple present error. Remember that when the subject is he, she, or it, we must use does's and add the c's to the main verb. Practice these third-person negatives repeatedly. Tense confusion, continuous versus perfect. I am living in this area since 2018. Correct tense usage. I have lived in this area since 2018. If you use since or for, you need the present perfect continuous, not the simple continuous tense. This signals to the examiner that you understand how time frames operate in English. Topic: drift weak connectors. So, about hobbies, I like watching movies. And also, my job is very busy. Cohesive signposting. Regarding my leisure time, I enjoy watching movies. Furthermore, my current employment demands a great deal of focus. Do not jump between topics using vague fillers like and also. Use strong discourse markers such as furthermore, meanwhile, or in addition to link your ideas and. Keep the flow smooth. Here are 4 ways to practice. Record yourself. Answering prompts. Self-correction focus. The act of listening back is crucial. You will notice the exact places where your grammar slipped or where you paused too long. Treat this recording like a practice exam and jot down 3 specific things to improve for next time. Shadow native speakers. Intonation and fluency. Shadowing means repeating what you hear immediately after the speaker, focusing not just on the words, but also on their rhythm and stress. This helps your spoken English sound more natural and less robotic. Use cue cards for scenarios. Structured thinking. When practicing with cue cards, mentally outline your answer using a 3-point structure: introduction, detail 1, detail 2. This mandatory framework prevents your speech from meandering or forgetting key points. Focus on discourse markers, cohesion, and flow. Intentionally pre-select 5 powerful linking phrases before you start speaking, such as moreover, consequently, and. On the other hand, using these naturally boosts your coherence score immensely. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a typical Saturday routine in your hometown. Include points about what you do for leisure and how these habits contrast with people who live in big cities. Aim for 45-60 seconds of continuous speech. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a clear description using descriptive simple present verbs and time adverbs. The examiner wants to hear you talking about general truths or routines, not just a story of what happened last Saturday. Use phrases like on most Saturdays or generally speaking, I wake up. This keeps the tense consistent. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is strong use of third-person singular agreement and formal linking words. Make sure to vary your grammar, don't just list actions. Use comparative structures or conditional clauses to add depth. Successfully demonstrating these features shows grammatical range under pressure. When you narrate an experience, examiners aren't just listening for correct grammar, they are assessing your ability to tell a coherent story. You must use clear sequencing and linking devices to guide the listener through time. Structure is key. You need a beginning, a climax, and a resolution. Remember that while we reviewed simple present for describing habits, today we focus on creating a complete narrative arc using the past tense. Think of your answer like watching a movie. It needs rising action and falling action to feel natural. Don't just list events, connect them with phrases like after that or suddenly. This shows masterful control over discourse markers, which is what elevates your score. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, to begin with, I remember. Say it again. To begin with, I remember. Use this phrase to smoothly transition into your narrative and set the scene. It immediately signals that you are about to recount a specific past event, grounding your response in time. The word is, suddenly, something happened. Say it again. Suddenly, something happened. This is perfect for building dramatic tension in your story. When you use suddenly, make sure the rest of the sentence remains firmly in the past simple to maintain chronological consistency. The word is following that, we decided to. Say it again. Following that, we decided to. This helps establish cause and effect within your narrative. It tells the listener not just what happened, but why the next event occurred, which deepens your speaking fluency. By D, The word is, by the time we arrived, it had already. Say it again. By the time we arrived, it had already. This structure is incredibly helpful because it allows you to show that one action was completed before another started. It adds complexity and grammatical depth, impressing the examiner. The word is, looking back on that day, I. Say it again. Looking back on that day, I. This phrase acts as a natural conclusion or reflection. It moves you from simply recounting facts to offering genuine analysis, which demonstrates higher-level fluency. Let's compare 4 pairs. It was like, it happened fast. The experience unfolded very quickly. Use formal verbs and adverbs for better description. Notice how we replaced casual comparison with more precise vocabulary. Elevating your lexicon makes you sound articulate, even when describing a simple event. And then we went to the park, right? Subsequently, we proceeded to the local park. Replace question tags and informal fillers with precise transition words. In a formal setting like IELTS, avoid sounding unsure or conversational. Using subsequently immediately boosts your formality level. We saw lots of stuff there. There were numerous things that caught our attention. Use more sophisticated nouns and quantifiers instead of vague words like stuff. Instead of just saying you saw many things, using phrases like numerous items or various aspects shows a much wider range of vocabulary. I didn't know what to do. I was momentarily unsure how I should proceed. Use evocative, academic phrases for emotions and actions. Instead of simple emotional statements, try using phrasal verbs or more descriptive adjectives. This adds depth to your storytelling without sounding overly dramatic. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Tense gerund slip. Yesterday I was going to the store and then suddenly it got raining. Improved flow and structure. Yesterday I was heading to the store when it suddenly started raining. The mistake here is mixing continuous tenses with simple actions. By using when and structuring the sentence correctly, you sound much more natural while maintaining past tense accuracy. Simple vocabulary, weak connectors. I remember we went swimming, but then it was cold, so we left. Advanced connectors and verbs. Although we initially swam, the water was quite cold, so we eventually departed. We need to move beyond basic conjunctions like but or so. Using contrastive words such as although or however immediately increases your linguistic complexity. Repetitive structure, simple verbs. This trip, it was really fun. We ate pizza and we watched movies. Varied syntax and high-level vocabulary. Overall, the trip proved to be highly enjoyable. We indulged in local cuisine and viewed various films. Avoid starting every sentence with we or repeating simple verbs like eat or watch. Varying your syntax and using stronger verbs makes your speech much more engaging. Here are 4 ways to practice. Self-recording and reviewing. Record yourself telling a past story. Listen back specifically for tense shifts or fillers. Don't just listen to the content, actively listen for your own linguistic weaknesses. When you hear yourself hesitate, pause and make a mental note to replace that filler word with a more sophisticated discourse marker. IELTS Part 2, Timed Practice. Simulate the full 2-minute talk on various past experiences. The key here is not just speaking for time, but maintaining tension throughout. Structure your response clearly: introduction, body sequence of events, and conclusion reflection. Shadowing skilled speakers. Listen to native speakers telling stories, podcasts, TED Talks, and try to mimic their rhythm and linking phrases. Shadowing is fantastic for improving natural intonation. Pay attention not just to the words they use, but how they connect those ideas. The cadence is what makes speech sound effortless. Topic expansion drills. Take a simple past event, e.g., I went camping, and force yourself to include at least 3 specific linking phrases. This is targeted practice for fluency under pressure. It forces you to actively deploy the grammar structures we practiced, rather than just relying on general vocabulary recall. Now, it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a trip you took that was particularly memorable. You should say, bus, where you went and who you were with, what the main activities were. Why this trip stood out to you. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a clear chronological sequence of events using varied past tenses and strong connectors. Remember that memorable implies emotion. Don't just list places, describe what you felt at those times. Use adjectives related to sensory experience their sight, sounds, smells. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the strategic use of past perfect and advanced narrative sequencing devices, e.g., by the time, prior to. To score highly, move beyond simple past. Incorporate the past perfect tense when referring to actions completed before your main story started. This shows sophisticated grammatical control. When we talk about the future in English, we have several options, but today we are focusing on two key forms, will and going to. The choice between them changes the meaning of our statement significantly. Generally speaking, will is used for sudden decisions made at the moment of speaking or for general predictions without clear evidence. Conversely, going to signals intentions that have already been decided upon or predictions based on visible proof right now. Think of these two forms as having different sources of power. If you are deciding something off the cuff like needing a snack, so you say, I will get some chips, that's spontaneity. But if you bought the ingredients yesterday and put it on your to-do list, that's a plan, which is perfect for using going to. This distinction between impulse and preparation is key. Here are 5 examples. The phone is ringing. I think I will answer it. Spontaneous decision. Will. Notice that the decision to answer the phone happens right now while we are speaking. It's an immediate reaction, which makes will the perfect choice. We aren't talking about a plan, we are just deciding in this moment. She is wearing a raincoat because it's raining heavily. She is going to get wet. Prediction based on evidence. Going to. Here, the evidence is visible, the rain and the inadequate clothing. Because we can genuinely see the proof that she will get wet. Going to is much stronger than just saying she will. The evidence makes it certain. I have booked tickets for Paris next month. We are going to explore Louvre Museum. Pre-arranged plan intention, going to. When you use going to for plans, it implies that the necessary preparations have been matter tickets bought, dates set. It's more committed than just a vague idea, showing genuine intention. Oh no, my pen ran out of ink. I think I will buy a new one. Spontaneous decision, will. This is another example of an aha moment. You realize the problem right now and immediately decide on a solution. This immediate shift in thought requires will, not any pre-existing plan. Look at those dark clouds. It is going to storm very soon. Urgent prediction based on evidence, going to. This structure is powerful because it links a strong physical observation, the dark clouds, directly to the outcome. This isn't just guessing, it's making a highly informed prediction based on environmental facts. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Source of prediction. Will relates to instinct or belief. Going to relates to facts and preparation. Understanding this source helps you choose the correct tense instinctively. If your prediction relies on knowing something, like global climate trends, will might be better. But if it relies on current physical proof, use going to. They have different levels of certainty. The role of intent. Both forms express intent, but only going to requires prior action or decision making. When you talk about intentions using going to, the listener knows that you have already thought this through. It suggests a higher degree of commitment than simply saying, I think I will do it. The grammar reflects the mental preparation. Prediction versus promise. Will is often used for promises or predictions about people's character. Going to focuses on physical reality. For example, I promise I will call you sounds much more like a solid commitment than if we framed it as a plan. Promises and spontaneous offers are the natural domain of will. Keep that in mind when speaking to friends or family. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, I will eat dinner at 7 tonight. Say, I am going to eat dinner at 7 tonight. When you have already set a time and planned it, using will sounds too casual or unplanned. By switching to going to, you confirm that this is part of your schedule or intention. Planning implies fixed arrangements. Incorrect, we will be late because the traffic is terrible. Correct, we are going to be late because the traffic is terrible. The presence of terrible traffic acts as strong, undeniable evidence. Since you see the proof right now, your prediction must use going to. The visible reality dictates the future tense structure. Don't say, the machine will stop working soon. Say, the machine is going to stop working soon. If you hear strange noises or see smoke coming from the machine, that observation provides clear evidence. This immediate proof means we must use going to, making your prediction much more authoritative and grounded in reality. Here are 4 ways to practice. Review your why. Before speaking, ask yourself, is this based on my current decision, will, or is it based on proof prior planning, going to? This simple mental check can prevent most of your common errors. Is the answer to why involves looking at surrounding conditions, like a darkening sky, you must use the evidence-based form. Use adverbs carefully. Words like probably, maybe, and perhaps lean towards general predictions, usually suggesting will. If you include words that show uncertainty, as maybe, it strengthens the case for using will. It tells the listener that your statement is conjecture rather than a solid plan. Focus on time markers. We are going to use time markers like tomorrow and next week's with both forms, but the action determines which one you choose. The time marker is helpful, but it is not the deciding factor. The key determinant remains whether the action was decided before speaking, plan, or if it's a sudden thought, will. Practice paired conversation. Role-play scenarios where one person must make spontaneous plans and the other must predict outcomes based on clues. The best way to internalize this grammar is through high-pressure speaking. Try role-playing a travel agent or predicting what might happen in a movie. Seeing this forces you to differentiate between plan, promise, and prediction. We often think of the present continuous only for actions happening this very second. However, it has a much broader scope when describing large-scale trends or temporary life changes. When we talk about something that is changing over time like technology or social habits, this tense is perfect. It signals that the action isn't finished, it's in process. We use it to make our English sound more sophisticated and current. Remember, using this tense when discussing trends shows you can speak about processes, not just static facts. Think of it as capturing movement. Instead of saying something is this, we say it, is this happening? Here are 5 examples. Remote work is changing how companies operate. Current trend process. Notice how this example describes a massive shift in industry structure. The phrase is changing tells the listener that this process is ongoing and hasn't reached its final state yet. I am reading a fascinating book about astrophysics. Temporary situation. This usage emphasizes that the action is temporary. It might not be your permanent hobby. Maybe you'll move on to something else later this month. The focus is on the duration of the current activity. Governments are investing heavily in green energy. Ongoing development. When discussing global or governmental priorities, the present continuous adds a sense of immediacy and active involvement. It makes the report sound dynamic and up-to-date. She is staying with friends while her apartment is renovated. Temporary circumstance. This structure clearly isolates a temporary living arrangement from her normal life. It tells us this is just for a little while, providing critical context to the listener. The average population age is increasing quickly. Statistical trend. When dealing with statistics or demographic data, this tense helps convey momentum. It's more vivid and engaged than simply stating a fixed fact. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Focus on process over fact. It emphasizes the momentum and development of an idea or situation. The key difference here is that simple present describes general truths, but we use the continuous when the truth itself is evolving. We are telling a story about change. adding vividness and immediacy. It makes your speech sound more active, immediate, and engaged in conversation. If you want to sound like you're giving a live report or participating in a lively debate, this tense is extremely useful. It keeps the listener hooked on the concept of change, distinguishing temporary from permanent. It provides clear contrast between what is normal and what is merely passing. This grammatical tool helps us manage expectation. The listener understands that the current state described might not last forever, which adds depth to your narrative. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say this when talking about policy. The government is supporting renewable energy. Say this instead for general truths. The government supports renewable energy. If we are discussing a standing policy or consistent action of a large body, the simple present is usually safer. The continuous suggests an active, temporary campaign, which may not be true. Overuse for future plans. I am living in New York next year. Use present continuous here for fixed arrangements. I am moving to New York next year. While we use the present continuous for temporary situations, when talking about definite travel or change of residence, it's better to use a clearer verb like moving or starting. Incorrect for stable scientific statements. The internet is changing people's communication habits. Use simple present when discussing general, established effects. The internet changes people's communication habits. If the effect of the internet is considered a permanent, universal impact, shift back to the simple present. This shows you can switch accurately between temporary and enduring truths. Here are 4 ways to practice. Use transition phrases like lately's or recently's. These adverbs signal to your listener that a process is underway. Sprinkling in words like lately and currently's helps frame the entire discussion as one of ongoing development. These are key signposts for sophisticated speaking. Practice contrasting trends with permanent facts. Give yourself scenarios where you must switch between simple present and continuous. A good practice exercise is describing your hometown, what is always true, simple present, versus what is changing right now, present continuous. Describe media coverage of current events. Focus on verbs that show active participation or development. When discussing news, don't just state the facts, describe how the story is unfolding. This naturally calls for the present continuous tense. Always check your subject agreement, he said it. Remember to add that necessaries for third-person singular subjects. This is a small but critical mechanical detail. When discussing trends, the subject is often singular like the economies or technologies, so ensure you never forget that finals. The past continuous tense describes an action that was in progress at a specific moment or period in the past. We form it using was or were, followed by the present participle, which means adding ing to the main verb. Remember that we already covered how to use this structure for temporary situations, but here we focus on its storytelling power. It paints a vivid picture of what was happening when something else changed the scene. Think of it as setting the stage before the drama begins. It is vital to understand that was and were must agree with your subject. If you are talking about one person or thing, use was. If you are describing multiple people or things, you must use were. Getting this agreement correct is non-negotiable when setting a scene. Here are 4 examples. The rain was falling steadily and the wind was picking up. Setting the mood, weather. Notice how these 2 separate actions are happening at the same time. By combining them with and, you show that multiple elements of the environment were contributing to a single overall atmosphere. The students were laughing loudly while the teacher was grading papers. Simultaneous actions. This example shows 2 people performing different activities at the same time. Using this tense helps us manage complex background information without making our story confusing. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted them. They were eating dinner. Background action interrupted. Here we see the core function. The background action we're eating is ongoing when the sudden event happens. This creates instant drama and tension for your listener. The city was humming with activity as I walked through the market. A vivid background detail. We aren't just listing verbs, we are describing a sustained state or general feeling. Using words like humming, buzzing, or swirling makes your description feel much more cinematic. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Creating atmosphere and mood. It allows you to build a sustained feeling of time rather than just listing events. When you describe the weather, the sounds, or the general activity using this tense, you are transporting your listener into that moment. It makes them feel like they are right there with the character. Establishing context. It provides necessary background information without stopping the main narrative flow. If you jump straight to "he ran," the reader has no idea why he was running. The past continuous gives us that crucial context, telling us what life looked like before that pivotal moment. Connecting past events. It helps link multiple simultaneous actions together cohesively. Think of it as a net cast over the past. Instead of point-by-point descriptions, you are showing the entire web of activity that was unfolding at once. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say stative verbs, "she was knowing the truth." Say, "she knew the truth." This is a common mistake because many verbs, called stative verbs like know, believe, or feel, cannot be used in continuous tenses. They describe states of being, not actions in progress. Using simple past for background. When I arrived, the birds were singing. Past continuous is better. When I arrived, the birds were singing. If you use the simple past for a background action that was ongoing, it sometimes sounds too abrupt. The continuous tense helps maintain a steady, flowing backdrop to your scene. Confusing past continuous with perfect tenses. We were tired because we walked all day. Use past perfect continuous for duration. We were tired because we had been walking all day. If you want to emphasize that an action was taking place for durations leading up to the past moment, the happening structure is much stronger than simple continuous. Here are 4 ways to practice. Focus on sensory details. Don't just list actions, describe sights, sounds, and smells in the past continuous. Instead of saying, "the market was busy," try describing how it was busy. Was the spice shop smelling strongly? Were people shouting? Engage all 5 senses for maximum impact. Vary your subjects. Don't make every subject human. Use objects, weather, and abstract concepts as your subjects. This technique helps expand your vocabulary dramatically. You can describe the car was idling or the fog was creeping in, making your narrative feel much richer. Link with connectors. Use conjunctions like while, as, and simultaneously to show parallel actions. These transition words are your best friends when setting scenes. They ensure that the listener understands that multiple events were happening together rather than one following the other. Start broad, zoom in. Begin with a wide shot of background action and then narrow down to the specific character's actions. Think like a movie director. Start with a sweeping panoramic view of the world. The buildings were towering before zooming in on your main character, who is doing something very specific. When examiners listen to your speech, they aren't just checking if you know the present perfect simple. They are assessing how smoothly you connect past events to the present moment. This tense is crucial because it helps demonstrate that your experiences or observations still impact your current life or understanding. A strong answer uses this connection to build a cohesive narrative rather than listing isolated facts. Remember, the goal here is linkage. Instead of saying, "I went there last year," try structuring it to show the lingering effect, like, "Since I visited that area, my perspective on local culture has really changed." That connection, the link back to now, is what elevates your fluency and depth. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, "I have noticed that." Say it again. "I have noticed that." This phrase is fantastic because it immediately frames your answer around a realization. It suggests deep thinking, making you sound reflective and thoughtful. Always follow this up with specific evidence to support what you have noticed. The word is, "Over the last few years, I've realized." Say it again. "Over the last few years, I've realized." This structure is perfect for IELTS Part 1 and 3 topics involving change. Using "over the last few years" grounds your statement in a specific, believable time frame without needing exact dates. It shows nuanced understanding. The word is, I haven't had much exposure to. Say it again, I haven't had much exposure to. It is perfectly acceptable and often smart to admit what you don't know. By using the negative present perfect, you show fluency while simultaneously prompting the examiner to ask follow-up questions, giving you more speaking time. The word is, since moving here, I have found that. Say it again, since moving here, I have found that. The word since is your best friend when practicing the present perfect. It establishes a clear starting point in time, a move, a job, a relationship, and keeps the focus firmly on how that past event affects today. The word is, it seems to me that. Say it again, it seems to me that. This is a great hedging phrase. It softens your opinion, making you sound less absolute and more academic. When paired with the present perfect, it suggests that your conclusion is based on observed patterns rather than mere guesswork. Let's compare 4 pairs. I've never seen anything like it. I have not encountered anything comparable to this experience. Elevating vocabulary and formality. Notice the switch from seen to encountered and shortening contractions. In academic settings, using full forms adds gravitas and makes your speech sound more measured and disciplined. It's been a long time since. A significant period has elapsed since I. Formalizing temporal markers. Instead of relying on casual phrases like, it's been, using more formal temporal structures helps you control the tempo and rhythm of your speech. This formality signals competence immediately. I guess I've gotten used to it. I believe I have become quite accustomed to this routine. Replacing informal verbs with professional language. Swapping out simple conversational words like guess or gotten for more advanced vocabulary demonstrates a wider lexicon. This variety is key to achieving high fluency marks. Things have changed a lot. There have been considerable shifts in the local environment. Using academic nouns and adjectives. This transition from simple description to using abstract nouns like shifts or environments makes your answer sound much more sophisticated. It moves beyond surface-level reporting into critical analysis. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect tense mix-up. I went to the market yesterday and I bought fresh fruit. Correct PPS usage. Since I visited the market yesterday, I have bought a lot of fresh fruit. The biggest error here is mixing past simple, went, with actions that continue up to now. Remember, if the result impacts today, use the present perfect. It creates a seamless flow of time. Vague hesitation filler. Oh, like, I don't know what I mean. Structured clarification. To clarify, what I mean is that my initial assumption was incorrect. Instead of vague fillers which slow you down, use a precise linking phrase. These phrases buy you valuable thinking time while making you sound articulate and in control of the conversation. Topic: drift how listing facts. The internet is good, it helps with jobs, and I like music. Focusing on a main thesis, since the rise of the internet, global connectivity has transformed job markets, which is something I find fascinating. Do not list disconnected facts. Always identify one core theme thesis statement and use the present perfect to show how that single theme has evolved or impacted your life over time. Here are 4 ways to practice. Record and transcribe. Speak for 2 minutes on a topic. Listen back and transcribe only the areas where you struggled with tense change. This active listening technique forces you to notice your own grammatical blind spots. Focus specifically on identifying points where you defaulted to past simple when present perfect was necessary. The since chain drill. Take a random noun, e.g. coffee. Create 5 sentences using since that relate to it, since I started drinking it. This is targeted, intense practice for the most crucial conjunction in this tense. By chaining multiple ideas together with one word, you build muscle memory for accurate grammar deployment. Shadowing expert answers. Listen to advanced speakers discussing personal experiences and shadow their use of PPS structures. Don't just repeat the words, mimic the speaker's intonation, pace, and rhythm, especially when they transition from a specific past time marker into the present result. This improves natural flow. Time-bound response challenge. Give yourself 90 seconds to answer an essay question, focusing solely on using for and since. Limiting your time forces you to be concise while maintaining grammatical complexity. Use the pressure of a clock as a way to practice retrieving these more advanced structures automatically. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a change in your community or hometown that has impacted your life. You should talk about what the major change was, how long this change has been happening, the positive and negative effects you have observed. Aim for 45 to 60 seconds. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a clear, sustained demonstration of the present perfect simple. The key here is linking the change, the past event, directly to its current status or consequence. Phrases like, since this construction started, or I have noticed that, are essential tools for success. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is fluency in using time markers since for and linking phrases to structure an argument. Don't just throw the grammar out randomly. Structure your answer, state the change, use since for duration, then discuss the results using have affected. This systematic approach maximizes your score. We use the present perfect continuous to talk about actions that started in the past and are still continuing right up to this moment. This tense focuses heavily on the activity or the process itself rather than just the result. Remember that we need have, has, followed by been and the present participle form of the verb. We combine this structure with time markers like for a duration or since a specific starting point. For example, I have been studying English for 3 years. This shows the continuous effort over that entire period. The key difference is emphasizing the ongoing nature. The action hasn't stopped yet. It's crucial to understand that PPC paints a picture of effort. If you just say, I studied English, it sounds like a completed event. But by saying, I have been studying, you are inviting the listener into a continuous story about your dedication. Think of it as an unbroken timeline connecting past action to present reality. Here are 5 examples. She has been working at that company since she graduated. Since a specific point in time, graduation. When you use since, your brain should immediately picture the starting date or event. It anchors your conversation to a precise moment, giving the listener a clear timeline of her employment history. We have been trying to fix this printer for over an hour. For a duration, over an hour. Notice how force works with measurement of time hours, weeks, decades. It allows you to quantify the effort or the delay, which is perfect for storytelling in an academic setting. My roommates have been complaining about the noise since morning. Continuous action over a period. This example shows how PPC can describe annoying or disruptive actions. We use it because the complaints are still happening, making it highly relevant to the present moment. I haven't been sleeping well since I started this new job. Linking a cause and ongoing effect. This structure is incredibly useful for personal narratives. You are linking the start of a stressful event, the new job to your current physical state, creating immediate empathy with the listener. The students have been researching climate change for weeks now. Focus on ongoing academic activity. When discussing studies or research, PPC is much stronger than simple present perfect. It emphasizes the sustained intellectual effort required over that long period. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Emphasis on the process. The continuous aspect highlights effort, struggle, or sustained activity. If you want your listener to understand that something was difficult or required a lot of time, the PPC is your best friend. It's more descriptive than simply stating that it happened. Connection to the present. The action started in the past but has direct relevance and impact right now. This tense creates a strong sense of immediacy. The ongoing nature means the current conversation is directly influenced by what happened previously, making your speech feel cohesive. Over simple present perfect. Simple perfect focuses on results. PPC focuses on activity. Remember this distinction. I have written 3 essays is a result. But I have been writing essays all week tells a much richer story about the struggle and time spent. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say past simple, I lived in Paris for 5 years. Say PPC with since, I have been living in Paris since 2018. If you are still connected to the place or situation, use PPC. The past simple closes that door. The present perfect continuous keeps it open for discussion. Incorrect preposition. She has been studying English from 2019. Use since for dates. She has been studying English since 2019. Always remember that we use since and not from when talking about a fixed starting date. This is one of the most common prepositions to mix up. Missing auxiliary verbs. How long are you running? Needs of has, pus been being. How long have you been running? This is a key point for question formation. When asking about duration, always ensure your auxiliary verbs have been present to correctly establish the continuous nature of the action. Here are 4 ways to practice. Describing long-term hobbies. Instead of saying, I play guitar, try, I've been playing the guitar for 10 years. When describing hobbies, using PPC makes your passion sound deeper and more rooted. It implies that this isn't just a passing interest, it's an ongoing part of your life. Expanding interview answers. If asked about work experience, start with the duration. I have been developing my skills in X since 2019. In formal speaking contexts like interviews, this structure gives you more time and detail. It allows you to narrate a career journey rather than just listing bullet points. Using rhetorical questions. Start conversations by asking, how long have you been waiting for the results? Asking questions with PPC is one of the easiest ways to demonstrate fluency. It shows that you are comfortable maintaining a continuous, narrative style of speech. Linking cause and effect in stories. Explain current problems by tracing them back. The traffic has been getting worse since they built the new bypass. This is excellent for persuasive or narrative speaking. You establish a clear cause and effect line, making your argument much more compelling and sophisticated. When we talk about actions or states that started in the past and continue right up to this moment, we need specific time anchors. These are since and for. Both words help us measure duration, but they point to 2 fundamentally different things, a starting point or a length of time. Remember, these adverbs always pair with perfect tenses, like the present perfect progressive. Understanding this distinction is key to sounding fluent because it shows precise control over tense usage. The biggest mistake learners make here is treating since and for as interchangeable filler words. They are not. They dictate what kind of information we must provide, a specific marker for since or a measurement for. Think of it like giving coordinates. One gives you the latitude, the other gives you the distance. Here are 4 examples. I have lived in London since 2015. Since point. Here, since 2015 marks the precise moment I started living here. If you change this to for, you would need a duration like for 8 years. The word since requires a date or an event that serves as a clear beginning. She has studied French for 3 semesters. For, duration. When we use for, we are measuring the length of time. We aren't pointing to a specific date. Instead, we give a measurable period, 3 months, 2 hours, or 5 years. The duration must be quantifiable. They haven't seen each other since graduation. Since event. Notice that since doesn't always need a number. It can anchor to an event, like graduation. This shows the flexibility of since, which can be a date point or a memorable life event. We have waited for you for over 2 hours. For measurement. If we used since here, we would need to specify the exact point in time 2 hours ago. Using for allows us to speak more generally about the length of our wait. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Precision in narrative timing. Using the wrong anchor confuses the timeline and weakens your narrative. In speaking, precision is highly valued. If you mix up since and for, listeners may not understand if you are giving a starting point or an elapsed time. Correct usage makes your language sound much more native and fluent. Grammatical accuracy boost. It demonstrates mastery of advanced English tenses. Using these anchors correctly is one of the hallmarks of high-level English fluency. It shows that you don't just know the rules, but you understand why and when to apply them. Avoiding ambiguity. Mistakes can change the entire meaning of the sentence. Consider the difference between "I live here since 2010" versus "I live here for 10 years." The first implies an incomplete thought. The second is a concrete measurement. Accuracy prevents misunderstanding. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, "I have worked here since 3 years." Say, "I have worked here for 3 years." The error here is using since with a duration. Remember, for must take the measurement the time period itself. To pass, since demands a specific reference point like January or 2019. Some learners say, "We haven't eaten dinner since last night." The better way to say this is, "We haven't eaten dinner since last night." Wait, that one was correct. This is a reminder, since works perfectly with specific points in time or events. If you were to use for, you would need the duration. "We haven't eaten dinner for 12 hours. Always check what kind of information follows your marker. Some learners say, "How long have you studied Italian since high school?" The better way to say this is, "How long have you studied Italian since high school?" Another correct example to reinforce the rule. The time phrase "since high school" acts as a perfect starting point, anchoring your elapsed action of studying. Here are 4 ways to practice. Mental check. Is it a point or a span? Before speaking, ask yourself if the time phrase is a single moment, like Tuesday, or a measurable span, like a week's. If you can replace the phrase with a specific date on a calendar, use since. If you have to write down numbers like 3, 6, 12, then use for. This simple mental test will guide your choice. Practice pairing. Drill yourself by pairing time phrases, since plus point versus for plus duration. A great exercise is to list 10 random dates and then, for each date, write one sentence using since and. A different sentence using for. This builds muscle memory for the correct structure. Focus on the perfect tense. Always ensure your main verb tense is a perfect form, e.g. have been, have seen. Remember that since and for are rarely used by themselves. They are anchors that rely entirely on the context of an ongoing action in the present perfect or present perfect continuous. Think in terms of continuity. The whole idea is unbroken connection from past to now. Ultimately, both since and for serve to emphasize continuity. They link your personal history or experience directly to the moment you are speaking right now. Zero conditional structures are used when we discuss general truths or scientific facts. For example, if you heat water to 100 degrees Celsius, it boils. The first conditional is used when we talk about a specific situation in the future, a real possibility. If global temperatures rise by 2 degrees, coastal cities risk severe flooding. Mastering these forms allows you to build highly logical arguments that demonstrate cause and effect clearly. Remember that while zero conditionals deal with universal facts, they are perfect for introducing background information in your IELTS essay introduction. When you shift to the first conditional, you are making a prediction, which is often required when discussing modern challenges or proposed solutions. Here are 4 examples. If governments invest heavily in public transportation infrastructure, urban congestion decreases significantly. Uses the first conditional, future possibility, to make a strong policy recommendation. The structure is formal and definitive. Notice how this example uses significantly to elevate the vocabulary beyond simple description. By linking a specific action investing in transport to a measurable outcome, you create an authoritative tone suitable for academic writing. When consumers rely solely on digital interfaces, their ability to perform complex physical tasks diminishes. Perfect use of the zero conditional structure, general truth. It states a universal behavioral pattern observed by experts. This example demonstrates that zero conditionals are not just for science facts, they can describe general human tendencies. This shows the examiner you understand how these structures apply to social commentary, which is excellent for IELTS writing task 2. Should companies prioritize sustainability, consumer trust increases dramatically, leading to a stronger market economy. Uses an inverted conditional should companies, which is highly advanced and formal. It implies the first conditional structure. Using inversions like shoulds instead of if instantly boosts your grammatical range score. This sophisticated phrasing signals fluency and control over complex grammar points, making your writing sound much more academic. A lack of global cooperation causes resource scarcity. Consequently, nations often compete fiercely for dwindling supplies. While not a direct conditional structure, it uses cause and effect logic, if-then, and advanced linking words to maintain high coherence. Although this example doesn't use the if, then format, its core function is predictive reasoning. We are looking for strong logical flow. Using transitional phrases like consequently's helps bridge ideas just as effectively as a perfect conditional structure. Let's compare 4 pairs. If people recycle more, the environment gets better. Should community engagement improve recycling rates, environmental degradation would slow considerably. The strong version uses modal verbs and an advanced conditional structure, should, to sound more academic. The weak version is grammatically correct but sounds overly simple. The improved version elevates the vocabulary for placing gets better with slow considerably while upgrading the grammar, making it suitable for high-level academic discussion. If we use technology too much, we lose our focus. Excessive reliance on digital devices often diminishes natural cognitive abilities and attentional span. The strong version replaces the simple conditional structure with sophisticated noun phrases, focusing on conceptual depth rather than just grammar. In formal writing, it is often more powerful to name the problem using academic jargon like cognitive abilities or attentional span rather than simply saying, we lose our focus. This shows depth of understanding. When people don't walk, they get fat. Physical inactivity inherently contributes to poor health outcomes and increased rates of chronic illness. The strong version moves from a simple cause-effect statement to a generalizing academic principle, using formal vocabulary. Here we are moving from a personal anecdote to a widely accepted scientific fact. By adopting the impersonal tone focusing on inactivities rather than people, your writing immediately sounds more objective and authoritative. If it rains a lot, farming is hard. Excessive seasonal rainfall can disrupt agricultural cycles, making yield projection highly difficult for farmers. The strong version uses precise, specialized vocabulary, disrupt agricultural cycles, yield projection specific to the topic. When you are writing about a specific field like agriculture or economics, always try to use the technical terminology associated with that field. This precision of language is one of the fastest ways to achieve higher band scores. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak mixing future tenses. If the government will invest more money in schools, students learn better. Strong, zero conditional. If the government invests more money in schools, students learn better. The biggest mistake here is mixing your tenses. Remember that for a general truth or predictable outcome like this, you must use the simple present in both clauses. Do not use will in the if clause. Weak, overly dramatic emotional. If we don't cut down on plastic waste, ocean animals will die. Strong, objective and measured. If we do not cut down on single-use plastics, marine ecosystems suffer irreversible damage. While the second version is grammatically sound, using extreme language like D can weaken your academic credibility. Instead, use measured, formal verbs like suffer damage or threaten stability to maintain an objective tone. Weak, vague and passive. When climate change happens, we must adapt. Strong, active voice and sophisticated linking. As the global climate changes, adaptation strategies become essential for future resilience. The weak version is vague because happens and we must adapt are too general. The strong version uses a more formal causal structure as the global climate changes and replaces adapt with stronger nouns like strategies and resilience. Here are 4 ways to practice. The keyword map strategy. Before writing, list 3 cause-effect pairs. Use connecting phrases like consequently and therefore to guide your logic. Don't wait until you are drafting the paragraph to think about links. By pre-planning these logical pivots, you ensure that every argument has a clear if this, then that structure, which is crucial for coherent scores. Topic sentence focus. Write your main point as an incomplete conditional sentence, e.g., if funding were increased. This forces you to maintain the grammatical pattern throughout the paragraph. Using a structured prompt like this helps activate the correct grammar immediately. It acts as a powerful scaffold, ensuring that even if the rest of your argument gets messy, your conditional structure remains perfect. Varying conditionals. Mix zero facts with first predictions. Don't use only one type. This shows a sophisticated understanding of conditional usage. A high-scoring essay rarely sticks to just one grammar point. By seamlessly shifting between discussing universal truths and making future predictions, you demonstrate grammatical flexibility, a hallmark of advanced writing. Vocabulary. Bank building. Keep a list of academic synonyms for ifs, e.g. should, provided that, and common verbs, e.g. diminish, accelerate. Instead of just learning new words, learn how to use them in conditional structures. For instance, knowing is detrimental to allows you to upgrade simple statements like it is bad for. When examiners assess your speaking ability, they aren't just listening for correct grammar. They are looking for evidence that you can think abstractly and deal with complex scenarios. Using mixed or third conditionals allows you to demonstrate this advanced cognitive flexibility. These structures show nuance, allowing you to speculate about the past and imagine different realities. If you consistently use these tools naturally, it elevates your discourse from simply stating facts to analyzing possibilities. The key takeaway here is that conditionals aren't just grammar points, they are rhetorical devices. By using them, you signal to the listener that you are capable of complex thought and emotional depth. Practice moving beyond "A happened, so B was true" and start thinking about if A hadn't happened, then C might have been possible. This shift in perspective is what impresses examiners. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is. If I had known the outcome, I would have. Say it again. If I had known the outcome, I would have. This structure is perfect for IELTS topics like history or personal failure. Remember that would have implies a choice you could have made but didn't, which makes your answer sound more reflective and mature. The word is, I might reconsider if I were in your position. Say it again, I might reconsider if I were in your position. This is useful when discussing ethical dilemmas or professional choices. By mixing the tenses, you show that the condition you are setting is purely imagined, which makes your advice sound empathetic and well considered. The word is, even if things were different, I believe. Say it again, even if things were different, I believe. This phrase provides excellent conversational padding. It buys you time to think while sounding highly sophisticated and academic. It signals that your argument is not based on current reality, but on possibility. The word is, looking back, I wish I had spent more time. Say it again, looking back, I wish I had spent more time. This phrase is emotionally charged and highly natural in spoken English. Use it when the prompt asks for personal experiences or life lessons learned. It adds a layer of vulnerability, which makes you sound much more human. The word is, what would we do if technology suddenly vanished? Say it again, what would we do if technology suddenly vanished? Don't underestimate the simple second conditional. Using would for a completely unrealistic present or future situation demonstrates your ability to handle abstract, imaginative language. Let's compare 4 pairs. Man, I should have stayed home. Looking back, I wish I had remained at home. Sounding reflective. The difference here is formality and depth. The casual version is instant emotion, but the formal one uses richer vocabulary like remained and adds a clear introductory phrase to structure your regret. If it wasn't so hard, I'd do it. Even if the undertaking were less challenging, I would participate. Formalizing conditions. Notice how we moved from it wasn't so hard to less challenging, elevating your adjectives and Using more formal linking verbs instantly boosts your score by making you sound academic. I kind of messed up, TBH. My actions were regrettable. I acknowledge their oversight. Taking ownership gracefully. In formal speaking, avoid slang like kinda or abbreviations. Instead, use sophisticated academic terminology to describe your mistakes, which demonstrates precision and maturity in language. It would be cool if it would be beneficial. Elevating tone. Replacing cool with words like beneficial or advantageous immediately changes the register of your speech. Always aim for precise academic adjectives when speaking in a formal test setting. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect tense mood. If I was rich, I'd buy a car. The subjunctive mood. If I were rich, I would buy a car. This is the classic if I was error. Remember that for unreal or hypothetical situations in the present, we must use the subjunctive form were, regardless of the subject. It signals your listener that this condition is imaginary. Mixed tense slip. If I hadn't studied, I didn't pass. Consistent third conditional. If I hadn't studied, I wouldn't have passed. When discussing the past third conditionals, both clauses must relate to the past. The correct fix involves using wouldn't have in the main clause because you are talking about a hypothetical result that didn't happen. Vague language. It was bad and I regret. Specificity plus depth. I deeply regret that experience. It taught me valuable lessons. Simply saying it was bad is too vague. Always follow up a negative statement with why or what you learned. Adding depth like recognizing the value in the failure shows advanced critical thinking. Here are 4 ways to practice. Recording yourself, self-correction. Record a response to a prompt and listen specifically for your conditional structures. Note down every time you make an error. The act of listening back is crucial. It moves the learning from passive knowledge into active recall. Don't just check grammar, listen for hesitation markers or fillers that might indicate you are struggling to access a complex structure. IELTS Part 2. Practice structured thinking. Use the prompt card format, but force yourself to include at least 1 mixed and 1 third conditional. Treating every single practice answer as a chance to showcase these structures is vital. Don't wait for the examiner to prompt you. Proactively weave them into your narrative flow. Shadowing rhythm and flow. Listen to advanced speakers discussing hypotheticals, shadowing their rhythm and intonation patterns. Fluency isn't just about vocabulary, it's about the natural cadence of speech. Mimicking native speakers allows you to integrate complex grammar points while maintaining a smooth, confident speaking rhythm. Pair discussion, active retrieval. Discuss abstract topics with a partner, committing to using at least 1 conditional structure every 2 minutes. Speaking with another person adds pressure and realism. This forces your brain to retrieve these complex structures quickly under conversational stress, which is the ultimate goal for exam performance. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. You were given the opportunity to change 1 major event in your personal or global history. Describe what that event was and how changing it would impact your life or the world today. Aim for 1 minute, covering both past regret and hypothetical present changes. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the consequences. You must detail not just what changed, but how that change ripple affected multiple areas, socially, personally, professionally. When you discuss consequences, try connecting 3 different domains. For example, if I changed X in the past, it would affect my career and also my family life because... Question 2. What language features should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is seamless integration of mixed third conditionals with strong linking phrases, e.g., had this not happened, I might reconsider. Aim for a smooth transition between structures, don't just list them. Start by stating the regrettable past event, then pivot smoothly into the hypothetical consequence to demonstrate mastery. When we discuss something and don't have all the facts, how do we make educated guesses? That's where modal verbs come in handy. We use modals like must, might, and could to express deduction. That is, a logical conclusion about something that isn't certain. These words allow us to move beyond just saying, I think. They let us quantify our level of confidence. Understanding the difference between these three shades of probability is key to sounding fluent and sophisticated in conversation. Think of deduction as forming hypotheses based on partial evidence, like a detective gathering clues. We aren't stating facts, we are making informed guesses about why something happened or what might happen next. This skill takes practice because it requires us to modulate our certainty with subtle language choices. Here are 5 examples. Sarah is late, she must have missed her train. Strong deduction, near 100% certainty. When you use must, it suggests that the evidence pointing to your conclusion is very strong, you almost know for a fact. This implies a logical inevitability based on what you've observed in the moment. The store closed early, they might have changed their hours. Moderate possibility, 50–70% certainty. Might shows a possibility that exists, but it's not the most likely scenario. It signals to your listener that you are considering one option among several alternatives. It's quiet today, maybe it could be a holiday. Low possibility, 20–50% certainty. Using could is often the most cautious way to guess. It suggests merely that the possibility exists, but you have very little evidence supporting it. This keeps your tone humble and tentative. She hasn't eaten all day, she must be starving. Logical conclusion, strong deduction about the current state. Notice how we apply must, not just to past events, but also to deductions about someone's present condition. We are deducing their physical state based on visible signs. They left the lights on, perhaps it could be a small oversight. Suggesting an explanation, softly suggesting cause. Here, we use could to soften a criticism or suggest a non-blaming explanation. It makes the conversation more diplomatic and less accusatory. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Must, high certainty, or strong assumption. Use this when the evidence is compelling and you are very confident in your guess. The key rule for must is that it carries a high weight of certainty. We use it not just for logical deduction, but sometimes to express obligation if we frame the context correctly. Might, balanced possibility. This shows an equal chance of happening. It's between possibility and improbability. Think of might as meeting in the middle of the certainty scale. It is useful when you want to sound thoughtful but not overly dominant with your opinion. Could, gentle suggestion or weak possibility. This suggests an option that is entirely possible but perhaps unlikely or unproven. We use could to hedge our bets. It's the safest and gentlest choice when you don't want your guess to sound too definitive or potentially wrong. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, he must, to be tired. Say, he must be tired. Remember that modal verbs are followed directly by the base form of the verb, without any to. They act as helping verbs, so they don't need extra grammar like prepositions. Incorrect, it might could rain tomorrow. Correct, it might rain tomorrow. You should never stack 2 possibility modals like might and could. They are redundant because they both serve the same function of expressing uncertainty. Don't say, they must having left already. Say, they must have left already. When we talk about a deduction concerning a past event, the structure requires must have followed by the past participle. This correctly connects your present guess to a past action. Here are 4 ways to practice. Use if only for regretful guesswork. To express a different kind of deduction based on regret or ideal situations, use the structure if only, often paired with past modals. This tip helps us differentiate between a logical guess and an emotional wish. Framing your language this way adds depth and narrative complexity to your speaking skills. Ask clarifying questions first. Before making any deduction, it is always polite to ask, what makes you say that? Or, is there more context? Always grounding your guess in observable evidence makes your language stronger. By referencing the source of a clue, you sound like a critical thinker rather than just guessing wildly. Vary your modals. Don't overuse must. Practice switching between might, could, and simple deduction to keep your speech sounding natural. The difference between these modals is subtle, so the best way to master them is immersion. Try listening specifically for when native speakers switch their certainty level in movies or podcasts. Practice the evidence chain. When speaking, mentally link clue, als modal, conclusion. Keep this chain visible. Always build your deduction from a concrete piece of evidence. This structured approach evidence to guess will make your use of modals feel natural and highly convincing. When giving advice or setting expectations, English speakers don't use a single level of certainty. Instead, we navigate a spectrum that ranges from absolute necessity to gentle possibility. At the strongest end, we have must, which implies an unbreakable rule or law. Moving down, have to shows external obligation, something required by circumstances, not just internal rules. Then there is should, which acts as advice based on good judgment. Finally, we use could and might for the softest suggestions, implying that the listener has freedom of choice. Think of these modals like volumes. How loud you speak dictates how strong your suggestion sounds. Using a softer modal often isn't about being vague. It's actually a sophisticated way to show respect and avoid sounding bossy or demanding. Here are 5 examples. You must wear a uniform to enter the premises. A strong obligation rule. This is non-negotiable. It's a policy. If you don't follow this rule, there are clear consequences. Notice that must here feels like it comes from an authority figure. You should check the expiry date before buying food. Good advice recommendation. This suggestion is based on common sense. It's not a law, but it's what a caring friend or expert would recommend you do for your own safety. You could take the express train if you want to save time. Soft possibility, option. Using could presents this as just one option among many. It gives the listener the full agency to decide if it's worth changing their plans. We had to submit these reports by Friday. External necessity. The shift from must to have to often signals that the obligation is an internalis, dictated by a deadline or an outside system. This is very common in workplace English. You ought to call your grandmother more often. Moral duty, gentle suggestion. The modal ought to carries a slightly warmer, almost moral tone. It suggests something that is right or proper, almost like keeping a promise to yourself. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. The relationship dynamic. Your relationship with the person changes your modal choice. If you are speaking to a close friend, you should is usually fine. However, if you are giving advice that involves significant personal change, you might soften it even more by saying, maybe you could try, this cushions the blow. The stakes involved. How serious is the consequence of ignoring your advice? If ignoring the suggestion means losing money or failing a test, a stronger modal like must might be warranted. If it just means missing out on a fun outing, then maybe you could is much more appropriate. Politeness and culture. In many English-speaking cultures, being overly direct can sound rude. To be polite, we often use modal structures to hedge our statements. Instead of saying, do this, phrasing it as, would you consider doing this, shows respect for the listener's autonomy. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, you mustn't eat this, it will hurt your stomach. Say, you shouldn't eat this, it might hurt your stomach. The difference here is between prohibition and bad advice. Mustn't means it's forbidden by a rule, but shouldn't suggest that based on health knowledge, you shouldn't do it. Incorrect. I must go to the gym tomorrow. Correct. I have to go to the gym tomorrow. When talking about personal commitment or routine, have to often sounds more natural than must. Must can sometimes sound overly dramatic or self-imposed. Don't say, why didn't you come yesterday? Say, why couldn't you come yesterday? Past possibility. When speculating about someone's inability in the past, couldn't is much smoother than didn't. It focuses on the lack of possibility or opportunity, rather than just stating a fact. Here are 4 ways to practice. Listen for the weights of the suggestion. Pay attention to how native speakers shift between modals in conversation. When you are listening, try to identify if the speaker is using a modal based on emotion, concern, or based on fact rule. This will help you understand their true intent. Practice softening your language. Instead of blunt commands, always practice wrapping your suggestions in might or could. This is a powerful technique for improving fluency and perceived politeness. Even if you are certain of the best advice, practicing softening it makes you sound more collaborative. Understand modal contractions. Don't neglect contractions like shouldn't or couldn't in speaking. In fast, natural speech, we use contractions constantly. Mastering these small sound changes will make your spoken English sound much more authentic and fluent. Use modals for alternatives. When offering advice, always provide at least 2 different modal options. Never give only one suggestion. Say something like, "You could try X," or "Perhaps you should look into Y." Giving choices makes the advice feel less directive and more helpful. Relative clauses are powerful tools that allow you to add detailed information about a noun without breaking the flow of your sentence. Essentially, they function like mini-sentences that sit inside a main sentence. They always begin with a relative pronoun such as who, which, that, or whose. These pronouns link the extra description back to the person or thing mentioned earlier in the sentence. Learning to use them correctly immediately makes your spoken English sound more advanced and sophisticated. Think of these clauses like an adjective booster pack for your sentences. Instead of writing 2 short, choppy statements, you can combine them into one fluid thought. This technique is crucial because native speakers often build complex ideas using this exact grammatical structure. Here are 5 examples. My neighbor, who lives across the street, is a retired teacher. Who, people. Notice the use of commas here. This tells us that the information about him being a retired teacher is extra detail, it's non-essential. If you remove it, the core meaning remains clear. The laptop that I bought yesterday crashed this morning. That, things. When using that for things, we often do not use commas because the information is necessary to identify which specific laptop we mean. It's restrictive detail. The scientist, whose findings were published last month, won an award. Whose possession. We use whose when we need to show ownership or relationship. It replaces the phrase, the finding of. This makes your speech sound much more natural. The city which has a robust public transit system is ideal for commuters. Which, things, non-essential. Here, which is typically used when the clause is non-restrictive and set off by commas. Remember that which usually refers to an entire preceding idea or a whole thing. The book that I recommend has incredible character development. That, things, essential. Since the clause that I recommends is essential to identify which book we are talking about, it must be placed directly next to the noun and is not separated by commas. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. The difference between who and which. Who is used for people, which is used for things. This distinction is critical for grammatical accuracy. If you mix them up, the meaning can become very confusing to your listener or reader. Always pause and ask yourself, am I talking about a person or an object? Restrictive versus non-restrictive. Use commas for non-essential information, omit them when the info is essential. This concept determines whether your clause is mandatory or optional. If you can remove the clause and the core meaning still makes perfect sense, use commas. When to use that versus which. That is generally preferred for essential clauses, which is better for non-essential ones. While both can sometimes be interchangeable in speaking, adhering to the comma rules associated with each pronoun will give your speech a polished and professional rhythm. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, the car which has a flat tire needs to be towed. Say, the car that has a flat tire needs to be towed. When the clause is essential, that is usually more natural than which. Remember, we use that when that detail is necessary for identification. Incorrect. The best friend of mine who lives nearby is visiting. Correct. The best friend of mine who lives nearby is visiting. Because best friend is a specific person, the clause describing them must be non-essential and therefore requires commas on both sides. Don't say, "My sister who loves gardening has amazing flowers." Say, "My sister who loves gardening has amazing flowers." We are assuming the listener knows exactly which sister you mean. Therefore, the clause is extra information and must be punctuated with commas. Here are 4 ways to practice. Practice identifying the noun. Always circle the main noun in a sentence first. This tells you exactly who or what your clause is describing. By physically isolating the noun, you anchor yourself before selecting the correct relative pronoun who for people, which that for things. Speaking aloud helps with flow. Don't just think of the grammar, practice speaking these longer, complex sentences rhythmically. This builds muscle memory for fluidity. Fluency isn't just knowing the rules, it's making them automatic. Reading sample passages out loud will help you integrate these clauses smoothly into conversation. Vary your sentence structure. Don't always put the relative clause at the end of the sentence. Try placing it right after the noun for emphasis. Changing where you place the descriptive information keeps your speech dynamic and prevents repetition. It shows command over the entire grammatical structure. Use whose proactively. When describing ownership, try to use whose instead of repeating the noun of for a more advanced sound. Switching from the wordy construction, the manager of the departments, to the department's manager, whose, instantly elevates your vocabulary and speaking style. Today we are mastering how to construct complex sentences using 2 key conjunctions, although and because. Remember that a complex sentence joins an independent clausier complete thought with a dependent clause which cannot stand alone. We use because when the second clause provides the reason or cause for the first action. For example, I stayed home because it was raining. Conversely, we use although to show a contrast. It introduces something that is surprising or unexpected given the main idea. The key rule here involves punctuation. If you begin your sentence with either although or because, you must follow that dependent clause with a comma before starting the main independent clause. The biggest concept to grasp here isn't just choosing the word, but understanding the relationship it creates. Does the second idea explain the first cause, or does it challenge the first contrast? Mastering this logical structure will immediately elevate your writing from simple statements to sophisticated discourse. Here are 5 examples. Although she was tired, she finished the marathon. The contrast concession. Notice how, although sets up an expectation we might think someone who is tired can't run a marathon. But the conjunction introduces the surprising fact that she succeeded anyway. It highlights this unexpected contradiction. The meeting was postponed because the speaker got sick. Cause effect. Here, because provides a clear answer to the question, why was the meeting postponed? The sickness is the direct cause that led to the action of postponing. We decided to stay indoors because the storm warnings were severe. Like cause effect. This example shows a strong dependency. The severity of the storm is the logical reason for our decision. When you use because, always make sure the cause makes sense as the primary motivator. Although he studied hard, he didn't pass the final exam. Contrast concession. This is a perfect example of contrast because studying hard usually leads to passing. The word although signals that reality deviated from expectation. The presentation was delayed because the equipment failed. Losses effect. When you are speaking or writing, think of because as the direct answer to a problem. If the first clause describes an event, because introduces what triggered that event. Let's compare 4 pairs. Although formal, though informal, meaning remains the same, contrast. Functionally, although and though are interchangeable when showing contrast. However, remember that though is far more common in casual speech, making it great for sounding natural in conversation. Because, cause. Since, reason. Since can mean time or reason, use context to clarify. This pair is tricky. If you mean from this point forward, since refers to time, like since Monday. But if you mean the reason why, then it functions exactly like because. Comma plus, coordinating conjunction. Subordinating conjunction, although The comma rule changes depending on the structure. A simple coordinating conjunction joins two equal ideas, requiring a comma. But when we use subordinating words like although, it grammatically subordinates one clause to the other, setting up specific punctuation rules. Simple sentence. Fine, complex sentence. Combine simple thoughts into richer statements. Think of your writing like building with Legos. Simple sentences are individual bricks, but complex sentences allow you to connect those bricks using conjunctions for a much more detailed and advanced structure. Fill in the blank with the correct conjunction, although or because. We cancelled the picnic and it started raining heavily. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is because. Here, we need a clear cause. The rain is the direct reason for the cancellation. If you used although, the sentence would imply that despite the rain, they decided to cancel, which doesn't make logical sense. The traffic was heavy. She managed to arrive on time. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is although. This requires contrast. The heavy traffic is typically a reason for being late, but the fact that she arrived on time despite it shows that something unexpected happened. He missed the bus. His friend gave him a ride. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is although. The phrase although works well here because it presents two contrasting facts. Missing the bus creates a problem, but the friend solved it regardless of that initial difficulty. She felt much better. She started taking medicine. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is because. Again, we are looking for cause and effect. The betterment of her health is directly attributed to the action taking the medicine. This requires because or a similar causal link. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Incorrect, logical error. Although it was raining heavily, we stayed inside. Correct, causal relationship. Because it was raining heavily, we stayed inside. This is a common logical mistake. While although suggests an unexpected outcome, if the rain caused you to stay inside, then because is much stronger and clearer in communicating that direct cause and effect. Incorrect redundancy. We left early because it was late. Correct, simple statement. Semicolon, we left early, it was late. Sometimes, the conjunction is redundant. If one clause clearly explains the other using a strong punctuation mark like a semicolon or even just two separate sentences can be clearer than forcing an unnecessary conjunction. Incorrect missing clause. Although studying hard, she passed. Correct, complete dependent clause. Although she studied hard, she passed. Remember that the clause following, although, must be a full thought. It needs its own subject and verb. If you just use the gerund form, like studying, you leave out the necessary subject. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Reading complex literature can be challenging. Although it contains dense vocabulary and unusual sentence structures, the reward is deep cultural insight. I recommend starting with classics because they usually have a clear narrative arc that helps structure your reading experience. Question 1. Find and correct the grammar error in this sentence. He didn't call me although he knew I was waiting. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, he didn't call me because he knew I was waiting. When you see a conflict between expectation and reality, use although. If one action is directly motivated by another, like calling someone when they know you are waiting, then the logical connector must be because. Always check if the relationship is contrast or causation. Question 2. Write your own sentence using this grammar point. Use a contrast conjunction. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, although I feel confident in my presentation, I am still nervous about speaking in front of strangers. When you generate your own sentences, try to make the two clauses relate to different types of information, one emotional and one factual, for instance. This ensures that you are genuinely mastering how to connect disparate ideas logically. When examiners assess fluency and coherence, they are listening for sentence variety. Using participle phrases allows you to link ideas smoothly without having to repeat subjects or rely heavily on simple connecting words like and, or. Because these structures make your speech sound more sophisticated and academic. They help you condense multiple thoughts into one flowing, powerful statement. Think of a participle phrase as an advanced glue for your sentences. Instead of starting a new sentence every time you change the subject, these phrases act as modifiers that give context to the main idea. This immediate link between ideas is what signals high fluency and strong linguistic control. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is. Having considered these factors, I believe. Say it again. Having considered these factors, I believe. This phrase is perfect for the second part of an answer when you need to sound authoritative. By using having considered, you signal that your opinion isn't impulsive, it's based on deep reflection, which boosts your credibility with the listener. The word is. Finding global warming a major issue, governments must act. Say it again. Finding global warming a major issue, governments must act. Notice how this structure avoids using because global warming is. It streamlines the sentence and focuses the listener's attention immediately on the action required. This kind of concise phrasing is highly valued in advanced speaking. The word is. Walking through the museum, I was struck by the sheer scale. Say it again. Walking through the museum, I was struck by the sheer scale. Use this when you are describing an event or a setting. The participle phrase describes your actions at the exact moment you experience something. It adds vividness and excellent narrative flow to your talk. The word is. Having lived in 2 different cultures, I appreciate both sides. Say it again. Having lived in 2 different cultures, I appreciate both sides. This is a powerful way to establish personal background without dwelling on the details. It shows that your current view is informed by diverse experience, which adds weight and nuance to your argument. Word is. Struggling with this topic, many students find it difficult. Say it again. Struggling with this topic, many students find it difficult. This structure is useful for academic discussions when you are generalizing about difficulty. It keeps the focus on the static of the subject, the struggle itself, rather than just stating facts. Let's compare 4 pairs. It is a big issue because the environment is changing rapidly. Facing rapid environmental changes, it has become a critical global issue. Focus on cause and effect. The casual version is grammatically fine, but linking 2 full clauses makes it sound choppy. By starting with the participle facing, you create one single powerful thought that shows advanced structural control. I saw my friend reading a book about history. Spotting my friend engrossed in a historical text, I stopped to chat. Adding descriptive detail, setting the scene. The key difference here is moving from simple action verbs to participle modifiers. It paints a picture for the listener while making your speech sound much more literary and eloquent. When I was traveling, I learned that travel changes people. Having traveled extensively, I have come to realize how transformative travel can be. Using background experience for insight. Notice the switch from when to having traveled. The ing form immediately summarizes a past action and connects it directly to your current realization. This is much more concise. If you want better health, you should eat vegetables. Choosing a diet rich in vegetables is key to improving one's overall health, making advice sound general and formal. Instead of using the conditional if, which can be slightly informal for academic writing, this structure suggests the action itself choosing the food as the necessary condition. It elevates the tone instantly. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Overuse of conjunctions. I went to the park, and it was raining heavily, so I stayed inside. Participle link. Entering the park, finding it rained heavily, I decided to stay indoors instead. We are aiming for flow, not listing. By connecting actions using participial phrases, you eliminate those multiple coordinating conjunctions and make your narrative feel seamless and cohesive. Wordiness, clunky cause. The government needs to fix the roads because they are falling apart. Concise modifier. With key infrastructure like these roads deteriorating, immediate governmental action is required. This correction replaces a basic because clause with an opening modifier. It immediately gives the reason for the problem while maintaining a highly formal and academic rhythm. Run-on comma splice. It is interesting, which means I want to learn more about it. Participial transition. Finding the subject fascinating. I feel compelled to research it further. This shows how participial phrases can replace weak transitional adverbs like which means. It makes your transition active, immediate, and structurally advanced. Here are 4 ways to practice. Shadowing expert speakers. Listen to TED Talks or academic podcasts and immediately repeat the speaker's rhythm, especially when they transition between ideas. Don't just focus on the words, pay attention to where the speaker pauses. Fluent speakers use participial phrases right before a pause for emphasis, so mimic that intentional pacing. Timed topic expansion. Give yourself 1 minute and write down as many participles as possible to modify your answer, e.g., feeling, having observed. This is a targeted, high-intensity drill. By forcing yourself to generate specific grammar structures under time pressure, you build automaticity, meaning the structure comes naturally when you speak. Topic linking practice. Take 2 unrelated topics, e.g., climate change and education, and try to link them using a participial phrase. The goal here is creative, forced fluency. For example, you might say, recognizing the importance of education in fighting climate change. This shows flexible application of the grammar. Self-correction recording. Record yourself speaking for 2 minutes, then listen back specifically hunting for simple conjunctions. Replace them with participle modifiers. Listening critically to your own mistakes is incredibly powerful. When you hear a mistake like pa and end, you are more likely to correct it the next time you speak. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a challenging experience that taught you an important life lesson. Down for 460 seconds. Remember to weave in at least 2 different participle phrases to connect your ideas smoothly. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the narrative flow and the deep structural complexity of your language, not just the story itself. Your goal isn't just retelling a story, it's demonstrating control over advanced structures. The lesson is where you use the participle phrases to seamlessly bridge from what happened to what I realized. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the ability to smoothly link multiple actions or ideas using introductory participles like having or ing modifiers. If you start with a phrase like feeling overwhelmed by the initial challenges, you immediately signal fluency and structural mastery. This showcases that you are thinking about how your language sounds while speaking. When discussing general concepts or ideas, we often use no article at all. We call this the zero article. For example, poverty is a major global issue. However, if you are talking about a specific instance of that concept, you must use the definite article the. Say, the poverty in rural areas requires immediate intervention. Remember that articles also govern nouns that start with sounds like a O, such as an hours or an honest person. The key is determining if your noun refers to a general category or a specific item within that category. Understanding the difference between using an article and omitting it can completely change the meaning of your sentence. When we use zero articles, we are speaking in generalizations. We are talking about ideas as universal truths. If you need to specify which idea or concept you mean, then the is necessary. Here are 5 examples. The results are significant in relation to previous findings. Prepositional phrase, in relation to. instead of simply saying about. Using phrases like in relation to adds a layer of academic formality. These prepositional collocations help your writing sound more sophisticated and precise when linking ideas. The committee debated the topic by virtue of its ethical implications. Prepositional phrase, by virtue of. This is a high-level way to attribute cause or reason. When you use by virtue of, make sure that what follows it is a noun or a gerund acting as a noun, not a simple clause. The study focused on the growth of biodiversity over time. Imposition, of. While over suggests duration, of is needed here to show possession or association, the growth belonging to biodiversity. Collocations like growth of are extremely common in scientific writing. We analyze the data according to established guidelines. Prepositional phrase, according to s, is a formal phrasal verb that means following or based on. It's perfect for academic writing because it clearly signals your source of information or methodology. The policy was implemented due to public demand. Prepositional phrase, due to. While because of is common in spoken English, due to often provides a more formal and weighted tone when describing the direct cause or result in academic texts. Both are correct, but they serve different registers. Let's compare 4 pairs. The climate, specific. Climate, general. Context is key for articles. This comparison shows how context dictates the article. If we are talking about Earth's overall weather patterns, climates needs no article. But if we mention a specific climate zone, say tropical, then it becomes necessary. Many students. Nut research. Countable versus uncountable. This highlights the crucial difference between countable and uncountable nouns when using quantifiers like many's and much. Remember that research, although it ends in -es, is treated as an uncount noun. A few examples. Little time. Quantifier usage. The difference between few and a few's is subtle but impactful. Few implies scarcity, almost indicating a lack, while a few simply means some amount. Like determiners, all. Articles, a. Scope of function. Think of determiners as a larger group that includes articles. While are and the specify the noun, other determiners like all, every, or some define quantity or inclusion. Fill in the blanks. The progress towards sustainable energy requires significant funding. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is the. We use the here because we are referring to a specific, identifiable goal for collective human effort towards sustainability. If the sentence were just, sustainable energy requires, no, it would be a general statement. Fewer people visit museums now that online learning is available. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is fewer. The key here is realizing that people are countable. Therefore, we must use the quantifier fewer rather than less, which is reserved for mass nouns like water or effort. She applied to the program due to her deep interest in history. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is due. In formal writing, using due to at the beginning of a clause often acts as a strong connector, clearly establishing causality. It is a professional alternative to simply starting with because. Every student should dedicate time to improving their presentation skills. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is every. The determiner every emphasizes that the rule applies individually to every single member of a group. It forces the singular agreement with the noun, even when referring to many people. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect. Article. The global warming has caused many problems. Correct 0 article. Global warming causes many problems. When discussing global warming as a concept or phenomenon, we should generally omit the article. Using the suggests a specific localized event, which is usually not the case. Incorrect quantifier. They talked about how little funding was available. Correct countable noun focus. They talked about how few funds were available. While funding is often treated as an uncountable mass noun, if you are referring to discrete amounts or sources of money, using the countable form like funds and fews improves clarity. Incorrect prepositional choice. I agree with your proposal due to our mutual interest. Correct preferred flow. I agree with your proposal because of our mutual interest. While due to is grammatically acceptable when it follows a verb like agree, restructuring the sentence using a conjunction like because of often creates a smoother and more natural academic flow. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The study showed that improved infrastructure significantly affects urban development. However, the rapid growth of cities often outpaces available resources. Therefore, sustainable planning and community involvement are vital elements for future success. Question 1. Identify one instance where an article is incorrectly used or missing in the passage. Correct it and explain your choice. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is original, the rapid growth. Correction, rapid growth, 0 article. Here, we treat rapid growth as a general concept of development outpacing resources. Since this isn't about one specific instance of growth, the 0 article is more appropriate for academic generalization. Question 2. Write your own sentence using an advanced prepositional phrase, e.g., on account of ish with regard to a. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the project was delayed on account of unforeseen logistical issues. Remember that these formal prepositions are excellent tools for variety, but they must always be followed by a noun or a gerund. Practice integrating them naturally to elevate your academic vocabulary. Academic word lists, or AWLs, are essential tools for advanced English learners. They identify high-frequency words that appear across many different academic subjects and disciplines. Mastering these words will significantly boost your ability to understand complex texts, whether they come from science reports or historical analyses. These aren't just random vocabulary items, they represent core concepts used by scholars worldwide. Learning them means you are gaining a toolkit for formal discussion and advanced writing. When we talk about academic language, we are talking about precision. The difference between casual conversation English and academic English is often one of these core words. Instead of just memorizing definitions, focus on the word's function, what kind of idea it helps you express. This approach will help you deploy them accurately when speaking or writing. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, analyze. Say it again. Analyze. Remember that analyze is a process. You are actively breaking something down for study. A common mistake is confusing it with analyze the noun form, which means the study itself. Always use the verb form when describing your action. The word is, premise. Say it again, premise. Premise is the foundational belief or starting point for any discussion. If you challenge the premise, you are challenging the very basis of the conversation itself. Think of it as the given information that everyone must accept to continue. The word is inherent. Say it again, inherent. When you use inherent, it signals that the characteristic isn't added later, it was always a part of the thing itself. This word adds academic weight, suggesting the quality is fundamental to the subject being discussed. The word is deduce. Say it again, deduce. Deducing is much stronger than guessing. It requires logical steps and observable evidence. Always ensure you can point back to the specific data points that led you to your deduction. It shows critical thinking. The word is consequence. Say it again, consequence. This word is excellent for discussing cause and effect, which is vital in both essays and presentations. We often use phrases like, as a consequence of, to clearly link the action to its result. The word is generate. Say it again, generate. In an academic context, generate is often used for abstract concepts, not just physical things like electricity. You can generate interest, generate debate, or generate hypotheses. Here are 5 examples. The research aims to analyze the correlation between diet and cognitive performance. Analyze verb. Notice how analyze is paired with specific objects like correlation or data. When you use it in speaking, be precise about what you are analyzing. Are you looking at trends, patterns, or relationships? The study was built on the premise that human behavior is influenced by social media. Premise, noun. Here, premise acts as the intellectual foundation of the entire discussion. If you are debating a topic, starting by identifying the core premises used by different parties can greatly strengthen your argument. The inherent difficulty in the task was managing conflicting stakeholder interests. Inherent, age. Using inherent shows a sophisticated grasp of descriptive language. It implies that the conflict isn't external or accidental, rather it is built into the structure of the situation itself. Based on the evidence, we can deduce that the primary cause was systemic failure. Deduce verb. The key here is based on the evidence. Never let your deductions sound like mere opinion, always anchor it to concrete proof. This shifts your speech from subjective belief to objective reasoning. A major consequence of inaction will be a significant loss of market share. Consequence, noun. When discussing consequences, always remember the chain reaction. Instead of just stating a negative outcome, explain why that outcome is inevitable if current actions do not change. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, analyze. Compare it with examine. Depth of investigation. Analyze requires breaking down components, examine is broader observation. While examine means to look closely, analyze implies a measurable process of deconstruction. You are actively taking it apart mentally or literally. If you just observe something, you examine it. If you plot its pieces, you analyze it. First, premise. Compare it with assumption. Certainty level. Premise is stated as a foundational truth for the argument. Assumption is often unstated or untested. This distinction is vital in critical thinking. If you state something as a premise, you are committing to treating it as fact within your scope of discussion. An assumption, however, can be challenged more easily. First, generate. Compare it with create. Scope. Creates is general, generate suggests a natural or systematic production from existing sources. Think of generates in terms of systems, like an economic system generating wealth or data generating patterns. It implies an ongoing process rather than a singular act of making something new. First, deduce. Compare it with infer. Formal versus informal logic. Deduce is structured reasoning from known truths. Infer is drawing conclusions based on subtle hints. If you are following a clear set of rules to reach a conclusion, you deduce it. If someone gives you vague signals and you piece together the meaning, you are inferring. The difference lies in the certainty and structure of your logic. Here are 4 ways to practice. Targeted collocation mapping. Group words with common partners. Instead of learning analyze alone, learn analyze data, analyze trends, etc. Don't treat these words as single units. View them as parts of established academic phrases. When you map out collocations, your brain links the whole phrase, making it much more likely to recall the correct usage in real-time speech. The why technique. After defining a word, ask yourself, why would I use this instead of a simpler synonym? This technique forces you to think about register and nuance. By answering that question out loud, you solidify the context in which the advanced vocabulary is appropriate. It moves you beyond simple definition recall. Sentence reconstruction drill. Take complex sentences from academic articles and rewrite them using a different target word. This is an excellent way to practice flexibility. If the article uses examine, challenge yourself to rewrite that sentence using analyze or deduce, forcing you to maintain meaning while changing vocabulary. Spaced repetition in context. Review vocabulary over several days, but always within a full paragraph context, not just flashcards. Flashcards are great for initial recognition, but true mastery comes from retrieval in sustained contexts. By spacing out your reviews and keeping them embedded in narrative text, you build conversational fluency with the words. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The global economy is currently undergoing a rapid transformation. Researchers must analyze the shifting consumer demands to understand its core premise. The inherent risks are significant because of inconsistent policy implementation. If we fail to generate sustainable solutions, the resulting consequences could slow development dramatically. We must deduce a path forward that accounts for these challenges. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means the basic idea or foundational belief. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is premise. The context here is crucial. The sentence structure helps us understand that the thing being discussed, the economic shifties, built upon a core premise. Think of it as the central, non-negotiable truth of the entire argument. Question 2. Use the word deduce in your own sentence describing a recent event. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, I deduced that the meeting was cancelled because I saw their empty parking lot. When you use deduce, always include evidence, even if it's just hypothetical. Instead of saying he left early, say, based on his sudden departure, we can deduce he felt unwell. Always show the logical link. When you are speaking for IELTS, examiners aren't just listening for vocabulary quantity, they listen for natural accuracy in word partnerships. This is where collocations shine. Using a collocation like saying, pressing issue, instead of big problem signals that you have an advanced grasp of the English language. It moves your speech from merely correct to genuinely sophisticated. Think of collocations as linguistic glue. They make your speech sound cohesive and effortless. Instead of listing random words, try pairing them up in ways a native speaker would talk. This shows mastery beyond just memorizing definitions. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is address a pressing issue. Say it again, address a pressing issue. This phrasing is excellent when you need to formally introduce the main point of your argument. It gives the impression that the topic is urgent and requires immediate attention, which adds weight to your response. The word is a growing concern regarding J. Say it again, a growing concern regarding. When discussing global or societal issues, framing it as growing helps you show that the problem is escalating over time. This adds dimension and temporal context to your vocabulary. The word is sustainable development practices. Say it again, sustainable development practices. This specific collocation is highly academic and perfect for discussions involving the environment or urban planning. Mastering technical collocations significantly boosts your perceived vocabulary range. The word is mitigate the risk of. Say it again, mitigate the risk of. Mitigate is a powerful academic verb that means to lessen or reduce severity. Pairing it with risk allows you to sound like an expert offering thoughtful professional policy advice. The word is inherent challenge. Say it again, inherent challenge. When something is difficult because of its very nature, we call it an inherent challenge. This phrase helps you move past simple adjectives and use more abstract conceptual language. Let's compare 4 pairs. It's a big problem. A pressing societal issue. Elevating the register. Notice how big problem is replaced by a multi-word collocation. This instantly elevates your language from everyday chat to academic discourse, which is exactly what the test requires for high scores. We gotta fix it. It needs immediate attention and intervention. Using formal verbs, the shift from gotta to phrases like immediate attention is a massive register jump. using strong academic nouns and verbs suggests fluency and control over the language. It's hard to stop, an inherent challenge to overcome. Conceptual framing. Instead of just saying something is hard, you are now talking about a conceptual difficulty. This shows abstract thinking, which is key for complex discussion questions. Do better stuff. Implement sustainable practices. Technical specificity. This comparison demonstrates the power of technical collocations. When you use specific phrases like sustainable practices, it shows that your vocabulary is specialized and ready for discussion. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect pairing. The economy is growing fast. Accurate collocation. The economy is undergoing rapid growth. Don't just use growing. Try to pair it with a more formal verb or noun structure, like undergoing rapid change. This slight adjustment makes your language feel much more native and polished. Vague phrasing. We need big changes. Precise collocation. We require fundamental systemic reform. Instead of vague intensifiers like big, use precise academic adjectives such as fundamental or systemic. Precision is more impressive than volume in the IELTS setting. Simple verb usage. It causes pollution. Complex phrasing. It contributes to air pollution levels. The simple verb causes is often too basic. Elevate your speech by using verbs like contributes to, which are common in academic and environmental discussions, making you sound much more proficient. Here are 4 ways to practice. Collocation, mapping. Take 3 random nouns and write down 5 appropriate collocations for each. Say them aloud. This exercise forces you to move beyond single word recall and actively build word partnerships. By mapping these, you are preparing your brain to access complex phrases instantly during the test. Prompt extension speaking. Read a simple statement, e.g., technology is improving life, and immediately expand it using 2 advanced collocations. This mimics the quick thinking needed in IELTS speaking. Don't just answer. You must expand your initial thought by weaving in complex, naturally sounding phrases. Self-correction recording. Record yourself for 2 minutes. When you make a simple phrase or repetition, pause and correct it using a more sophisticated collocation. Recording is vital because it lets you hear your own mistakes in real time. Focus specifically on the moments where you default to casual language. That's where you must intervene with a better collocation. Shadowing expert speakers. Listen to TED Talks or academic podcasts and repeat phrases, paying close attention to how collocations naturally flow in context. Shadowing is the best way to internalize rhythm and natural phrasing. Don't just focus on what they say, but how their words connect. That's where you absorb effective collocation patterns. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a public service or facility in your hometown that you find particularly useful. You should say what the facility is, where it is located, XR, why it is so important to the community, and explain how its effective operation contributes to overall quality of life. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the sustained function and importance of the service, using technical language. When you speak about its importance, try to use phrases like critical components or fundamental infrastructure. This helps structure your argument around academic concepts rather than just describing a building. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the ability to link multiple ideas using sophisticated collocations and cohesive devices. Aim for natural flow by linking cause to effect. For instance, don't just list benefits, explain how the facility helps mitigate congestion or supports sustainable local development. This shows deep linguistic command. Phrasal verbs are combinations of a verb and 1 or 2 particles, usually prepositions or adverbs. The crucial thing to remember is that the meaning of a phrasal verb is often idiomatic. It can't always be guessed just by knowing what the individual words mean. They function like single vocabulary items, changing the entire sense of the original verb. We use them constantly in everyday conversation because they make our English sound much more natural and fluent. Think of phrasal verbs as linguistic shortcuts. Instead of saying postpone the meeting until next week, you might say put off the meeting. The particle, like off here, completely changes the meaning from simply moving something to delaying it. These are key building blocks for sounding genuinely fluent. Here are 5 examples. She looked up the word because she didn't know its meaning. Separable transitive, look up. Notice that with look up, we can separate the object. We could say, look the word up. This flexibility is a common pattern, but remember it only applies to certain verbs, so always pay attention to whether the noun or pronoun goes in the middle. I ran into my old professor at the coffee shop yesterday. Inseparable transitive, run into. Here we have ran into, which means to meet unexpectedly. The particles are glued together and cannot be separated by an object. This structure is common with verbs that describe unexpected encounters or difficulty. Could you turn down the music? It's too loud. Separable transitive, turn down. When we use a phrasal verb like turn down, separating it allows us to specify what is being reduced, making the request very clear. In this case, we are asking someone to lower the volume. We need to figure out a solution before the deadline. Inseparable transitive, figure out. Unlike look up, which can be separated, figure out must remain together. It means to understand or solve something complexly. This particular phrasal verb is essential when discussing problem solving in a group setting. They gave up smoking last year to improve their health. Inseparable transitive, give up. When we talk about quitting habits, give up is the phrase you need. Since it's inseparable, the object, the habit of smoking always follows the particle. This pattern makes it easy to identify when a structure should remain intact. Let's compare 4 pairs. Simple verb EAG, delay. Phrasal verb EG, put off. Idiomatic meaning shift. The biggest difference is that phrasal verbs often change the meaning entirely. They are idiomatic. Delay carries a formal tone, whereas put off is casual and conversational. Knowing which register to use helps you sound more natural in different social settings. Separable, e.g., turn off the light. Inseparable, e.g., run into trouble. Grammatical structure constraint. If you are unsure whether to separate the object, test it with a pronoun like it. If it fits in the middle like turn it off, then you know it is separable. If it sounds awkward, it's probably inseparable. Prepositional phrase, e.g., talk about. Phrasal verb, e.g., bring up. Focus on action change. Many phrasal verbs imply a transition or an action that moves something from one state to another, like bringing a topic into conversation. Simple prepositional phrases tend to describe a static relationship between things. Formal register, e.g., cease. Informal phrasal verb, e.g., drop out of. Register and tone. When writing an academic report, cease participation is appropriate. But if you are talking to a friend about leaving a club, using the phrasal verb drop out adds authenticity and cultural fluency. Fill in the blanks. I need to ED my reservation because I changed my travel dates. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is call off. When a plan is cancelled, call off is perfect. Remember that this phrasal verb requires the object the reservation to follow it directly in this case. Practice pairing common verbs with their particles to build automatic recall. The children were warned not to take the toys into the water. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is wash up. Here, wash up means to clean something thoroughly. It's an example of a separable verb, meaning you could also say wash the toys up. This shows that sometimes the object can move freely in the sentence. After hours of discussion, we finally managed to solution, a compromise. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is come up with. The structure come up with is used exclusively for generating ideas or plans. It's important because you cannot simply say develops when the context requires the collaborative effort implied by this specific phrasal verb. If you don't understand, please sign me. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is ask out. Although ask about is possible, ask out in the sense of requesting clarification is a very natural and idiomatic phrasing. Using these common phrasal verbs instantly boosts your ability to sound like a native speaker. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect register, I put off the meeting until Friday. Correct formal alternative, I postponed the meeting until Friday. While put off is grammatically fine, if you are writing a formal email or speaking in an academic setting, using postpones maintains the appropriate register. The error here isn't grammar, but one of tone and formality. Incorrect prepositional misuse, the noise was too much for him to cope with. Correct simplified structure, he couldn't cope with the noise. Many phrasal verbs require a specific preposition, and getting that wrong is very common. Always remember to check if the verb naturally takes with, for, or another particle to complete its meaning. Incorrect separation rule, she looked up it in the dictionary. Correct pronoun placement, she looked it up in the dictionary. This is a classic separation mistake. Whenever you have a separable phrasal verb and the object is an object pronoun like it or them, the pronoun must go directly between the verb and the particle. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. A short paragraph, 90 words, about adjusting to a new city. Instructions: identify the phrasal verb and state if it is separable or inseparable. Question 1. Read this sentence. It took us hours to figure out how to get across town without getting lost. Which phrasal verb is used and is it separable or inseparable? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is figure out, which is an inseparable transitive phrasal verb. This exercise tests your recognition skills. Figure out means to understand, and because we are talking about a complex process like navigating a new city, this phrase is perfect. Remember that if you can't separate it with a pronoun, keep it together. Question 2. Write a sentence describing an unexpected event in your life using a phrasal verb. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, I ran into my university friend on the subway last week. We chatted for ages. The key to writing a good practice sentence is choosing a common, high-frequency particle. By creating your own sentences, you move beyond recognition and start owning the language. Keep building that phrasal verb arsenal daily. Register refers to the variety of language used for a particular purpose or in a specific social setting. It dictates not only your vocabulary but also your sentence structure and overall tone. Knowing how to adjust your register is key to sounding fluent, sophisticated, and appropriate for any audience. In an academic context, mastering this shift elevates your speech from merely communicating ideas to presenting them with authority. The goal is always to match the formality of the discussion to the expectations of the setting. Think of register as a linguistic costume you must wear every day. If you are speaking casually with friends, one costume works perfectly, but if you transition into an academic seminar, that casual language will undermine your credibility. We aren't just talking about being formal, we are discussing adapting your entire communication style to fit the specific social and intellectual expectations of the room. Here are 5 examples. Avoid contractions. Use do not instead of don't. Grammar point. When speaking in a formal or academic setting, fully written words are always safer than contractions. This small change immediately signals to the listener that you are maintaining a higher level of linguistic control and precision. Eliminate slang. Replace a bunch with multiple items. Lexis choice. Slang is highly context-specific and can sound unprofessional when used outside of social settings. Always aim for the most precise, standard English equivalent to ensure your message maintains a consistent degree of professionalism. Use hedging language, say, it might suggest instead of, this proves. Discourse markers. In academia, absolute certainty is rare. Using hedging language like suggests, might imply, or could be argued, shows intellectual humility and critical awareness, which speakers value highly. Adopt impersonal tone. Focus on the topic, not yourself. Perspective. While personal opinion is welcome, academic discussions often require you to step back from, I think. Instead, frame your ideas around evidence or general observations to maintain objective distance. Use formal connectors. Use furthermore instead of also. Cohesion flow. Academic writing and speaking rely heavily on sophisticated transitional words. Using advanced connectors like consequently, moreover, or in contrast helps your ideas flow smoothly and demonstrates structural mastery. One of the most effective ways to raise your register is by minimizing personal pronouns and adopting an objective viewpoint. Instead of beginning a point with, I feel that, restructure the sentence to focus on the concept itself. You can achieve this through nominalization, which turns verbs or adjectives into nouns, making your argument sound more abstract and academic. For instance, changing, if we analyze the data to the analysis of the data suggests, immediately elevates the tone. This technique allows you to present observations as objective findings rather than personal opinions. Nominalization is a powerful tool that makes your speech sound highly formal because it removes immediate subjectivity. By focusing on the process or the concept, the analysis, the conclusion, the implementation rather than the person doing the action, you automatically adopt a more detached and scholarly voice. Let's compare 4 pairs. Informal conversation. Academic presentation. Level of detail. Casual talk accepts broad generalizations, whereas an academic presentation demands specific supporting details. Always be prepared to back up a sweeping statement with precise evidence or data points. I think personal opinion. It seems that Occident suggests objective stance. Source of authority. Shifting your source of authority away from yourself and toward the data or prevailing critical view is a hallmark of advanced academic discourse. This makes your point seem universally valid, not just personally held. Speaking, spontaneous. Writing, planned. Structure requirement. While both must be formal, speaking allows for immediate redirection and natural pausing. Writing requires flawless structure from the outset. Every transition and clause must be perfectly placed to guide the reader. Colloquial connectors, so, then. Formal connectors, therefore, consequently. Cohesion markers. Think of these connectors as directional signs for your listener. Moving from casual to formal simply means upgrading those signs to more sophisticated academic terminology. Here are 4 ways to practice. Analyze transcripts. Listen to university lectures or TED Talks and highlight every example of hedging language. Don't just listen for the content, actively listen for how the speaker frames their ideas. Notice where they use suggests, may indicate, or similar phrases, and practice mimicking that structure. The tone swap exercise. Take a short paragraph written informally and rewrite it 3 times, once casual, once formal, and once highly academic. This exercise forces you to recognize the subtle differences between high formality and true academic register. Focus especially on replacing verbs with nominalized phrases. Impersonality practice. Practice summarizing news stories or research findings using only third-person structures. Give yourself the rule that you cannot use I's or we for a designated period. This forces your brain to rely on objective academic phrasing, which is exactly what you need in high-level speaking. Record and critique. Give yourself an impromptu talk on a complex topic, then record it. Replay it specifically, listening for contractions and slang. Self-correction is invaluable. When you hear your own voice using casual language, the habit is much easier to break than if a teacher corrects you in real time. Examiners are not just listening for the vocabulary you use, they are assessing your linguistic flexibility. Paraphrasing power means demonstrating that you can convey a complex idea using multiple grammatical structures and varied synonyms. When we successfully paraphrase, it shows proficiency in abstraction, the ability to move away from concrete words toward abstract meaning. This technique prevents monotony and signals fluency, even if you don't know the perfect single word. Remember that paraphrasing isn't just swapping a synonym, it's restructuring the thought itself. Instead of finding a new noun, try changing the entire clause structure, for instance, turning an active voice statement into a passive one. This deeper structural variation is what truly impresses a grader. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, I might put it this way. Say it again, I might put it this way. This phrase is invaluable because it allows you a moment to collect your thoughts while signaling to the listener that you are changing how you structure the argument. It's a sophisticated transition that demonstrates high-level control over discourse markers. The word is. What I mean to convey is W. Say it again. What I mean to convey is. Use this when you realize your initial wording was too narrow or slightly unclear. It acts as a verbal reset button, permitting you to elaborate without sounding disorganized. Think of it as gently correcting yourself while elevating the language. The word is to illustrate that point. Say it again, to illustrate that point. This is a stronger alternative to simply saying, for example. When you use this phrase, you are not just giving an example, you are actively directing the listener's focus and showing advanced organizational skills. It builds rhetorical momentum. The word is, another perspective on this suggests. Say it again, another perspective on this suggests. This phrase is perfect for counter-arguments or exploring nuance. It shows that you haven't just memorized one answer. Instead, you can approach the topic from multiple angles, which is key to academic discussion. The word is in essence. Say it again, in essence. When you need to wrap up a complex paragraph or idea without simply saying, so, use this. It signals that you are distilling the main points down into their core meaning, providing a highly sophisticated verbal conclusion. Let's compare 4 pairs. It's a big deal. This represents significant importance. Why this matters. Moving from big deal to significant importance is basic lexical elevation. But the real win here is using nominalization, turning the adjective importance into the noun phrase significant importance, which adds academic weight. No, I think, from my perspective, I believe that the casual opening is vague and tentative. The formal version immediately anchors your opinion using, from my perspective, which sounds more considered and authoritative. It frames the idea as a structured argument rather than just a passing thought. A lot of people say, it is widely argued that, by using widely argued, you are paraphrasing the concept of public opinion into a formal academic debate structure. This elevates your register and makes the topic feel less like small talk and more like scholarly discussion. I guess it helps with, it is evident that it contributes to. The casual phrasing, I guess, undermines your confidence. Replacing it with a structured, formal phrase, it is evident that, makes your statement sound objective and evidence-based, dramatically increasing your perceived fluency. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Repetition trap. Redundancy, I think. I mean the same thing. It's good. Better paraphrase. To put it another way, its primary benefit is. The biggest mistake is sounding redundant. You must paraphrase the ideas, not just repeat, I mean multiple times. Using a structural marker like, to put it another ways, signals sophisticated control and variety. Grammatical slip, incorrect conjunction use. Because I was tired, so I slept. Better structure. Due to my fatigue, I consequently fell asleep. This is a very common error where students mix conjunctions. When you are trying to sound complex, make sure your grammar matches the complexity of your vocabulary choice. Proper subordination enhances fluency. Topic: Drift, vague phrasing, speaking about travel, sometimes I like cities and sometimes beaches. Better focus. When considering travel destinations, I have a preference for both urban environments and coastal relaxation. The mistake here is being too vague. Don't just list your feelings. Use academic nouns, environments, relaxation to encapsulate the ideas. This keeps your language precise and highly advanced. Here are 4 ways to practice. Summarization drill. Listen to a short academic podcast clip and immediately summarize the main points aloud. Do not write notes. Paraphrase everything. This technique forces you to process information quickly and rely entirely on your linguistic tools, rather than just reciting memorized phrases. Focus specifically on varying your introductory clauses each time. Concept mapping. Take a simple topic, say, the importance of sleep, and brainstorm 5 different ways to explain it without using the word sleep. This is excellent for vocabulary expansion and conceptual avoidance. By limiting yourself from repeating keywords, you are forced to find synonyms and structural alternatives, boosting your paraphrasing muscle reflexively. Advanced shadowing. Find TED Talks or academic lectures and shadow the speaker while focusing only on their transitional phrases. Repeat them aloud. Don't just mimic the sound. Analyze why they use that phrase to transition. Were they moving from a general point to a specific example? Understanding the function of the discourse marker is key. The why, how, what if chain. Start with a simple statement and then ask yourself why, how, what if. Use each question to generate a paraphrased response. This exercise builds argumentative depth. Each question requires you to reframe the initial idea from a different angle, causality, method, or hypothetical outcome, thereby maximizing your linguistic range. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a skill you would like to master in the future. You should say what this skill is, why you want to learn it, how you plan to approach learning it. Talk for 1 to 2 minutes. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is structural variation and sophisticated signposting language. In this response, do not just talk about learning coding or cooking. You must use phrases like to elaborate on that, and another perspective suggests even if you are talking about yourself. Use the structure to demonstrate your range. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is nominalization, turning verbs, adjectives into nouns. When discussing learning a skill, instead of saying, I want to learn how to code, try paraphrasing it as, my goal is the acquisition of programming knowledge. This simple change instantly elevates your academic tone. Environmental studies require a highly specialized vocabulary. Today, we are moving beyond general terms to tackle academic discourse markers and precise nouns. Learning this language means you can participate in high-level debates, whether it's about policy or climate science. Our goal today is not just memorization, it's contextual mastery. We will learn how these complex words connect together to form sophisticated arguments. By the end of this lesson, you will feel confident discussing global issues with academic precision. When we speak academically, our vocabulary choices must be deliberate. Instead of saying the planet is getting bad, using a word like depletion adds immediate gravitas and scientific weight to your argument. Think of these specialized words as tools that help you build highly persuasive and nuanced spoken responses. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is mitigation. Say it again, mitigation. Remember that mitigation is often used alongside adaptation. Mitigation usually refers to actions taken before as an event happens, like building seawalls to reduce its potential. A great collocation here is carbon mitigation strategies, which sounds highly academic. The word is biodiversity. Say it again, biodiversity. This word is deceptively simple, but its scope is huge. It covers genetic, species, and ecosystem diversity. When discussing conservation, always pairing biodiversity with a verb like compromises, erodes, or protects will make your speech sound highly informed. The word is resilience. Say it again, resilience. Resilience is a powerful, versatile word that applies far beyond just nature. It can describe a community's ability to bounce back after a flood or even an economy's capacity to withstand a recession. Focus on the structure, building resilience against XM. The word is depletion. Say it again, depletion. While running out works conversationally, using depletion immediately elevates your register to an academic level. We often talk about resource depletion, for example, water or mineral depletion. This collocation is extremely useful. The word is sustainable. Say it again, sustainable. This word is probably the most common in this field, but its meaning is deep. Sustainability means meeting current needs without compromising future generations' ability to meet theirs. Don't just use it as an adjective, try pairing it with nouns like development, lifestyle, or practices. The word is ameliorate. Say it again, ameliorate. Ameliorate is a more formal synonym for improve, which is exactly what we need when writing an academic essay, but it can be tricky because it's noun form. Amelioration feels quite high level. Practice using it to describe improving systemic problems, not just minor inconveniences. Here are 5 examples. To achieve true sustainability, governments must implement policies that curb resource depletion. Sustainable age and depletion, in. Notice how sustainables is paired with a strong action verb like curb, making the sentence feel balanced. This structure, action plus a verb target noun, is key to fluent descriptive speech. Coastal cities are building infrastructure designed for maximum resilience against rising sea levels. Resilience, N. Here, resilience is successfully used as an adjective complement. It's not just that the city is resilient, its infrastructure must be designed for it. This shows a very advanced grasp of academic phrasing. The new study highlighted how deforestation severely compromises local biodiversity and ecosystem health. Biodiversity, N. When describing environmental damage, listing multiple types of loss like biodiversity and egg ecosystem health creates a comprehensive sense of scale. It signals to the listener that you understand the complexity of the issue. International agreements focus on emission mitigation strategies to help ameliorate climate change risks. Mitigation and ameliorate, V. This sentence perfectly demonstrates the relationship between cause and effect. The mitigation strategies are the tool, and they aim to ameliorate the resulting risk, showing a clear understanding of problem-solving mechanisms. We must prioritize initiatives that promote biodiversity rather than just focusing on short-term economic gains. Biodiversity, N. This type of comparative statement instead of X, we should focus on We's perfect for debate. It allows you to acknowledge a counterargument while pivoting back to your main, more complex point. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, mitigation. Compare it with adaptation. Difference in timing action. This is a key distinction. Mitigation means reducing the cause like cutting emissions. Adaptation, however, involves adjusting to changes that are already unavoidable, such as building rain catchment systems, because climate change has already started affecting rainfall patterns. First, depletion. Exhaustion, synonym. Scope, depletion is often used for measurable resources. While exhaustion is a good synonym, depletion sounds more formal and technical, especially when referring to geological or mineral reserves. If you are speaking in an academic context about natural resources, stick with depletion. First, sustainable. Eco-friendly, less formal. Scope, sustainability is a systemic model. Eco-friendly describes products. Think of it this way, an eco-friendly product might be biodegradable, but whether the entire system supporting that production is sustainable in terms of labor or global impact is a much deeper question. use sustainables for overall policy and system critique. First, ameliorate. Alleviate synonym. Severity. Ameliorate often implies improving a systemic condition. Both mean to lessen, but ameliorate suggests making something fundamentally better or more structured. If you are talking about reducing immediate pain, like stress or symptoms, then alleviate works perfectly. Here are 4 ways to practice. Collocation, mapping. Pairing words with common academic nouns and verbs. Don't just learn the definition, learn the neighbors. For example, global warming is a basic pairing. But knowing mitigation strategies, biodiversity loss, or resource depletion rates shows fluency in academic collocations. Concept chains. Linking related vocabulary to build complex arguments. Instead of defining words one by one, try building a chain if we see resource depletion. We must implement mitigation strategies that promote sustainable practices. This shows how the ideas connect logically. Contextual swapping. Replacing common words with target vocabulary in existing texts. Take a written piece you wrote previously and identify 3 places where you used make better or reduce. Can you replace those vague phrases with ameliorate, mitigation, or alleviate? This is pure skill transfer. Spaced repetition review. Reviewing the words in small, focused chunks over time. Final method is simply consistent review. When you encounter an environmental article or podcast, pause and ask yourself, how could I describe this concept using one of our 6 target words? This forces active retrieval. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Global warming demands urgent action. The current rate of resource depletion threatens global food security and biodiversity. To counteract this, international agreements focus heavily on emission mitigation strategies. While full sustainability is challenging, we must prioritize actions that build coastal resilience and ameliorate the worst effects. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means the variety of lives. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is biodiversity. The passage uses biodiversity here to emphasize that the damage isn't just economic but biological. This reminds us that environmental issues are multifaceted and require diverse solutions. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, we need immediate global cooperation for carbon mitigation efforts. When crafting a personal response, try to use an academic transition phrase like furthermore or consequently before placing your new vocabulary word. This frames the vocab within sophisticated discourse you are already comfortable with. When discussing modern technology's impact, we need vocabulary that moves beyond simple good and bad. We are aiming for academic precision. This unit focuses on high-level discourse markers and sophisticated nouns to help you debate complex issues effectively. Our goal is not just to list pros and cons, but to analyze the underlying social or economic shifts caused by technology. Remember that advanced English isn't about knowing obscure words, it's about using the right word at the right time. When you speak in a debate setting, precision is key. By focusing on these specific terms, you can signal to your listener that you are engaging with the topic at an academic level. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is ubiquitous. Say it again, ubiquitous. This word is fantastic for describing anything that has become normal or common, like Wi-Fi signals or social media platforms. Remember to use it carefully. Ubiquitous implies a total saturation of something in modern life. A strong collocation here would be technologically ubiquitous. The word is detrimental. Say it again, detrimental. This is a great academic alternative to simply saying bad or harmful. When you say something is detrimental, it suggests an inherent measurable negative effect. If you are arguing against technology, pairing detrimental with a specific area like mental health or sleep patterns will make your argument much stronger. The word is paradigm. Say it again, paradigm. A paradigm refers to an entire framework of thought, not just one single thing. When we talk about technological shifts, we are often talking about a paradigm shifter, complete change in how society operates. Using this word shows you understand the fundamental structure of change. The word is integration. Say it again, integration. This word is perfect for describing how different technologies or systems are being combined. Instead of saying putting things together, use integration. This helps you sound very technical and academic when discussing complex systems like smart homes or industrial automation. The word is constraint. Say it again, constraint. When discussing technology, the negative side often comes from limitations. A constraint can refer to physical limits like battery life, but it can also refer to ethical or legal boundaries. Thinking of constraints allows you to structure arguments that acknowledge real-world hurdles. The word is disparity. Say it again, disparity. This word is crucial when discussing global impacts of technology. It means more than just difference. It implies an unfair or notable imbalance, often related to wealth or geography. When you use disparity, you are immediately signaling that your argument has a social justice component. Here there are 5 examples. The once niche technology has become utterly ubiquitous, making it impossible to escape in modern life. Ubiquitous, adjective. Notice how the word utterly strengthens ubiquitous, adding emphasis and natural flow. This structure helps you escalate the description of a phenomenon from merely present to overwhelming. Experts warn that constant digital connectivity can have detrimental effects on adolescent mental health. Detrimental, age. By specifying digital connectivity, you are making your argument highly focused. This level of detail helps move the discussion away from general complaints and into specific, research-backed claims. The shift from physical media to streaming services represents a dramatic paradigm change in entertainment. Noun. When you use dramatic paradigm change, you are suggesting that the industry didn't just evolve, it fundamentally broke and rebuilt itself. This is powerful language for discussing massive market shifts. The successful integration of renewable energy sources requires significant governmental investment. Integration, noun. Here, successful integration suggests a complex process that needs planning and cooperation. It's not just about putting solar panels on roofs, it involves grid management and policy changes. A major constraint on further AI development is the lack of standardized ethical guidelines. Constraint, noun. This example shows that constraints aren't just physical limitations. Ethical and legal frameworks can be powerful academic constraints, giving your argument real weight. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, correlation. Compare it with causation. Difference in relation. This is an essential distinction for any academic discussion. Correlation simply means 2 things happen together, while causation means one makes the other happen. Always remember this difference to avoid making a weak, unsubstantiated claim. First, mitigate. Compare it with alleviate, reducing severity versus easing pain. While both mean lessen, mitigate is often used with abstract problems like risk or impact, for example, mitigating climate change. But alleviate works better for something physical, like alleviating pain or stress. First, inequality. Compare it with disparity. General concept versus observable difference. Inequality is a broad societal condition, but disparities points to the visible gap or imbalance between 2 specific things like income disparity across regions. Use disparity when you want your listener to picture a clear, measurable difference. First, enhancement. Compare it with improvement. Adding value versus becoming better. An improvement suggests that the original thing was flawed and got fixed. But an enhancement implies that you added a new, luxurious layer of functionality to something already good. Think of adding features versus fixing bugs. Here are 4 ways to practice. Vocabulary mapping. Connect the words to themes. After learning a word like detrimental, don't just write its definition. Draw lines connecting it to related concepts such as mental health and sleep. This visual mapping technique helps your brain recall the word in a specific context. Collocation building. Practice common pairings. Instead of learning ubiquitous alone, learn the phrase technologically ubiquitous. Focusing on these natural pairings collocation is what makes your speech sound native, and always ask yourself, what words usually go with this one? The 5-minute rule. Use the vocab immediately. Don't wait until you are in a formal test to use these words. For the next 5 minutes, force yourself to incorporate one new word into any conversation, even talking about your day. Immediate recall is the best way to cement vocabulary in long-term memory. Apply the words broadly. A final tip is to practice taking one word, say disparity, and discussing it across multiple unrelated topics. You could discuss income disparity, climate disparity, or data disparity. This proves that you truly understand the meaning rather than just memorizing an example sentence. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The rise of AI has created a true paradigm shift in how information is processed. While the benefits are clear from medical diagnostics to seamless data integration, we must address the growing disparity in access. Furthermore, the use of facial recognition technology, though convenient, raises serious concerns about personal constraint and its potential detrimental effect on civil liberties. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means a great difference or inequality. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is disparity. The passage uses disparities to talk about access, implying that some people benefit from this new technology while others do not. This immediately triggers your thought of social justice and economic imbalance. Question 2. Use the word detrimental in a sentence discussing modern life. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, spending too much time looking at screens can be detrimental to one's eyesight. When building your own sentences, try to make them specific. Instead of saying the effect is bad, specify what's about it, like screen time, and how it affects you, eyesight. This gives the word detrimental maximum impact. Today we are tackling the vocabulary used when discussing health, wellness, and lifestyle choices. This topic requires language that moves beyond simply reporting symptoms. It demands analyzing patterns of care and proactive habits. We will focus on specialized terminology related to overall well-being and preventative action in modern life. Mastering this vocabulary helps you sound informed whether you're talking to a doctor or discussing self-improvement with friends. When we discuss wellness, we're moving into a more holistic realm of conversation. Instead of just saying, I feel bad, learners should aim for phrases like, my energy levels are dipping. This elevates your speech from merely descriptive to analytical, which is crucial for advanced conversational fluency. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is resilience. Say it again, resilience. Think of resilience not just as physical toughness, but as mental flexibility. When you use this word, you are suggesting an inner strength, the capacity to bounce back after hardship. A great collocation here is, build resilience through mindfulness. The word is sedentary. Say it again, sedentary. This word is excellent for describing modern issues related to technology and office life. Remember that sedentary describes the activity level or lack thereof. It's a more precise term than simply saying inactive, which can be too vague. The word is holistic. Say it again, holistic. The key takeaway with holistics is that it implies interconnectedness. When you use this adjective, you are arguing against a reductionist view of health. You must connect at least 2 different aspects like diet and mental state to make the argument sound natural. The word is mitigate. Say it again, mitigate. This is a high-level verb, perfect for formal writing or academic discussions. Instead of saying make better or reduce, use mitigate. Always try pairing it with a negative concept, such as mitigate risks or mitigate symptoms. This gives your speech immediate gravitas. The word is regimen. Say it again, regimen. A regimen implies structure and commitment much more than just a simple habit. It suggests that the plan is professional or highly intentional, like a doctor's prescription for lifestyle changes. If you say you are following a routine, using regimen elevates it instantly. The word is preventive. Say it again, preventive. This adjective is crucial for discussing health responsibly. It focuses on action taken before an issue becomes acute. When you talk about preventive measures, you are speaking the language of expert self-care, not just reacting to pain. Here are 5 examples. To truly improve my mental health, I need a more holistic approach that addresses both diet and sleep quality. Holistic adjective. Notice how holistics connects mind and body. This phrase is far stronger than saying, I need to take care of myself in every way. It shows you understand the comprehensive nature of wellness. Because my job is so sedentary, I make sure to walk briskly for 30 minutes every day. Sedentary, a G. This sentence naturally integrates the word into a cause and effect structure. Using because here establishes that your walking routine is a direct countermeasure to an environmental problem, making your speech highly logical. Implementing better time management skills can help mitigate the stress caused by overwhelming workloads. Mitigate verb. Here, mitigate is used to lessen an abstract threat stress. Remember that you don't just mitigate a physical injury, you can mitigate feelings or risks. This broad application makes your vocabulary much more versatile. He adopted a strict new regimen of morning yoga and journaling to rebuild his emotional resilience. Regimen noun. The combination of strict and regimen emphasizes discipline. It suggests this isn't a casual interest, but a serious structured commitment to personal development that requires consistency. Getting regular preventive checkups is the most effective way to manage chronic conditions. Preventive adj. This final example perfectly pairs preventives with checkups, creating a common and highly natural collocation. This phrase signals that you are speaking about established medical best practices. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, wellness. Fitness, physical. Scope of discussion. Wellness is broad, fitness is specific to physical ability. While related, they are not interchangeable. Fitness usually refers to measurable physical strength or endurance, think running a marathon. Wellness, however, encompasses diet, mental state, and social connections, making it a much wider umbrella term. First, preventive. Compare it with proactive. Focus of action. Preventive refers to stopping an event. Proactive suggests taking initiative. Both are excellent, but they aren't identical. If you wait for a vaccine, that's preventive. But if you start meditating before your stress gets bad, that is being proactive. Understanding this difference adds depth to your advice. First, habit. Compare it with regimen. Level of planning. Habit is automatic. Regimen is highly structured and prescribed. A habit simply happens, like checking your phone every 5 minutes. A regimen, on the other hand, implies expert oversight or deliberate routine. Designate sounds more intense and formal than just a personal quirk. First, mitigate. Compare it with alleviate. Focus of reduction. Mitigate lessens severity. Alleviate eases discomfort. When dealing with pain, alleviate is often the perfect word because it suggests easing immediate suffering. However, if you are talking about reducing the risk or the impact of a large problem, mitigate is stronger and more academic. Here are 4 ways to practice. Collocation. Mapping word pairs. Practice pairing your new words with common nouns and verbs. Example, stress management regimen. Don't just memorize the word. Memorize how it behaves structurally in a sentence. By forcing yourself to create strong collocations, you ensure that when you speak, your speech sounds native and natural. Thematic sentence chains. Start a topic, e.g., sleep, and try to incorporate 3 different target words into one extended paragraph. This exercise forces fluency and quick recall under pressure. It's much harder than writing sentences individually because you have to maintain thematic coherence while using sophisticated vocabulary. Definition: recall cards. Use flashcards where one side has a concept, e.g., recovering from stress, and the other side is the word, resilience. This method focuses on semantic retrieval, which is key for speaking quickly. Instead of just defining it, you are associating the feeling or concept with the precise academic vocabulary. Role-play scripting. Pretend to give health advice to a friend, building an entire mini-script using 5 different words. The ultimate test of any new word is integrating it into spontaneous speech. By scripting a role-play, you are practicing the rhythm and tone required when giving counsel, not just recalling definitions. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Maintaining optimal wellness requires a shift toward proactive lifestyle choices. We must remember that physical fitness alone is not enough. We need a holistic approach that also addresses mental health. If your job is sedentary, you should develop a consistent exercise regimen to mitigate risks and support preventive care. Developing resilience through better sleep habits will significantly boost your overall well-being. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means taking action before something bad happens. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is preventive. The text uses preventives to describe care taken beforehand. It's important to notice how this adjective modifies care, showing that prevention is an aspect of medical practice itself, not just a concept. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence about studying for exams. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, I need a new study regimen to build my resilience before finals week. When building your answer, try to include 2 or 3 different vocabulary items. For example, you might say, to improve my resilience, I am implementing a strict sleep regimen. This shows mastery of the domain. In academic discussions about learning and schooling, we often talk about complex systems. These concepts help us understand not just what is taught, but how it should be taught for maximum impact. We are moving beyond simple definitions of teaching to explore the actual theories behind successful education. These theories provide a framework for educators to design better lessons and curricula. Understanding this advanced vocabulary will allow you to participate in high-level academic discourse on global educational reform. When discussing these topics, remember that we are talking about theory, not just practice. Knowing the difference between what is done and what should be done is key to sounding truly academic. Pay close attention to how these words help you critique existing systems. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is pedagogy. Say it again, pedagogy. Unlike simply saying teaching methods, using pedagogy elevates your language immediately. It refers to the entire system or science, not just one lesson plan. You can often use this word when describing a teacher's overall style. The word is curriculum. Say it again, curriculum. A curriculum is more than just a list of classes. It represents the entire learning journey and structure provided by an institution. When criticizing a system, you might say the curriculum lacks depth rather than just saying the subjects are bad. The word is scaffolding. Say it again, scaffolding. This is a powerful term from learning theory, meaning providing just enough assistance to keep someone from failing, but not so much that they don't learn anything themselves. It implies gradual withdrawal of support as competence grows. The word is constructivism. Say it again, constructivism. Think of constructivism as learning by doing. It contrasts sharply with older theories that suggested students simply absorb facts. If you use this word, you are arguing for student autonomy and active participation. The word is assessment. Say it again, assessment. While testing is what happens, assessment is the much broader process. It includes observation, portfolios, and self-reflection. Always use this word when discussing how learning is measured throughout a program. The word is didactic. Say it again, didactic. This is a critical adjective you can use when critiquing poor teaching. If a teacher just lectures without allowing interaction, their style might be described as didactic. It carries a slight negative connotation of being overly formal or boring. Here are 5 examples. Effective pedagogy requires the teacher to adjust their style based on student needs rather than sticking rigidly to a single method. This sentence shows how pedagogy relates directly to adaptability. It suggests that good teaching isn't one size fits all. It requires flexibility and responsiveness. The school board voted to overhaul the mathematics curriculum to include more real-world applications. Curriculum, noun. Here, curriculum is used in a policy context, showing that changes often come from administrative decisions. It focuses on the content structure being modified. The instructor provided scaffolding by breaking down the complex research paper into smaller, manageable steps. Scaffolding, noun. Remember that scaffolding is a temporary support. The key takeaway from this example is that the goal isn't the support itself, but helping the student become self-sufficient. Research shows that constructivism encourages students to take ownership of their own knowledge acquisition. Constructivism, noun. This phrase highlights the power dynamic in learning. Instead of passively receiving information, the student is actively constructing meaning with the help of experience. We must improve our assessment methods to measure critical thinking skills, not just rote memorization. Assessment, noun. The contrast here between assessment and rote memorization is crucial. We are moving the focus from simply recalling facts to proving genuine understanding. Let's compare 4 pairs. Pedagogy theory. Didactic, practice. Scope and tone difference. Pedagogy refers to the entire academic field, the science of teaching. By contrast, didactic describes a style that is often too focused on transmitting information, lacking student engagement. Constructivism, theory. Behaviorism, opposite theory. Active versus reactive learning. If constructivism emphasizes building knowledge through experience, behaviorism focuses on stimulus and response learning by conditioning. When comparing theories, understanding this core difference is essential. Assessment, measuring. Evaluation, judging value. Process versus judgment. While often used interchangeably, assessment is the act of gathering data on knowledge. Evaluation is the judgment made about that data determining if the student has met the standard or if a program needs reform. Curriculum, what? Syllabus, how? Scope of coverage? The curriculum is the entire scope of what should be taught over years. The syllabus, however, is a much narrower document detailing exactly what will be covered in a single semester or academic term. Here are 4 ways to practice. Building word maps. After learning a word like scaffolding, draw a map connecting it to synonyms, antonyms, and associated concepts. This builds deeper networks. Don't just write the definition down. Visualize how the word connects to other ideas in your existing knowledge base. For example, if you map pedagogy, connect it to topics like student autonomies or project-based learning. Contextual close practice. Write short paragraphs where you must fill in the blank using one of the target vocabulary words. This forces natural usage. This technique simulates real academic writing, requiring you to understand not just the definition, but also the grammatical fit and tone of the word within a sentence structure. Collocation pairing. Practice pairing your words with strong adverbs or nouns. Try gradually implement scaffolding or rigorous assessment. High-level language is often defined by its collocations, the natural pairings of words. Knowing that we talk about critical thinking, not just importance thinking, makes your speech more native and academic. Explaining to a peer. Select one word and pretend you are teaching it to a friend who knows nothing about educational theory. Use simple analogies. The best way to solidify complex vocabulary is through output, not input. By explaining the concept of constructivism simply, for instance, you move from passive recognition to active mastery. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Good pedagogy understands that simply lecturing is often insufficient. To improve learning outcomes, the new curriculum incorporates project-based work. This model of constructivism requires students to actively build knowledge rather than passively receiving it. Furthermore, the teacher uses scaffolding techniques to guide them through complex tasks, and continuous assessment ensures a holistic view of their progress. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means the method or practice of teaching. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is pedagogy. This question tests your ability to use the academic term for the field of teaching. Notice how it is used at the start of the paragraph, setting the tone for necessary improvement. Question 2. Use constructivisms in a sentence about professional development. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, professional training should utilize constructivism by having employees solve real workplace problems to build knowledge. When expanding on your answer, remember that the word needs context. By applying constructivism outside of a classroom setting like in corporate training, you show mastery and versatility. Economic language is essential for understanding world news and academic reports. When discussing global markets, we need precise vocabulary to describe complex cycles of growth and decline. This unit focuses on high-level terminology related to trade policy, financial health, and market stability. We will move beyond simple terms like monies or job to analyze deeper concepts. Mastering this language allows you to sound authoritative when discussing macroeconomics. The key takeaway here is accuracy. Using the wrong term can change the meaning of an entire economic analysis. Instead of just saying things are bad, you need words like recession or deficit. We aren't just learning definitions, we are learning how to analyze systemic financial health. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is inflation. Say it again, inflation. Remember that inflation isn't just about prices going up. It means your money buys less than it used to. A common collocation you should practice is combating inflation, which sounds much more academic than saying fighting the rising cost. The word is recession. Say it again, recession. A recession is more severe than just a bad quarter. It implies a prolonged downturn affecting multiple sectors of the economy. When speaking about this topic, always try to link recession with phrases like economic contraction or slowed growth. The word is tariff. Say it again, tariff. Think of tariffs as a tax barrier between nations. You often hear them paired with words like trade wars or protectionism. If you are discussing international relations, knowing the impact of tariffs is crucial. The word is deficit. Say it again, deficit. A deficit essentially means you are spending more than you earn, whether it's money or goods. In government terms, we usually talk about a budget deficit, and the implication is often that borrowing will increase. The word is volatility. Say it again, volatility. This word is perfect for finance discussions because it describes instability. When you say something has high volatility, you are warning your listener that prices could swing wildly up or down very quickly. The word is stimulus. Say it again, stimulus. A stimulus is essentially an injection of cash or aid designed to kickstart a sluggish economy. Common phrases here include fiscal stimulus and monetary stimulus, which refer to different types of governmental action. Here are 5 examples. Due to persistent supply chain issues, the inflation rate has reached multi-decade highs. Inflation, in. Notice how this sentence uses persistent and multi-decade. These adjectives help elevate your writing. When you describe an economic problem, adding specific timeframes or modifiers makes your statement sound much more expert. Analysts predict that global demand will slow down, signaling a potential recession within the next fiscal quarter. Recession, NN. The phrase signaling a potential recession is much stronger than simply saying it might be bad. It shows you are interpreting data and predicting future trends, which is key in academic speaking. The imposition of new tariffs on foreign steel has fueled accusations of trade protectionism. Tariff, N. Here, trade protectionism is a fantastic phrase to use because it explains the intent behind the tariff. It moves your discussion from simple fact reporting to complex policy analysis. The growing budget deficit worried rating agencies and prompted calls for immediate fiscal adjustment. Deficit, N. Linking the deficits directly to rating agencies immediately grounds your vocabulary in the financial world. This shows you understand the ripple effect to national debt affects credit scores. The extreme volatility of commodity prices forced central banks to implement aggressive stimulus measures. Volatility, N. This sentence clusters three advanced terms together beautifully. By linking volatility directly to the required action, stimulus, you are demonstrating a mastery of cause and effect language. Let's compare four pairs. First, deficit. Surplus antonym. Usage and meaning in finance. If a deficit means spending more than you earn, then a surplus is the opposite, earning substantially more than necessary. Understanding this binary opposition is fundamental to discussing national budgets. First, recession. Downturn, less severe. Severity and duration of economic decline. While both refer to bad times, a downturn is usually short-term or localized. A recession implies a much deeper, systemic, and longer period of contraction that affects the entire economy. First, inflation. Stagflation, compound term. The simultaneous presence of high inflation and slow growth. Stagflation is arguably one of the most complex economic problems. It happens when you have both rising prices and a lack of growth, which makes traditional solutions very difficult. First, tariff. Quota, different restriction. Taxation versus quantity restriction. A tariff is a tax on goods entering a country. A quota, however, limits the quantity of goods allowed in regardless of cost. It's important to distinguish between taxing imports and limiting them outright. Here are 4 ways to practice. Collocation mapping. Pair the target words with common academic adjectives or verbs, e.g., mitigate volatility, alleviate deficit. Instead of memorizing definitions, try to build word chunks. These are collocations. If you link inflation with a verb like curbs or mitigate, your vocabulary becomes much more fluent and natural. Scenario role play. Imagine yourself as an economist giving a briefing to world leaders. Applying the words in a specific, high-stakes context like this helps you recall them under pressure. This active retrieval method is vastly superior to simply reading lists. Defining ripple effects. Don't just define tariff, explain how it affects consumer prices and global trade agreements. Advanced speaking requires explaining the consequences, not just defining terms. Show that you understand cause and effect, creating a richer narrative for your listeners. Interleaving practice. Mix up all 6 words in one single paragraph to test recall under varied conditions. This technique is crucial because it forces your brain to differentiate between similar terms like deficit and recession. Mixing them prevents you from relying on predictable patterns. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The global market faced unprecedented instability last quarter. Concerns over a widening budget deficit prompted central banks to issue significant stimulus packages. However, the continued supply chain issues led to persistent inflation and high commodity volatility. Policymakers now debate whether new tariffs are necessary measures to counter this inflationary pressure or if they will simply trigger another trade downturn. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means a rapid decline of economic activity. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is downturn or recession, depending on context. The paragraph implies a potential slowdown, and while we used recession earlier, the phrase trade downturn here offers a good synonym. Recognizing that multiple words can cover similar concepts is key to advanced understanding. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence demonstrating its effect. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, high tariffs can drastically reduce market access for developing nations, causing severe economic hardship. When building your answer, try to include a cause and an effect. For instance, the rising inflation caused the manufacturers to slow production. This structure makes your argument sound more sophisticated. Today we are tackling one of the most effective ways to boost your speaking score, replacing common words with precise academic synonyms. This isn't just about sounding smart, it's about achieving clarity and precision in your arguments. Using advanced vocabulary demonstrates a mastery of English that goes beyond basic conversational ability. Remember, simply memorizing lists won't guarantee fluency. The key strategy here is contextualization. We are focusing on words that allow you to express complex ideas like analyzing cause and effect or describing underlying issues, which is exactly what academic writing and speaking require. Think of these elevated synonyms as powerful tools in your rhetorical toolbox. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is mitigate. Say it again, mitigate. Instead of saying make it better, try mitigate. This word is perfect for discussing solutions and minimizing risks in environmental or economic topics. Remember that you must always follow this verb with a noun phrase describing what is being reduced, such as mitigate the risks or mitigate the impact. The word is crucial. Say it again, crucial. While importance is correct, crucial carries a weight of absolute necessity. It suggests that something is not just helpful, but absolutely essential for success or survival in the given context. When you feel your argument needs emphasis, swap out very important for this word. The word is illustrate. Say it again, illustrate. Illustrate is much stronger than show. When you are speaking, if you find yourself saying, I will show you, try rephrasing it as, let me illustrate that point with an example. This elevates your discourse and helps organize your supporting evidence. The word is dilemma. Say it again, dilemma. A dilemma implies that all available options have significant drawbacks, which makes for excellent academic discussion. It's not just a hard choice, it's a conflict where the best option is still highly problematic. Practice using this when discussing ethical or policy challenges. The word is pervasive. Say it again, pervasive. Pervasive means something is everywhere, subtly and broadly. It's much more specific than simply saying common. If you want to describe an issue that affects every corner of society like misinformation or economic strain, this word is perfect for adding academic depth. The word is implication. Say it again, implication. This word allows you to move beyond describing a fact and start analyzing its consequences. When someone presents data, don't just summarize what they said, discuss the implications. This shows critical thinking and is highly valued in advanced discussions. Here are 5 examples. Climate change requires immediate global action to mitigate the rising sea levels. Mitigate, verb. Notice how mitigate is used here not just as an action, but in response to a crisis. It suggests proactive steps are needed, which makes your argument sound more authoritative and solution-oriented. Education reform is crucial for preparing students for the modern job market. Crucial, adjective. By pairing crucial with a specific outcome like preparation for the job market, you make your statement feel more concrete and less like a general opinion. Always try to follow an academic adjective with a clear subject. The scientists used graphs to illustrate the dramatic decline in biodiversity over the last century. Here, illustrates refers to using visual data. In speaking, if you are referencing a chart or an example, using this verb gives your presentation a professional, analytical flair. The city council faced a dilemma: raise taxes or cut essential services. Dilemma, noun. This sentence efficiently captures the difficulty inherent in policy making. Instead of saying they had a hard choice, using dilemma immediately signals that the situation is complex and involves mutual trade-offs. The issue of online privacy is pervasive, affecting every aspect of our digital lives. Pervasive adjective. Pervasive works wonderfully with abstract nouns like issue, influence, or concern. It tells the listener that this isn't a localized problem. It is an omnipresent force affecting everyone. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, important. Crucial adjective. Degree of necessity. Important is general, crucial means absolutely essential. Important can be subjective, but crucial suggests a point of no return. If this one thing fails, everything else fails too. Mastering this distinction helps you write with greater conviction and focus your arguments effectively. First, reduce. Mitigate, verb force. Scope of action. Reduce often means lowering a measurable quantity. Mitigates lessens the severity or impact. If you are talking about pollution, you might try to reduce emissions. But if you are discussing the overall danger of climate change, you would aim to mitigate its negative impacts. The difference changes the focus from quantity to consequence. First, problem. Dilemma, N. Nature of the choice. A problem is a challenge. A dilemma is a conflict between 2 equally undesirable choices. This pair helps you elevate your discussion from mere challenges to deep ethical or structural conflicts. Whenever you feel yourself listing problems one after another, pause and ask, am I describing a list of issues or a difficult choice between them? Go on. Pervasive adjective. Scope and reach. Common means widely found. Pervasive suggests something is deeply embedded and inescapable. Common can be used for physical objects, like common weeds. But when discussing ideas or trends, pervasive suggests a deeper cultural infiltration. It's not just around, it's part of the fabric. Here are 4 ways to practice. Word maps, concept grouping. Group mitigate, reduce, and alleviate together to understand their semantic field. When creating word maps, don't just write definitions. Instead, map out how words relate to each other in meaning. For example, if you grouped synonyms for change, you might also include the necessary collocations like gradual change or drastic change. This builds your vocabulary network. Collocation practice. Practice pairing crucial with nouns, crucial role, crucial juncture, etc. A high-scoring speaker doesn't just use a complex word, they use it perfectly paired with another word that is collocation. By practicing these fixed pairings, you sound native and highly polished, moving far beyond simple vocabulary replacement. Contextual substitution drill. Take 5 basic sentences from your life and replace the weakest verb or adjective with one of our target words. This is perhaps the most effective exercise. It forces you to move from passive recognition to active recall. Don't just think of a synonym. Think of why that specific academic word fits the tone and weight of the sentence. Spaced repetition log. Review these words in 1 week, then again in 2 weeks, ensuring they are used in different topics. Consistency is key for long-term retention. When you review, don't just recite the definition. Instead, try to craft a unique sentence using that word related to an entirely new topic, maybe environmental science one day and economics the next. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The shift toward remote work has created a dilemma for many employers. While flexibility is highly valued by employees, the operational implications for company culture are complex and pervasive. To mitigate potential issues, organizations must implement virtual collaboration tools that can effectively illustrate teamwork across time zones. Ignoring this trend means ignoring a crucial component of modern workforce strategy. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that suggests an unavoidable or widespread presence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is pervasive. The passage uses pervasive to describe the influence of remote work. This is much stronger than saying very common. When you see a concept described as pervasive, it means this issue isn't confined to one department or region. It has fundamentally changed the whole system. Question 2. Use the word dilemma in your own sentence about technology. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, we face the dilemma of balancing technological advancement with data privacy concerns. Notice how I use dilemma to set up a conflict between two powerful concepts, progress versus protection. When you use this word, you are signaling that your argument is nuanced and complex, which significantly boosts your academic score. When examiners listen for idiomatic language, they are not simply checking if you know the phrase, they are assessing how naturally it fits into your speech. Fluency is key here. You want to sound like a native speaker who uses colorfully descriptive language without having to think of every perfect phrase. The goal is integration, meaning the idiom should feel like an organic part of your thought process. It enhances your message rather than distracting from it. Remember that using an advanced piece of vocabulary or an idiom is only half the battle. If you use a brilliant phrase but stumble over its pronunciation or pause unnaturally before and after it, it undermines your impact. Aim for smooth delivery, let the language flow around the idiom so it feels effortless. Let's go through 5 words. For each word I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, if I had to pick one thing. Say it again, if I had to pick one thing. This phrase is excellent because it signals that you are about to provide your strongest, most considered argument. It gives you a slight pause and helps structure your answer, making your speech sound more cohesive and decisive. The word is, it really boils down to. Say it again, it really boils down to. Use this when you've discussed multiple points but need to reach the core conclusion. It tells the listener, forget all that complexity, here is the single most important takeaway. It's perfect for summarizing your argument powerfully. The word is, speaking of which, it reminds me that, no. Say it again, speaking of which, it reminds me that. This is a sophisticated connector used to pivot smoothly between ideas. Instead of just saying also, this phrase makes your speech sound conversational and highly connected, like you are thinking on the spot in real life. The word is, to put it mildly. Say it again, to put it mildly. To stem. This phrase is useful when you want to emphasize that your description is actually an understatement. It adds color and sophistication, showing the examiner that you have a nuanced understanding of how language operates in conversation. The word is, on the other hand, we must also consider. Say it again, on the other hand, we must also consider. When discussing pros and cons, always signal your balance. Using this phrase ensures that you are presenting a well-rounded argument rather than just listing points. It demonstrates critical thinking skills right in your speaking structure. Let's compare 4 pairs. It's super important to. It is crucial that we consider. Elevating register for emphasis. Notice how replacing simple intensifiers like supers with stronger academic adverbs immediately raises your tone. This shift shows the examiner you can tailor your vocabulary level to the academic context. I totally get what you mean, but while I appreciate that point, however, polite disagreement and structure. The difference here is one of formality. The casual version sounds like a quick chat with a friend. The revised version shows measured thought suitable for an examination setting. It's all about money, right? Ultimately, financial considerations play a paramount role. Replacing simple nouns and verbs. This comparison focuses on high-level lexical choices. Moving from common words to more precise academic vocabulary boosts your lexical resource score significantly. I guess maybe. Perhaps it is worth noting that hedging and caution. When you aren't 100% sure, hedging your statement keeps you safe from error. The revised phrase, it is worth noting, sounds far more academic and measured than the casual, I guess maybe. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Vague fillers, hesitation. Strategic pauses, pause. Therefore, the most common mistake is using excessive, meaningless fillers. Instead of defaulting to or like, train yourself to use strategic silence. A brief pause gives you time to gather your thoughts and makes you sound thoughtful rather than lost. Overly simple language, this idea is too much. Precision in adjective use. This concept seems somewhat excessive. Try to improve the precision of your nouns and adjectives. Replacing too much with something like excessive or disproportionate shows advanced control over sophisticated vocabulary. Topic: drift or lack of scope. I think people should eat more vegetables. Maintaining academic scope, it is imperative that public health initiatives promote better nutritional habits. Answering: always elevate your scope. Don't just give personal advice. Discuss systemic solutions or global trends to demonstrate a broader academic perspective. Here are 4 ways to practice. Shadowing advanced speakers. Listen to TED Talks or academic podcasts and repeat phrases immediately after the speaker. This technique is fantastic for embedding natural rhythm. Don't just focus on the words. Pay attention to their intonation, stress, and connecting sounds. Mimicking native speech patterns improves your overall fluency dramatically. Role-play scenarios. Pretend you are debating a point with an expert panel or arguing in a formal setting. Context is everything when using idioms. By role-playing, you force yourself to use high-level language because the situation demands it. This builds muscle memory for natural speech flow. Recording and self-correction. Record answers to prompts, then listen back, specifically detecting weak phrasing or repetitive vocabulary. The most uncomfortable but effective exercise is recording yourself. When you listen back, you will immediately hear the gaps in your argument or where an idiom felt forced, allowing for targeted improvement. The connector chain drill. Practice giving a 3-minute talk using only advanced transition phrases and signposting language. This drill forces you to use the structural glue of English. By focusing solely on transitions like "on the other hand" and "to elaborate on that," you improve coherence, which is vital for high scores. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a piece of outdated technology like pagers, flip phones, or VCRs that you believe should make a comeback. Explain its benefits and how it could improve modern life. Aim for 1.5 to 2 minutes. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a clear structure using advanced connectors, e.g., if I had to pick one thing, it boils down to. Make sure your thesis statement is crystal clear at the start and then guide the listener through a structured argument. Use signposting language repeatedly. It shows control over your entire response. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is natural integration of 3 to 4 idioms or advanced transitional phrases. Don't just list the idioms, use them to bridge ideas. For instance, it really boils down to the emotional connection it provided. This demonstrates that the idiom is supporting your argument, not just decorative. Cohesive devices, often called discourse markers or linking words, are the glue that holds your speech together. They aren't just fancy vocabulary. Their primary job is to guide your listener through your thoughts. Think of them as signposts on a journey. They tell the audience when you are changing direction, adding more detail, or shifting focus. Mastering these devices is key to moving your English from merely correct to truly fluent and sophisticated. Remember that cohesion relates to how well connected ideas are. When we speak fluently, our thoughts flow naturally, and these markers mimic that natural human rhythm. They signal logical transitions, making your argument much easier for the listener to follow. Here are 4 examples. The city is expensive. However, the cultural experiences are unparalleled. Contrast opposition, however. Notice how, however, immediately signals a shift in perspective we just discussed. Cost, And now we pivot to value. Using contrasting markers adds complexity and intellectual depth to your response. We need better public transport. Furthermore, investing in rail links is crucial. Addition emphasis, furthermore. When you use furthermore, you are building on a point already made. This shows the examiner that your argument isn't just one idea, but an expanding collection of related points. First, we must address climate change. Subsequently, we should focus on renewable energy. Sequence order, subsequently. These markers are essential when listing steps or presenting a timeline. They create a clear roadmap for your listener, ensuring they don't get lost in the sequence of events you describe. In conclusion, these measures should be adopted immediately. Concluding, in conclusion, never underestimate the power of a strong concluding phrase. It gives your speech a sense of finality and structure, making your entire presentation sound more polished and authoritative. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Clarity and comprehension. Markers prevent the listener from having to guess your relationship between ideas. The main function of these devices is predictability. When a marker is used correctly, the listener knows exactly what mental transition you are undergoing, are removing to a counter-argument, or simply adding another example. Academic sophistication. Using varied and precise markers elevates your speaking from casual conversation to advanced discussion. In academic settings like IELTS, examiners are listening for linguistic range. Moving beyond basic linking words like and or but demonstrates a higher level of grammatical control. Creating rhetorical flow. They help you structure your argument logically, even when speaking spontaneously. Think of discourse markers as punctuation for speech. They give natural pauses and clear structural breaks, allowing you to breathe and giving the listener time to process complex ideas. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, the government is bad. Furthermore, the citizens are demanding change. Say, the government is bad. Furthermore, the citizens are demanding change. We need to remember that many linking devices require punctuation, usually a semicolon or a full stop. Using them as if they were just commas can break the flow and make your speech sound disorganized. Incorrect. Because on top of this, we must also consider. Correct. On top of this, we must also consider. A common mistake is marker stacking using too many markers back to back. It's like over-decorating a cake, sometimes less and more naturally placed is far better. Don't say, despite the costs, also we must invest in research. Say, despite the costs, we must also invest in research. If you start a sentence with an introductory marker like despite, remember that it often requires inversion or a specific grammatical structure following it. Check the grammar rules when using these powerful phrases. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 3 points rule. When forming an answer, structure it around 3 distinct points. Use a marker to introduce each point. Don't just list ideas, frame them. Start with your main idea, use the first marker for point A, the second marker for point B, and finally conclude with your 3rd point. This creates instant structure. Mapping your speech. Before speaking on a complex topic, jot down simple directional arrows or notes to keep track of shifts in argument. This technique helps you prepare mentally for the flow. If your note says contrast, you know you need an opposing viewpoint and can plan for a marker like on the other hand. The pause technique. When pausing to use a cohesive device, take a slight breath. This makes the marker sound intentional rather than hesitant. Pausing dramatically before and after a linking word gives it weight. It signals to your listener, pay attention. This phrase is important because it changes the direction of my thought. Vary your markers. Avoid using the same 2 or 3 markers repeatedly throughout an entire conversation. If you use furthermore 3 times in one speaking test, it sounds repetitive. Keep a mental bank of alternative phrases like in addition, moreover, or what's more to keep your vocabulary fresh. In IELTS Speaking Part 1, examiners are not just testing your vocabulary, they are assessing your ability to naturally expand on a simple idea. The key is moving beyond single-sentence answers by using the answer, reason, example structure. When you answer, always aim for depth by providing justification or illustrating your point with a quick anecdote. Remember that detailed speaking must sound effortless and conversational, not rehearsed or academic. This balance of detail and natural flow is what elevates your score. A common mistake here is giving an unsatisfactorily brief answer when the topic doesn't seem difficult. Think of it like this. Every simple prompt like, "Do you enjoy reading?" is a mini essay waiting to happen. Don't just say yes, explain why, and then give a specific book or genre as evidence. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, from my perspective. Say it again, from my perspective. Using phrases like, from my perspectives, establishes you as a thoughtful speaker who is ready to guide the conversation. It's much stronger than simply starting with, I think. Use this when the prompt asks for an opinion on a general subject. The word is to give you a specific example. Say it again to give you a specific example. This phrase is gold because it signals to the examiner that you are not just talking conceptually, you have real-life experience to back up your words. Always follow this preamble with a clear, short story or instance. The word is, while that is true, I also think. Say it again, while that is true, I also think. Excellent speakers rarely give only one-sided answers. By using this phrase, you show critical thinking and the ability to weigh different ideas simultaneously. It adds complexity without slowing down your rhythm. The word is, if I had to choose just one thing. Say again, if I had to choose just one thing. Sometimes questions ask you to discuss several options. Rather than listing everything, this phrase allows you to synthesize your thoughts and focus on the single most important element. This shows excellent organizational skills. The word is, overall, I would say that. Say it again. Overall, I would say that. This is a perfect concluding device for your Part 1 answers. Once you have delivered your main points and examples, use this phrase to summarize your stance concisely. It gives your response a sense of completeness. Let's compare 4 pairs. It's pretty relaxing. I find it quite rejuvenating. Using stronger adjectives, verbs. Notice the shift from relaxing to rejuvenating. While both are correct, rejuvenating is a more powerful and academic adjective that helps you score higher on lexical resource. Always aim for precise, vivid vocabulary. I like doing stuff outdoors. Spending time in nature tends to revitalize me, shifting from general phrases to specific concepts. Instead of the vague doing stuff, we are using the more descriptive and academic collocation. Spending time in nature. This specificity makes your answer sound much more thoughtful and well-considered. But sometimes it's boring. However, there can be times when I find it tedious. Using sophisticated linking words. We replace but with however and swap the simple adjective boring for the more nuanced adverbial phrase find it tedious. These small adjustments improve your overall coherence and academic tone. I guess I need to do that. Overall, I believe incorporating that habit would be beneficial, concluding with a measured statement. The casual, I guess, is replaced by the structured conclusion. I believe. This move from hesitation to confident phrasing gives the impression of genuine mastery over the language and the topic. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak spoken response? Well, it's fine. I guess I like pets. Stronger expansion. I rather enjoy keeping animals. They provide a wonderful sense of companionship. The biggest mistake in Part 1 is giving an answer that only lasts 2 seconds. Always treat the question as permission to elaborate, even if you feel nervous. Focus on expanding your idea with a why and a how. Hesitation and filler use, like, I don't know, maybe reading books. Strategic pausing. I find that physical books are quite enjoyable because they offer a more immersive experience compared to e-readers. Instead of filling silence with or like, we should replace those fillers with thoughtful pauses. Taking a deliberate breath, for example, makes you sound reflective rather than unprepared. Grammar slips, tensor clarity, I like sports, and also I played soccer last year. Focusing the statement, I enjoy playing sports. Specifically, I played recreational soccer last year, which was really fun. Watch out for basic grammatical errors like misuse of tenses or subject-verb agreement. When you make a slight mistake, do not dwell on it. Simply correct yourself smoothly and continue speaking. Here are 4 ways to practice. Record yourself and analyze structure. Answer simple prompts and then immediately listen back to identify where you stopped expanding. Were your answers too short? Recording yourself is the single most effective way to improve because it removes the safety net of knowing what's coming next. Don't just listen for grammar. Actively count how many sentences each answer has. IELTS Part 1 Mock Practice. Have a study partner hit you with rapid-fire questions on common topics like travel or hobbies, forcing quick thinking. This technique forces fluency and speed under pressure. The goal here is not perfect grammar every time, but maintaining a steady, confident rhythm while still adding necessary detail. Shadowing technique. Listen to native speakers, podcasts, videos, answering IELTS Part 1 questions, and immediately repeat their structure and pacing. Shadowing is excellent for embedding natural intonation and rhythm. Try to mimic not just the words, but the C pauses, where they breathe and where they place emphasis. The 3 C's drill. For every topic, prepare 3 types of answers: 1 opinion, 1 past experience, and 1 future plan. This comprehensive approach ensures you are ready to tackle any variation of a question. By pre-thinking these structures, your responses will feel detailed and well organized when the real test comes. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. You are asked to talk about a favorite place in your local area. Describe it and explain why you enjoy spending time there. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, don't just describe the place. Explain how that location impacts your mood or routine. Use vivid sensory details. What do you see, smell, hear? Remember, detail isn't just about word count. It's about depth of description. Integrating senses like smells or sounds makes your answer come alive and much more engaging for the examiner. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, use at least 1 advanced linking phrase, such as furthermores or on reflection, to connect your description to your personal emotions. By connecting an objective detail, like a beautiful view, to a subjective feeling like peace of mind, you demonstrate complex thought. This strategic link is the hallmark of a high-scoring, detailed answer. Mastering Part 2 requires more than just speaking for 2 minutes. It demands structured storytelling. Think of your response as having a clear narrative arc, an introduction, 3 detailed body points, and a concluding reflection. Instead of listing facts, you must build scenes, paint pictures with descriptive language, and explore the why behind everything. This comprehensive approach demonstrates fluency, coherence, and advanced vocabulary, which are crucial for high band scores. Remember that IELTS isn't just testing what you know, it's testing how well you can organize complex thoughts under pressure. By forcing yourself to follow this narrative structure, the story arc, you eliminate the risk of rambling and ensure every point contributes meaningfully to a cohesive, detailed response. Here are 4 examples. I remember this trip vividly. The scent of salt mixed with spices hung heavy in the tropical air. The local market was a vibrant chaos of colors and sounds, unlike anything I had ever witnessed. Using sensory details, smell, sight, sound, to immerse the listener. Notice how this example doesn't just say the place was lively, it makes you feel like you are standing there. Incorporating specific senses like smell or touch is a powerful way to add depth and move beyond basic adjectives. What struck me most about her talent wasn't just the skill itself, but the sheer dedication she showed. She practiced tirelessly, even when no one was watching, which speaks volumes about true passion. Shifting focus from the what's the skill to the how and why's, dedication effort. This shows advanced critical thinking. Instead of merely describing an object or action, you are analyzing the process behind it. By discussing effort or motivation, you demonstrate complex, abstract thought required for top scores. Initially, I found the concept daunting and overwhelming. However, after spending time practicing those core techniques, I realized the challenge was actually my own self-doubt. Using a progression of emotion or feeling, initial difficulty to realization. Emotional journeys are fantastic conversational material because they inherently provide structure. By detailing your internal shift from confusion to clarity, you give the examiner multiple layers of detail to follow, keeping the narrative engaging. The impact wasn't immediate, it was a gradual realization that slowly shifted my perspective on global connectivity and local culture. Focusing on impact using modifiers like gradual, slowly, or over time. This technique, discussing the impact over time, elevates your response instantly. Instead of just stating a fact, you are tracing a causal relationship, how one thing led to another, which is the hallmark of advanced academic speaking. Let's compare 4 pairs. The concert was loud and fun. I liked the band. The sheer volume of the music created an exhilarating buzz that vibrated through my chest, making it impossible not to dance with enthusiasm. Adding sensory detail and intensity. The weak version is a list of statements. The strong version uses vivid language to make the experience tangible. Always replace simple verbs or adjectives like fun or loud with more evocative, descriptive phrases. I spent time hiking in the mountains last year. My hike through those misty peaks was an immensely challenging journey. The air was crisp and cool, forcing me to pause and reflect on the sheer scale of nature's majesty. Including difficulty or challenge, making it personal. Don't just state what you did. Explain how it felt, the effort, the struggle, the specific climate conditions. This adds depth and narrative tension, making your story far more engaging for the listener. Reading books is good because they teach you things. Engaging with literature serves as a crucial window into different cultures and historical periods, broadening our empathy by letting us walk in another person's shoes. Explaining the abstract benefit, the whys. When discussing concepts like learning or culture, move past generalizations. Instead of saying it is good, explain how it improves thinking. Does it build empathy? Does it challenge assumptions? Focus on the mechanism of the benefit. The technology helped people communicate easily. Modern communication technologies have irrevocably shrunk geographical distances, enabling families separated by continents to share moments in real time through crystal-clear video calls. Using strong linking verbs and figurative language shrinks distance. Elevating your vocabulary means using powerful verbs that show action or change. Instead of helped, use words like enabled, facilitated, or revolutionized. This instantly boosts the academic tone of your speech. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. I like this park because there are trees and a bench. I went yesterday. Strong. The park was an unusually tranquil haven. The mature canopy provided dappled shade, creating a profoundly peaceful atmosphere perfect for contemplation. A common mistake is listing features the trees, the bench. To improve this, you must combine those features into a description that evokes a mood or feeling. Don't just list, synthesize. Weak. It was hard to wake up early for work, so I slept in. Strong. The temptation to sleep past my alarm was immense, but I reluctantly rose because I knew the day's schedule demanded my full presence and commitment. Avoid flat statements of fact. When describing a conflict or internal struggle, use vivid language that conveys the tension. This makes your account more gripping and detailed. Weak. My friend lives near the beach, so we often go there. We swim sometimes. Strong. Given my friend's proximity to the coast, our routine became a weekly escape, the vast expanse of sand and the cool embrace of the ocean provided an unparalleled leisure experience. The weakness here is simplicity. To achieve depth, replace basic nouns like beach or ocean with more descriptive phrases, the vast expanse of sand, the cool embrace. This elevates your vocabulary while maintaining fluency. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 5 W's framework. Who was involved? What happened? When and where did it occur? Why is it important? Which details stood out the most? This framework forces you to think beyond the core story. Instead of just narrating, use these questions to prompt descriptive detail. If you can answer all 5 points with depth, your 2 minutes will fly by smoothly. Emotional mapping. Identify 3 emotional shifts in your story: initial feeling, turning point emotion, and final reflection. Storytelling is fundamentally about human emotion. By pre-planning these emotional peaks, excitement, disappointment, surprise, you guarantee that your narrative has natural dramatic movement and sustained interest. The 3 pillars model. Structure your body points around 3 distinct areas: context, action, and impact. Do not mix these. This is a structural safeguard against rambling. Dedicate the first minute to setting the scene, context, the second to describing events, action, and the final minutes to analyzing its meaning, impact. Vocabulary stacking. For every common word you plan to use, write down 3 high-level synonyms or descriptive adjectives. Don't just memorize words, practice stacking them. If you are going to talk about big, know that alternatives include colossal, expansive, or mammoth. This flexibility is key when speaking spontaneously. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a memorable local tradition or festival in your community. You should say what the festival is, when it takes place, and who celebrates it, and explain why this celebration is so important to the people there. Question 1. What key element must you ensure is covered? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the why, the explanation of its importance to the community. Many students stop after describing the event itself. To score highly, you must dedicate significant time to analyzing the act's significance. Why does this tradition endure? Does it preserve culture or memory? Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is setting the scene using sensory detail and emotional context. Start with an engaging hook that immediately transports the listener. Use rich descriptions of sights, sounds, or smells associated with the festival. This technique grabs attention and demonstrates immediate mastery over descriptive language. In Part 3, examiners aren't testing your vocabulary or your ability to structure a perfect paragraph. They are assessing the depth of your critical thinking. They want you to move beyond simple personal anecdotes and engage with complex societal issues like ethics, policy, or global trends. This means providing balanced viewpoints and discussing cause and effect relationships. Remember that abstract simply means conceptual issues without concrete answers. When tackling these broad questions, never feel obligated to take a single side immediately. Instead, establishing complexity by acknowledging counterarguments shows superior critical thinking, which is exactly what examiners are scoring here. Think of your answer not as an opinion, but as a well-researched miniature essay outline. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, from an ethical standpoint. Say it again, from an ethical standpoint. Use this phrase when the question touches on right versus wrong or societal responsibility. It immediately elevates your response from mere opinion to philosophical consideration. This signals that you are thinking about underlying values rather than just facts. The word is, while it's true that, we must also consider. Say it again, while it's true that, we must also consider. This is your most valuable tool for achieving high complexity. It allows you to concede a point before pivoting to your main argument, demonstrating objectivity and maturity in thought. Never use this if you are entirely certain about your answer. The word is, the primary catalyst for this trend seems to be. Say it again, the primary catalyst for this trend seems to be. When asked why something is happening, don't list symptoms, identify the underlying driver. Using words like catalyst, underpinning, or root cause makes your analysis sound academic and highly informed. The word is To extrapolate from this scenario. Say it again. To extrapolate from this scenario. BZ. If you are asked about the future or long-term implications, use this phrase to guide your listener. Extrapolating means extending a current trend into a broader prediction, proving you can think hypothetically. The word is, on balance, I would argue that. Say it again. On balance, I would argue that. This is a powerful conclusion phrase. It signals that you have weighed multiple viewpoints and arrived at a reasoned judgment, rather than just stating the first thing that came to mind. Use it when summarizing your complex argument. Let's compare 4 pairs. Technology is making life way too complicated. Technological advances often introduce unforeseen layers of complexity to modern living. Shifting from direct statement to academic structure. Notice how the formal version uses more abstract nouns like complexities and advances. This vocabulary choice shifts the focus from a personal complaint to an intellectual discussion point. Always aim for this level of abstraction. People just don't care about the environment enough. A growing detachment exists between public awareness and actionable environmental stewardship, replacing vague verbs with precise academic terminology. We replaced don't care with detachment, which is a scholarly term. Replacing simple emotional judgment with an analytical observation greatly improves your perceived fluency and depth of thought. It's hard to know what's best for everyone. Determining optimal policy outcomes often requires balancing conflicting stakeholder interests, moving from simple difficulty to complex systemic concepts. Instead of saying something is hard, explain why it's hard using terms like conflicting stakeholders. This shows that you understand the mechanics of policymaking and social dynamics. We should probably do more to help poor countries. International collaboration is crucial for mitigating systemic economic disparities across developing nations. Specificity and formal scope definition. The formal version reframes poor countries into developing nations and replaces the casual suggestion with a strong academic recommendation, international collaboration. This precision is key to impressing the examiner. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Vague emotional judgment. It's bad because I think it's really bad. Analytical detailing. A potential drawback is that this could exacerbate existing inequalities, leading to systemic issues. Avoid emotional statements like, it's really bad. Instead, anchor your criticism to measurable concepts, inequalities, or systems. This grounds your argument in observable reality rather than just feeling. Topic drift redundancy. Yeah, I agree with that point. And also, rambling. Structured progression. I concur with the premise. Furthermore, considering global trends suggests an additional dimension we should explore. When you want to add a point, don't just keep talking. Use strong cohesive markers like furthermore or on a related note. This keeps your ideas organized and demonstrates controlled speech. Weak hedging vagueness. I guess maybe it depends on where you are. Conditional specificity. The context is highly variable. Therefore, the policy must be tailored regionally to account for local disparities. General phrases like it depends are low scoring. A much stronger response is to specify why it depends using words like regionally, systemically, or contextually. This shows depth in your conditional thinking. Here are 4 ways to practice. Self-correction recording. Record yourself answering a difficult Part 3 question. Listen back specifically for times you hesitate or use simple vocabulary. The goal here is self-awareness. When listening, don't judge your ideas. Only focus on the delivery mechanics, the fillers, the pauses, and the grammatical structures that fall apart under pressure. Academic shadowing. Listen to expert speakers, podcasters, TED Talks discussing complex topics. Repeat phrases immediately after them. Don't just listen for the words. Pay attention to the rhythm and intonation. High-level English uses sophisticated rhetorical patterns. Shadowing helps you internalize that natural academic flow. The why-how impacts drill. For any given statement, e.g., globalization is increasing, force yourself to answer why, how, and what is the impact. This 3-pronged approach forces you out of simple description and into true analysis. It builds momentum in your speech, ensuring that even if one point is weak, you have depth coming from two other areas. Argument mapping. Before answering, quickly structure your answer. 1. Concession. 2. Main points with example. 3. Conclusion. Future outlook. Think of this as a mental roadmap. Having this structure ensures you never ramble or fail to conclude properly. It is the structural backbone that supports sophisticated vocabulary and ideas. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Prompt. Discuss how society should balance technological innovation with the preservation of traditional cultural practices. Speak for 3-4 minutes. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a nuanced discussion that acknowledges both the necessity of progress and the value of heritage using conditional phrasing. The key here is nuance. Do not argue for technology or tradition, argue for how they must coexist. Use phrases like, while it's true that, to show you understand this necessary tension. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is conditionals, if, then, and sophisticated discourse markers. On balance, the primary challenge is to hit a top band, use complex grammar structures that manage hypothetical situations. This proves your grammatical range, transforming simple opinion into highly articulate academic discussion. Comparison and contrast is the ability to analyze two or more subjects by highlighting their similarities and differences. In advanced English speaking, this skill moves beyond simply listing facts. It requires synthesizing an argument. By using sophisticated comparative vocabulary, you demonstrate nuanced thinking and analytical depth. For high-level exams like IELTS, merely stating a difference is insufficient. You must explain the implication of that difference. Mastering these structures allows your opinion essay to transition from descriptive reporting into persuasive academic discourse. Focus on moving beyond simple A is different from B. The real challenge is explaining why those differences matter. Think about linking a contrast back to the main thesis point. This shows the examiner that you are not just comparing, but actively analyzing. Here are 4 examples. While remote work offers unparalleled flexibility and autonomy, it often comes at the expense of spontaneous team collaboration that thrives in a physical office setting. Use as while to establish contrast and balances two opposing ideas, flexibility versus spontaneity. Notice how this sentence doesn't just say remote work is good, but it lacks teamwork. By using at the expense of, you are elevating the comparison into a sophisticated trade-off analysis. The economic benefits of renewable energy sources mirror those of fossil fuels in terms of job creation. However, their long-term sustainability presents vastly different challenges. Uses mirror and however to show similarity before pivoting to a contrast of permanent sustainability. This is powerful because you are first building common ground the jobs created. This shared point makes the subsequent contrast about sustainabilities feel much more impactful and deliberate. Spending time in nature yields mental restorative effects that cannot be replicated by simply listening to uplifting music or reading inspiring books. Uses strong comparative verbs, yields, that cannot be replicated to assert superiority of one option over others. When you use phrases like cannot be replicated, you aren't just listing a difference, you are making a definitive, highly persuasive claim about the unique value of nature. This boosts your confidence in speaking. The impact of social media is not merely superficial distraction, it fundamentally reshapes how political movements organize and gain visibility. Uses not merely, but fundamentalities to correct a common misconception while highlighting a deep change. This structure allows you to preemptively address the counter-argument that social media is just for fun. By using this pattern, you immediately establish yourself as an expert capable of seeing deeper layers in a topic. Let's compare 4 pairs. However, reading books is better than watching movies because it makes you think. Conversely, while cinematic portrayals offer immediate entertainment, the sustained intellectual engagement found in literature fosters deeper critical thought. Replaces simple conjunctions, however, with academic transitions. Conversely, while the transformation here is moving from a subjective statement to an objective comparison. Notice how we are contrasting entertainments against intellectual engagement. This frames the discussion professionally. Online learning and classroom learning are both good, but online is more flexible. Both modalities possess inherent merits. Nevertheless, the asynchronous nature of online education grants a level of scheduling flexibility that traditional classrooms cannot match. Users possess inherent merits to acknowledge both sides before contrasting based on a key attribute, flexibility. When you use phrases like inherent merits, you signal that you understand the complexity of the topic. You are showing balance, which is a hallmark of high-scoring essays. Caring for the environment is important because it helps animals and plants. The necessity of environmental stewardship is evident in its foundational role. Without it, the delicate balance supporting biodiversity would inevitably collapse. Shifts from simple cause-effect, because, to expressing deep importance, necessity, foundational role. Instead of listing effects, you are discussing the underlying requirements or necessity. This deeper vocabulary forces your argument into a more academic and urgent tone. Some people like city life because it has jobs, but others prefer quiet rural areas. While urban centers undeniably provide unmatched economic opportunities, this advantage is often juxtaposed against the tranquility and community found in rural settings. Uses juxtapose to create a sophisticated spatial conceptual comparison between two environments. The word juxtapose does more than just contrast. It implies placing two items side by side for direct, immediate comparison. This is excellent academic vocabulary that elevates your speaking immediately. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Weak, comparing things using like or as if. Example, this theory is like a puzzle. Strong, using figurative language correctly. Example, this theory resembles a complex interlocking mechanism. The mistake here isn't just using weak words, it's misusing figures of speech. Stronger writing uses precise verbs and nouns to build the comparison, making the metaphor feel academic rather than casual. Weak, using simple listing conjunctions. A happens, but B also happens. Strong, using sophisticated transition phrases. Although A is true, it must be weighed against the reality that B operates simultaneously. The jump from but to it must be weighed against the reality that shows your ability to handle complex conditional relationships. You are moving beyond simple opposition into critical assessment. Weak, comparing too much, giving equal weight to 3 or 4 differences in one sentence. Strong, grouping comparisons logically and dedicating a full clause to each contrast point. Example, first, it addresses X. Moreover, unlike Y, its core strength lies in Z. When you try to cram too much into one breath, your argument becomes rambling. Structuring your comparison by dedicating specific points ensures that the examiner can follow your sophisticated line of reasoning. Here are 4 ways to practice. The thesis pivot strategy. Start by acknowledging the complexity of both sides. This buys you time and shows immediate balance. Before you argue your main point, spend 10 seconds outlining what the opposition thinks. Acknowledging their viewpoint is a sign of intellectual maturity that immediately boosts your score. The impact chain planning. Don't just state differences, analyze the consequence of those differences. If you contrast 2 ideas, A and B, don't stop at saying they are different. Ask yourself, what happens because A is true when B is false? Trace that chain reaction for depth. Vocabulary mapping. Before writing, list 5 comparison phrases, e.g., whereas, in contrast to, and 5 contrasting verbs, e.g., mitigate, exacerbate. This pre-planning technique ensures that when the pressure is on during speaking, you have academic vocabulary readily available. It prevents you from defaulting back to basic conjunctions. The 3 pillars structure. Structure your body paragraphs around 3 distinct comparison pillars, e.g., economic impact, social effect, environmental cost. Using this pillar structure gives your essay a clear, logical framework. It makes the argument sound highly organized and ensures you cover your topic comprehensively without rambling. Inversion is a sophisticated grammatical structure where the typical subject-verb order gets flipped. Instead of saying, "I have never seen such research," you might say, "Never have I seen such research." This shift involves placing an auxiliary verb before the subject. We often use this technique after negative or restricting adverbs and phrases like never, rarely, not only, or under no circumstances. The basic form is negative adverb plus, auxiliary verb plus, subject plus, main verb. Mastering inversion immediately elevates your speech, lending it a strong sense of formality and intellectual weight. The key thing to remember is that inversion isn't just for show, it's a powerful tool for emphasis. Functionally, it draws the listener's attention directly to the restriction or condition you are describing. When speaking in academic settings, using this structure demonstrates not only grammatical knowledge, but also a command over formal rhetoric. Here are 5 examples. Rarely do we encounter such comprehensive data sets in the field of sociology. Rarely plus aux verb, do, plus subject, we. Notice how rarely forces the auxiliary verb do to jump over the subject we. This structure immediately makes your statement sound authoritative, signaling that this observation is unique and significant. Not only did the economic policy fail, but it also created massive environmental issues. Not only plus aux verb did plus subject, the policy. When using not only, but also, you must maintain perfect parallel structure. If the first clause uses inversion with did, the second clause should follow a similar formal pattern to keep the rhythm smooth. No sooner had the committee finished its report than the media questioned its findings. No sooner plus aux verb had plus subject, the committee. The no sooner than structure is excellent for narrative academic speech because it shows an immediate sequence of events. Focusing on the auxiliary verb, had, helps you maintain formal grammatical distance from simple storytelling. Never has humanity faced such a critical juncture regarding climate change. Never plus aux verb has plus subject humanity. This usage of never is highly impactful. It sets a grand, sweeping tone that suggests the scale of the problem or event being discussed is unprecedented in recorded history. Under no circumstances should participants share their raw data with external parties. Under no circumstances, plus aux verb should plus subject participants. This example shows how inversion is used to deliver a very strong warning or absolute prohibition. It adds a layer of formal seriousness which is perfect for academic guidelines or ethical discussions. Let's compare 4 pairs. Standard order, we rarely see such complex models. Inversion, rarely do we see such complex models. Emphasis and formality. A core difference here is emphasis. The standard order simply states a fact, but starting with the negative adverb forces the listener to pay close attention to the rarity of the subject matter. Simple negative, it was not easy to solve. Inversion, not until 2005 did scientists find a solution. Specific time markers. When using time clauses like not until, you must remember that the main verb sequence is the one causing the inversion. The structure becomes more complex, but the principle of flipping the subject and auxiliary remains consistent. General warning, you should not misuse this equipment. Formal warning, under no circumstances should you misuse this equipment. Register shift tone. The second option is significantly higher in register. By using under no circumstances, you are speaking with a tone of absolute authority which changes the perceived severity of the rule or warning. Using conjunctions, he left, and then the data was corrupted. Inversion, no sooner had he left than the data was corrupted. Sequence of events. If you want to link 2 actions together with dramatic immediacy, one happening right after the other using no sooner, then is much punchier and more sophisticated than a simple coordinating conjunction. Fill in the blank with the correct auxiliary verb and inverted structure. Never try, we witness such a clear correlation between diet and cognitive function. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is have. Because never is placed at the beginning, we must use an auxiliary verb to form the perfect tense. Remember that the structure requires the auxiliary verb before the subject pronoun we. This pattern is crucial for academic writing. Hardly Keek, the research started when the initial findings were published. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is had. The phrase hardly when signals a very rapid sequence of events. Here, we use the auxiliary verb had because the action was completed in the past perfect tense, emphasizing the timeline. Not only the infrastructure insufficient, but also the regulatory framework was outdated. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is was. When using not only if the first part of the sentence is structured in the past tense and uses the verb to be, you must ensure that the auxiliary verb placed at the start governs the main verb's agreement. This maintains strong parallel structure. Under no circumstances should students submit their work without proper citation. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is should. This sentence tests your ability to handle modal verbs in formal negative structures. Should is the auxiliary verb, and because it governs the subject students, the inversion follows the standard rule. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect, missing auxiliary, never. We saw such strong evidence for this theory. Correct, never have we seen such strong evidence for this theory. The most common mistake is forgetting the auxiliary verb. Inversion is not just about flipping, it must also maintain correct tense agreement, which requires that helper verb like have, do, or had. Incorrect. Missing modal auxiliary. Under no circumstances we discuss this topic outside of class. Correct. Under no circumstances should we discuss this topic outside of class. When giving a formal prohibition, you almost always need an auxiliary verb like should or must. Simply stating the subject and base verb loses the necessary commanding tone. Incorrect auxiliary placement. Not only the data was flawed, but also the methodology lacked rigor. Correct. Not only was the data flawed, but the methodology also lacked rigor. Watch out for word order when connecting clauses. The auxiliary verb must front the subject in both parts of the not only, but also construction to ensure grammatical balance and impact. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Read the following passage about global policy recommendations. Your task is to identify where inversion is used and understand its effect on the tone. Question 1. Find and correct the grammatical error in this sentence. Rarely the researchers agreed on a single unifying theory. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, rarely did the researchers agree on a single unifying theory. The original error was simply placing the subject immediately after the adverb by inserting the auxiliary verb do and. Adjusting the tense to simple present since we are discussing. General scientific agreement. You fix the structure while keeping the profound sense of rarity. Question 2. Write your own sentence using the not only but also inversion structure. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, not only did the committee analyze the budget, but it also questioned the timeline for implementation. When forming your own sentences, try to make sure the 2 clauses you connect are grammatically parallel. This balance makes the complex grammar feel natural, rather than forced or overly academic. Discourse markers are essentially linguistic signposts. They aren't just filler words, they are crucial organizational tools that guide your listener through the logic of what you are saying. Think of them as verbal road signs. Instead of making the listener jump from one idea to the next, a marker shows the relationship between idea A and idea B. Mastering these phrases allows you to transition smoothly while maintaining a high level of academic coherence. Remember that coherence is about how well your ideas connect logically, not just having good vocabulary. These markers prove to the examiner that you understand complex relationships like cause and effect or contrast and can articulate them clearly. Here are 5 examples. Furthermore, many studies suggest that physical activity boosts cognitive function. Adding information, additive. When you use furthermores or moreover, you are telling the listener, pay attention. I am adding a point that supports my last one. This signals strong support for your main argument. However, some critics argue that these programs lack real-world applicability. Contrasting ideas, contrastive. Phrases like however or on the other hand are essential for showing complexity. Acknowledging a counter-argument and then pivoting with a marker demonstrates high-level critical thinking. Consequently, governments must invest more heavily in public transportation systems. Cause and effect, result. This structure is powerful because it establishes a clear cause and effect chain. You are not just stating facts, you are building an argument that leads inevitably to a conclusion. To illustrate this point, consider the shift in global trade patterns. Giving examples, illustration. When you need concrete evidence or an analogy to support a general statement, phrases like to illustrates signal that you are providing supporting detail. This makes your speaking much more vivid. In conclusion, these changes represent a paradigm shift in how we approach education. Summarizing, conclusion. Never end an answer without a concluding marker. Using in summaries or ultimately's wraps up your thoughts neatly and leaves the listener with a sense of completeness. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Demonstrating logical flow. Good markers make your argument easy to follow for the listener. High scores require not just speaking fluently, but speaking logically. The examiner listens for evidence that you can guide a conversation effectively. Markers are proof of this organizational skill. Achieving academic register. Advanced markers elevate your language from casual chat to academic discussion. Using moreovers instead of just and, or consequently instead of so, immediately signals that you are operating at a higher, more formal level. This is key for those band 7 and above scores. Building cohesion and coherence. These markers directly address the criteria of cohesion and coherence. Cohesion involves linking words, while coherence is about making sure your ideas make sense together. By using a variety of these phrases, you demonstrate mastery over both concepts simultaneously. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't just list, I went shopping and I bought apples. Try restructuring, having gone shopping, I bought several bags of fresh apples. A common mistake is merely listing markers one after another. Instead, try to integrate the marker into a more complex sentence structure. This makes your speech sound less like a presentation and more conversational. Avoid over-relying on furthermore. In addition, on top of that, varying your signposts. I have 3 main points. Firstly, secondly, and lastly. The biggest pitfall is repetition. If you use furthermores twice in one answer, the flow breaks down because it sounds predictable. Always keep a mental list of 3 to 5 different markers for each function. Don't state opinions simply. This shows that global warming is bad. Use academic framing. Evidence suggests that global warming presents significant challenges. Instead of making absolute statements, wrap them with tentative language. Using phrases like it appears that or it could be argued that shows nuance and sophistication in your argument. Here are 4 ways to practice. The pre-plan technique. Before answering the question, mentally select 3 useful signposts you plan to use. When the topic is abstract, like discussing technology, pre-planning your flow saying, I will talk about pros, then cons, and finally suggest solutions gives you markers to rely on naturally. Using pauses effectively. Pause slightly before introducing a marker. This gives the listener time to adjust and signals that a logical shift is coming. Think of the pause as an emphasis tool. It builds anticipation for the idea you are about to introduce, making your speech sound deliberate and thoughtful. Mix markers by function. Don't stick to one type. Transition from contrast to causation naturally. A high-scoring speaker pivots smoothly. For example, although X is true contrast, it leads to Y, consequently causing Z, causation. This complex chain of logic is what impresses examiners. Record and analyze. Record yourself discussing a general topic and listen specifically for repetitive transition phrases. Self-correction is the most powerful tool here. By listening back, you will hear exactly where your flow stalls or where you default to because it's too often. Target those weak spots next time. When we talk about lexical variety, it's often misunderstood as simply knowing many words. However, true mastery means using the right word at the right time and in the specific context required. This challenge moves beyond just building a large vocabulary bank. Instead, we are focusing on topic-specific precision, the ability to deploy advanced language related to a niche area like global policy or ethical theory. This allows your speech to sound highly informed and authoritative, which is crucial for high scores in academic discussions. We aren't just adding words, we are upgrading the intellectual weight of your arguments. Think of vocabulary not as separate items on a list, but like specialized tools in a toolbox. If you're discussing economics, using a word related to market elasticity is much more powerful than using a general synonym for change. This focus on topic-specific depth elevates your discourse significantly. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is mitigate. Say it again, mitigate. This verb is extremely useful in academic settings because many problems require reduction rather than fixing entirely. When you use mitigate, you imply that the problem is too large to solve completely, making your argument sound more nuanced and realistic. The word is paradigm. Say it again, paradigm. A paradigm is much bigger than just a trend. It refers to the underlying structure of thought or understanding. If you say there's been a paradigm shift, you mean that people's basic assumptions about something have fundamentally changed. The word is nuance. Say it again, nuance. When discussing complex topics, avoid oversimplification. Using nuance shows that you understand that reality is rarely black and white. It forces your argument to acknowledge shades of gray, which examiners love. The word is pervasive. Say it again, pervasive. This adjective helps you describe the sheer reach and ubiquity of something. It's not just present, it's everywhere, subtly affecting everything else. It adds a sense of scale to your observation. The word is disparate. Say it again, disparate. Don't use difference when you can use disparate. Disparate suggests a fundamental lack of connection or compatibility between elements, especially ideas or groups of people. The word is conundrum. Say it again, conundrum. A conundrum is more complex than just a problem. It suggests an inherent difficulty, often involving conflicting solutions or ethical dilemmas. It raises the stakes of your discussion immediately. Here are 5 examples. The committee struggled to reconcile the disparate viewpoints presented by the international delegates. Disparate, adj. Notice how reconcile pairs perfectly with disparate. This complex combination shows that you aren't just describing something different. You are discussing the difficulty of bringing those differences together. Raising awareness is key to mitigating the worst effects of habitat loss. Verb. We often talk about solving problems, but using mitigate implies that we are working on damage control and reducing severity. This subtle shift in verb choice makes your advice sound more measured and strategic. The report signaled a paradigm shift in how governments approach public health crises. Paradigm, noun. A paradigm change suggests that the entire way of thinking has changed. It's used when discussing massive societal or scientific breakthroughs, giving your argument historical weight. The speech captured the nuance between formal policy and public sentiment. Nuance, noun. If you use nuance, you are telling your listener that they need to pay close attention because the truth is not simple. This sophisticated level of detail boosts your coherence score greatly. The pervasive influence of social media has created a global conundrum regarding privacy rights. Pervasive adjective conundrum noun. This sentence successfully combines two powerful words. Pervasive sets the scope heights everywhere, and conundrum defines the resulting difficulty, creating a strong and highly sophisticated academic statement. Let's compare four pairs. First, mitigate. Compare it with alleviate. Severity reduction versus suffering relief. While both mean to lessen something, mitigate often refers to reducing the impact or severity of an external force, like a policy mitigating risk. Alleviate, however, is more commonly used for easing physical or emotional suffering. First, paradigm. Compare it with framework. Fundamental model versus supporting structure. Think of a paradigm as the entire worldview, the foundational belief system itself. A framework is more tangible. It's the set of rules or guidelines built within SSA, that larger belief system. First, nuance. Compare it with subtlety. Conceptual detail versus perceptual quality. These are very close, but nuance often refers to a subtle difference in meaning or tone, while subtlety can refer to something that is physically hard to perceive, like a subtle color change. First, disparate. Compare it with heterogeneous. Lack of connection versus mixed composition. Both describe mixtures, but disparate emphasizes that the elements are fundamentally incompatible or unrelated conceptually. Heterogeneous simply means they come from different sources. It's a more neutral description. Here are 4 ways to practice. The sentence mining technique. When you encounter a new word in an article or lecture, don't just write down the definition. Write out the entire sentence it was used in. By writing full sentences, you are doing more than memorizing definitions. You are training your brain to recognize natural collocations and grammatical patterns associated with that word. Collocation mapping. Instead of listing synonyms, group words by what they naturally go with. For example, mitigate risk, pervasive culture, or disparate origins. This is perhaps the single most effective way to boost fluency. Knowing that a word pairs well with other specific nouns or verbs will make your speech sound automatic and highly native. The contextual challenge. Take 5 target words and force yourself to write 5 different topic paragraphs, e.g., one about environment, one about technology. This exercise prevents your vocabulary from becoming rigid. It forces you to flex the meaning of a word across wildly different contexts, proving that you truly understand its scope. The active recall method. Instead of reviewing definitions, quiz yourself by reading an example sentence and having to fill in the missing high-level vocabulary word. Active recall is much more effective than passive review. By forcing your brain to retrieve the information when prompted, you strengthen the memory pathways for these complex words. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The global shift toward remote work has created a paradigm shift in urban planning. However, this massive change presents a complex conundrum. While it allows for greater flexibility, the resulting disparate household structures strain local infrastructure and create new social challenges. Experts argue that governments must find ways to mitigate these effects through targeted policy intervention. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means a complicated problem or difficult situation. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is conundrum. The passage uses conundrum to describe the social challenges. Notice how it links 2 major concepts, flexibility and infrastructural strain, into one complex, unresolved issue. Question 2. Use the word disparate in your own sentence describing a mix of ideas. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the research combined disparate sources ranging from ancient texts to modern datasets. Remember that disparate focuses on fundamental difference. When you use it for ideas or sources, you are emphasizing the intellectual difficulty of combining them. When you are speaking in a timed test environment, examiners aren't just listening for correctness, they are assessing your sustained fluency. They want to hear that even when under pressure, you can keep the conversation moving smoothly and logically. This means minimizing unnatural pauses or repeated filler sounds like and A key strategy is proactive structure. Always use signposting language so the listener knows exactly where you are in your argument. Furthermore, controlled speed is crucial. Don't rush, but don't pause either. Maintain a steady, thoughtful rhythm to maximize your coherence score. Remember that fluency isn't just about speaking quickly. It is about sounding effortless and natural. Use the pauses effectively by taking a breath, structuring your next point mentally, or using one of those pre-planned discourse markers we practiced earlier. Think of managing time as managing attention keep. The examiner focused on your ideas, not on your stumbles. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, if I had to choose only one factor. Say it again, if I had to choose only one factor. This phrase is superb for giving your strongest opinion when the prompt asks you to prioritize. It signals immediate focus and gives you a slight moment of pause, making it sound like controlled thought rather than hesitation. Use this when you feel overwhelmed by multiple options. The word is, on the one hand, on the other hand. Say it again, on the one hand, on the other hand, dare. This is a fantastic scaffold for complex discussion questions and helps you fulfill word count requirements quickly. By structuring your thoughts this way, you demonstrate balance, showing you can view an issue from multiple perspectives without losing coherence. The word is, to provide some context on that point. Say it again, to provide some context on that point. Never just state a fact, always frame it. Using this phrase signals to the examiner that you are about to give depth, which is much more impressive than simply listing details. It elevates your speech from descriptive to analytical. The word is, this leads me to consider whether. Say it again, this leads me to consider whether pack. When you feel yourself running out of time or need to deepen the discussion, use this phrase to pivot your idea. It shows sophisticated critical thinking because you aren't just answering the question, you are analyzing its implications. The word is, to reiterate my core argument. Say it again, to reiterate my core argument. Don't assume the examiner knows where you are heading. Use this phrase when you need to wrap up a long answer, ensuring they remember your main takeaway point. It provides strong closure and gives your response a sense of finality. Let's compare 4 pairs. It's really hard to decide. The decision presents considerable difficulty. Shifting from contraction to full academic form. When you are tested, remember that it's should become it is. More importantly, swapping out simple adjectives for more formal nouns elevates your entire speech. This choice of vocabulary immediately signals a higher level of linguistic control. Basically, I think, fundamentally, I contend that strengthening introductory phrases. Avoid starting your ideas with casual intensifiers like basicallys or like. Instead, use strong academic verbs and adverbs to introduce your thesis. This makes your argument sound more authoritative and reasoned. A lot of people say, it is widely argued that, formalizing generalizations. In formal speaking, vague phrases like a lot of are unacceptable. Instead, use established academic phrasing to refer to general consensus or public opinion. This adds credibility and precision to your statement. So, I guess that means, consequently, this suggests that, using precise consequent signposting. The key here is replacing vague linking phrases with highly specific discourse markers. Consequently, and therefore show a clear logical chain of thought, which is exactly what the examiner wants to hear. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Hesitation and vague language. So I think it's because the government changed the laws. Structured opening. To begin with, I believe that legislative changes enacted by the government are a significant factor. The biggest mistake when nervous is reverting to simple fillers. Instead of replace it with a prepared phrase like to begin with. This gives you time while sounding completely controlled and academic. Grammatical slip, subjunctive mood. If I was rich, I would travel around the world. Correct conditional structure: if I were wealthy, I would consider traveling globally. When discussing hypothetical situations, always remember to use were regardless of the subject. Mastering these specific grammatical structures demonstrates a high level of complex language command. Topic: drift and weak vocabulary. The environment is bad and people need to save it for us. Specificity and academic tone. Furthermore, environmental degradation necessitates immediate action from all members of society. When you feel your answer getting too emotional or vague, pull yourself back to specific vocabulary. Replace general concepts like bad environments with formal terminology like environmental degradation. Precision is paramount. Here are 4 ways to practice. Shadowing advanced speakers. Listen to podcasts or TED Talks and repeat what you hear immediately after the speaker. Focus on rhythm, intonation, and speed. This technique trains your mouth muscles for rapid speech production and helps you internalize natural pacing. It is excellent for improving flow because you are simply mimicking a rhythm rather than constructing an argument from scratch. Timed topic switching drill. Set a timer for 30 seconds. When the buzzer sounds, immediately switch topics entirely and speak on the new subject without pausing. This is perhaps the single best way to simulate test pressure because it forces your brain to access vocabulary and structures instantly. It builds mental agility and dramatically reduces hesitation time. The record and critiques method. Give a response on a prompt, then listen back immediately. Identify 3 areas for improvement: structure, grammar, and vocabulary. Simply recording yourself is helpful, but actively critiquing the playback forces you to be an analytical listener of your own voice. Focus on identifying why you paused or felt stuck, not just that you did. Mini argument outlining. Take complex articles and summarize them out loud in a strict 3-part structure: point A, point B, conclusion. This exercise is perfect for improving your ability to synthesize information quickly. It trains you to organize long streams of data into concise, manageable speaking segments under pressure. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The topic is the impact of digital technology on human interaction. You must speak for 1 minute. Cover these 3 points: 1 benefits, e.g. connectivity, 2 drawbacks, e.g. superficiality, and 3a personal recommendation to mitigate the drawbacks. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is not just content, but clear signposting language. Use phrases like firstly, moving on to, and in conclusion to guide the examiner through your argument. When time is limited, structure is the content. If you use strong transitions, even if one point is weak, the examiner will still score highly because they understand the clear architecture of your thoughts. Thinking about the map before taking the journey is key here. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is conditional structures and hedging phrases, e.g., it could be argued that, or this might suggest. By using conditionals, you show flexibility in your argument. You are not stating absolute fact, but analyzing possibilities. Combining this with academic vocabulary shows both range and careful consideration of the topic. Today we are reviewing 2 critical aspects of high-level English writing: maintaining parallelism and ensuring consistent agreement across clauses. Parallelism means that when you list items or compare ideas, the grammatical structure for every element must match perfectly. For example, if you start with a gerund form like running, all subsequent items should also use running. Furthermore, when switching between different tenses or connecting independent clauses, pay close attention to your subject-verb agreement within each clause. The primary rule is that the tense and structure established early in the sentence must be logically maintained throughout. Think of these rules as architectural guidelines for your sentences. If one piece doesn't fit the structural blueprint, the entire meaning can become unstable or confusing to the reader. Parallelism isn't just about matching ing forms, it's about matching concepts. Nouns must list nouns, verbs must list verbs. Here are 5 examples. She enjoys hiking, reading historical novels, and painting vibrant landscapes. Parallel structure, gerunds. The key takeaway here is the matching form. Since we began with the gerund hiking, we must continue using reading and painting. Mixing a verb like to read or a noun would break the flow and weaken the sentence. The team was praised for its dedication, creativity, and collaborative spirit. Parallel structure, nouns. Notice that all 3 items dedication, creativity, and spirit are abstract nouns. This structural consistency makes the list feel balanced and authoritative. If we had changed creativities to be creative, the sentence would sound awkward. If I were rich enough, I would travel, purchase a large library, and learn 3 new languages. Consistent conditional tense, would plus base verb. We have established the structure of the second conditional here. Because the initial condition sets up a hypothetical situation using would, all resulting actions must maintain that consistent pattern with base verbs. This maintains the logical flow across the clause. Before she moved to London, she worked as an intern, taught basic English, and managed social media accounts. Parallel structure, past tense verbs. This sentence requires the simple past tense because we are listing completed actions in a specific time frame before the move. All 3 verbs worked, taught, managed must stay consistently in the past tense to maintain structural agreement. The report indicated that sales were declining, profits were dropping, and consumer confidence was falling. Tense consistency, past continuous. We are describing a continuous state of affairs in the past. By using the was plus ing structure for all 3 elements, we create a strong sense of simultaneous action or conditionality across the entire list. Let's compare 4 pairs. Error, listing noun phrases, e.g., writing, to write. Correct, listing only gerunds, writing, reading, singing. Parallelism in lists. The biggest trap here is mixing forms. If the first item starts with a gerund, it sets the pattern for everything that follows. Remember that lists must be structurally uniform to be grammatically sound. Error, mixing tenses, e.g., when I arrived, he leaves. Correct, maintaining sequence, when I arrived, he left. Tense consistency in narrative time. A narrative usually requires the simple past tense for sequential events. If you jump back to present tense, it confuses the reader about whether the action is habitual or completed in the past. Error, subject, verb agreement with either. Correct, proximity rule, neither dogs nor a cat is friendly. Agreement focus, closer to the verb. When using correlative conjunctions like neither nor, the verb must agree with the noun closest to it. This proximity rule often trips up even advanced learners, so always check the subject near the predicate. Error, faulty parallel structure. She enjoys swimming, playing guitar, and to sing. Correct, uniform gerunds. She enjoys swimming, playing guitar, and singing. Consistency in verbs of enjoyment. The verb enjoys dictates the pattern. Since swimming and playing are gerunds, the third item must also be a gerund form like singing. The infinitive to sing is incorrect here. Fill in the blank with the correct form. The committee members, along with the chairman, ready for the vote yesterday. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is were. Remember that phrases beginning with along with are parenthetical and do not change the subject. Our true subject is committee members, which is plural, requiring the plural verb were. This keeps our agreement correct. By the time we reach the theater, the performance already started. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is had. This requires the past perfect tense. We are describing an action that was completed before another past action reaching the theater. Using had establishes this clear timeline difference. Our plan involves networking, analyzing data, and new markets. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is entering. This is a parallelism check within a list following the verb involves. Since networking and analyzing are gerunds, we must finish the list with another matching gerund form to maintain structural balance. Neither the students nor the professor organizing this event. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is. We are back to the proximity rule. Since professor is singular and is closest to the blank, the verb must agree with that singular noun, making is the correct choice over er. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect, mixed structure. The speaker was loud, articulate, and he had great ideas. Correct, parallel adjectives, phrases. The speaker was loud, articulate, and gifted with great ideas. The error here is mixing adjectives with a full clause. To fix this, we need to keep the elements modifying speaker structurally consistent to all descriptive phrases or all adjective forms. Incorrect, faulty parallelism. After hiking for hours and eats dinner, they finally rested. Correct, consistent gerund form. After hiking for hours and eating dinner, they finally rested. When listing actions that occurred in the past, all verbs must use the same form. Since hiking is a gerund, we need to change eats to the matching gerund form, eating, for perfect parallelism. Incorrect, lack of parallelism, tense shift. The survey suggests that global warming affects crops, lowering yields and impacts local economies. Correct, consistent simple present verbs. The survey suggests that global warming affects crops, lowers yields and impacts local economies. This sentence lists 3 effects. All verbs must share the same tense, the simple present, agreeing with warming as the subject. The structure requires lowers and impacts, not an incorrect noun phrase. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Students must read the following paragraph and identify any structural or tense errors. Then rewrite it correctly. Question 1. Find and correct the grammar error in this sentence. His job requires managing teams, writing reports, and to present ideas confidently. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, his job requires managing teams, writing reports, and presenting ideas confidently. This is a perfect test of parallelism. The verb requires demands that all listed activities maintain the same grammatical form. Since we started with 2 gerunds, the final item must also be a gerund to achieve balance. Question 2. Write your own sentence using parallel structure and consistent past tense. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, during our trip, we visited historical sites, ate local cuisine, and learned about ancient traditions. When constructing a practice sentence, always articulate the rule out loud for yourself. Identifying the initial structural element in this case, visited, simple past, helps you ensure all subsequent verbs match that tense. Speaking for an extended period requires more than just knowing your material. It demands mental stamina. The difficulty in a fluency drill is not the topic itself, but maintaining that consistent level of effort and coherence over time. Good listening skills are crucial here because they allow you to internalize complex structures and varied vocabulary naturally. By actively listening to expert speakers, you train your ear to recognize these patterns under pressure. This preparation helps build confidence so that when you stand up to speak, the flow feels effortless. Remember that maintaining efforts is about pacing as much as content. When we listen intently, we aren't just absorbing words, we are noticing the speaker's natural pauses, their transitions between ideas, and how they vary their intonation to keep the listener engaged. This observation is key for your own delivery. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. When preparing an extended monologue on a familiar topic, structure is everything. Don't just list facts, weave them into a compelling narrative arc. Begin by stating your central thesis clearly, drawing the audience in immediately. Next, dedicate distinct sections to exploring supporting evidence. For instance, you might discuss historical precedents before moving to modern applications. A powerful technique is using transitional phrases words like furthermore or conversely speaking to guide your listener seamlessly from one point to the next. Finally, always conclude by summarizing your main points and offering a strong concluding thought that leaves a lasting impression. This clear structure prevents rambling and keeps your audience engaged through the entire speech. Question 1. According to the speaker, what should be the first step in structuring the monologue? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is stating the central thesis clearly and drawing the audience in immediately. This question tests your ability to identify the primary organizational rule. Notice how the speaker uses first and begin by listening for these temporal markers helps pinpoint the sequence of advice. Question 2. What is the function of transitional phrases like conversely speaking? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is to guide the listener seamlessly from one point to the next. We are focusing on this function here, not just defining the words. When you hear a phrase, try to understand what purpose it serves in linking two separate ideas together. Question 3. What element should conclude a successful extended monologue? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a summary of main points and a strong concluding thought. This requires you to listen for the final, overarching advice. Pay attention to concluding phrases like finallys or always as they signal the end of the speaker's key takeaways. Here are 5 examples. Compelling narrative arc. Used when describing how ideas should flow, suggests a journey from beginning to end. This phrase elevates your discussion beyond mere listing. Instead of saying, I will talk about X, then Y, you frame it as part of a story or development. Historical precedents. Referring to past events that serve as examples for current discussions. When speaking academically, using precedents is much stronger than simply saying before. It implies a pattern or established example that you are referencing. Transitional phrases. Words and clauses used to link ideas smoothly, e.g., furthermore. These are the glue of fluency. When you learn a new transition word like consequently or on the other hand, practice inserting it into your own familiar topic immediately. Central thesis. The main argument or controlling idea of your entire speech. Every good monologue must have one core message. Framing it as a thesis gives your point structure and makes you sound highly organized and authoritative. Lasting impression. The memory or perception the audience takes away after you finish speaking. Think about that final sentence. It shouldn't just wrap up, it should resonate. Aim for a conclusion that makes the audience think, wow, I never thought of it that way. Listen again and fill in the missing words. To begin your speech, you must state your central thesis clearly to draw the audience in immediately. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is central. A good structure involves using transitional phrases like furthermore to guide listeners seamlessly. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is furthermore. When discussing ideas, you can reference historical precedents that support your modern argument. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is precedents. Always conclude by offering a strong summarizing thought that leaves a lasting impression. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is impression. Here are 4 ways to practice. Active comprehension, mapping. Don't just listen for words, listen for the relationships between ideas, cause and effect, comparison, contrast. When you are listening to a monologue, mentally map out where the speaker transitions from one point to the next. This trains your brain to anticipate structure, which is exactly what you need when organizing your own speech. Shadowing technique. Repeat what you hear immediately after the speaker in real time, focusing on rhythm and intonation. Shadowing forces you to process language speed and sound flow simultaneously. It's one of the most effective ways to move from understanding English to sounding like a native fluent speaker. Locus dictation. Transcribe short passages while paying special attention to connected speech, e.g., going to sounding like gonna. Connected speech is what trip up even advanced learners. Practice dictating difficult phrases, and you will naturally start hearing the subtle reductions that native speakers use in rapid conversation. Predictive listening. Before the speaker finishes a thought, pause and try to predict the next key concept they might introduce. This is advanced listening. It requires you to listen for signposts, the linguistic clues like however or in addition that tell you exactly what direction the argument is about to take. Now, it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. When we speak extensively on a familiar topic, the temptation is often to get lost in too much detail. The key here is selective focus. Instead of trying to cover every angle, select 3 or 4 main pillars that strongly support your central argument. For example, if you were discussing fitness, don't talk about every single exercise. Instead, group them into categories like cardio, strength, and flexibility. This grouping strategy, what we call thematic clustering, makes the monologue digestible. You establish a framework for your audience to follow, allowing them to absorb complex information without feeling overwhelmed by sheer volume of data. Keep it focused and keep it contained. Question 1. What is the main mistake the speaker warns against when giving an extended monologue? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is getting lost in too much detail. The core message here is about efficiency. When you hear a warning, listen closely for strong negative phrasing like don't or the temptation is. These signal a crucial point to remember. Question 2. What technique does the speaker recommend using to organize diverse examples? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is thematic clustering, grouping ideas into categories. This question tests your ability to identify specific, actionable advice. Thematic clustering is a highly practical concept that you can immediately apply when structuring your own speaking material. Natural speaking rhythm is less about perfectly articulating every single sound and more about creating smooth transitions between them. When we speak quickly, our mouth muscles learn to link the final sound of one word directly to the initial sound of the next word. This process eliminates abrupt stops, making your speech flow much more naturally. Think of linking sounds like a conveyor belt. Instead of stopping at each item, the items keep moving together seamlessly. The goal isn't just clarity on individual words, but maintaining momentum across phrases. Practicing this connection helps you sound less robotic and significantly increases your natural pace. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is get it. Say it again, get it. The key here is that we don't pause between the 2 words. The final from get immediately blends into the vowel of it. Practice this rapid connection almost as if you are saying one long word. The word is would you. Say it again, would you? Notice how the D in would often reduces or links with the following vowel. Instead of saying would, your breath should guide it smoothly from one syllable to the next. This reduction makes the phrase quicker and more casual. The word is what are. Say it again, what are. The T in what and the following vowel must link together. The transition should incorporate a soft, audible flow of air. Don't let your mouth completely reset between those 2 words. Maintain that connection. The word is can understand. Say it again, can understand. When linking multiple sounds, especially consonants like N to ed, focus on keeping your tongue active and moving. It's a continuous muscular action that moves from one point in your mouth to another without interruption. The word is had enough. Say it again, had enough. The ed ending on had often reduces to a weak syllable that links directly into enough. Think of it as almost disappearing, but providing just enough air pressure to signal the connection. This is highly natural speech. The word is go along. Say it again, go along. This link is very common and involves letting a slight glide of air connect the two words. It's not just saying the sounds separately, it's linking them as if they were part of one continuous thought or phrase. Let's compare 4 pairs. Nearest, nice. Pair it with niece. Focus on the vowel I sound versus long E. This pair demonstrates how a subtle shift in vowel length can change meaning entirely. Remember that the first word uses a short, quick vowel sound, while the second requires you to hold that E sound longer and spread your lips more widely. Compare it with far away. Separate words versus single compound word. The difference here is subtle but critical for rhythm. When you say far aways in a linked manner, it maintains the distinct pacing of 2 separate words. If you treat it as one unit, your natural stress pattern changes completely. I am going. Ungoing. Contraction versus full articulation. In fast speech, the auxiliary verb am almost always reduces to a quick sound and merges with the following word. Practicing this contraction makes your spoken English sound much more authentic and fluent. Would like, will like. The difference between future intention and conditional agreement. These 2 phrases have completely different implications, but they can be confused by mispronouncing the helping verb. Focus on the exact sound of with that slight breathy quality to ensure you convey the correct tone. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect. Did you see it? Natural linkage. Did you see it? A common error is pausing too much after the dead sound. In rapid conversation, the did you almost always links together into a single breathy unit. Try to pull those 2 words into one continuous motion. Separated words, could not believe. Contraction, link, couldn't believe. We often over-articulate auxiliary verbs like could or should. The correct natural rhythm requires these words to contract and link immediately. This smooth reduction is a key marker of advanced fluency. Separate words, outcome quickly. Single word flow, outcome. When out and come combine to mean a result, they stop functioning as 2 separate items. You must pronounce them as one concept, maintaining the flow of air throughout the merged word. Think about it like spelling. Here are 4 ways to practice. Tongue twisters. Focus on rapid, alternating sounds that force linking. These drills are excellent because they force your mouth muscles to work at maximum speed. Don't worry about accuracy initially. Focus purely on the speed and the smooth transition between sounds, treating them like one long chant. Minimal pair reading. Read pairs of words that only differ by a linking element. When reading these pairs aloud, exaggerate the difference in rhythm. For instance, take a noticeable breath pause when you say the 2 separate words versus gliding smoothly when they link naturally. Shadowing technique. Listen to native speakers and repeat immediately after them. This is probably the most effective tool for rhythm. You are essentially mimicking the speaker's natural speed, breath placement, and linking tendencies without thinking too much about the rules. Just absorb the flow. Self-recording. Record yourself reading a paragraph and listen back critically. The most shocking realization often comes when you hear your own speech recorded. You will quickly spot those awkward pauses or moments where the words sound too disconnected, guiding you exactly on what needs improvement. Cohesion refers to the physical links in a text, the pronouns, transition words, and repeated keywords that glue sentences together. However, true coherence is about the underlying logic. It's how well those ideas make sense as a unified whole. Think of a passage not just as a sequence of sentences, but as a single argument, building momentum across multiple stages. To achieve this seamless flow, we must proactively identify the logical relationship between each paragraph and the one before it. We are looking for the thread that guides the reader from point A to point B without any sudden jumps in logic. Remember that identifying coherence is a structural task, not just a vocabulary one. When you read actively, don't stop after understanding a sentence. Instead, pause and ask yourself, how does this specific idea advance the overall argument? This trains your brain to map the writer's journey, which is essential for advanced comprehension. Here are 4 examples. The initial findings suggest a strong correlation between screen time and sleep cycles. Establishes the primary premise, cause, screen time. This first sentence sets the stage by introducing the core subject. By noting this as the primary premise, we anchor our understanding, knowing that every subsequent idea must either support or challenge this initial finding. Consequently, many educators are recommending structured digital detox periods. Uses a result marker, consequently, to show the direct effect of the premise. The word consequently is your biggest clue here. It signals that everything in this sentence is a direct result or solution stemming from the problem identified in the first point, strengthening the cause and effect chain. Furthermore, research on adolescent cognitive development suggests limitations during these periods. Introduces a second supporting area of evidence, furthermores. Notice the shift using furthermore. This tells you that the writer is not contradicting the previous idea. Rather, they are adding another layer of evidence to build an even stronger case. Therefore, policy recommendations must address both usage limits and educational support structures. Uses a concluding marker, therefore, to synthesize all preceding points into a solution. This final statement acts as the ultimate synthesis. It doesn't introduce new information. It bundles together the cause, the effect, and the supporting evidence from the previous 3 parts into one logical conclusion. Let's compare 4 pairs. Argumentative essay, thesis-driven. Explanatory report, process-driven. Focus on establishing a debatable point versus demonstrating how things work. In an argumentative essay, the coherence must always funnel back to proving your thesis statement. Conversely, in a report, coherence is maintained by following a logical sequence of steps or categories, keeping the process clear for the reader. Topic sentence, paragraph opener. Thesis statement essay opening. Controls the paragraph's focus versus controls the entire essay's direction. While both statements are controlling, the thesis makes a grand claim the whole paper must support. The topic sentence is much more localized. Its job is simply to make sure all sentences within that single paragraph stay focused on one small idea. Causal connectors, because, since. Additive connectors, moreover, in addition. Explaining why something happens versus adding more supporting facts. Knowing the difference between these connectors is vital for your comprehension. If you see a causal connector, stop and ask yourself what the writer believes was the root problem or reason. This changes your reading focus entirely. Chronological order, time sequence. Conceptual hierarchy, importance order. Following events as they happened versus building ideas from simple to complex. Some texts follow time, like historical narratives. Others build concepts by importance, moving from the easiest to understand point to the most critical conclusion. Recognizing which structure is at play helps you anticipate where the writer is taking your attention. Complete the summary using words from the passage. The first phase of sustainable development requires a thorough assessment of local resources, noting potential environmental impacts on the entire community. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is initial. Here, initial doesn't just mean first in time. It sets up a procedural sequence for the reader. It signals that subsequent actions must build upon this foundational assessment. Following this audit, stakeholders must collaborate to develop actionable plans, creating buy-in from all affected parties. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is subsequently. The word subsequently is a powerful structural signal. It tells you that the next step of action will only happen after ask the previous requirement. The audit has been successfully completed. Furthermore, long-term success depends on incorporating educational programs to ensure community knowledge retention and widespread adoption. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is furthermore. This marker shows that the writer is adding a new but equally important dimension of action. The connection here is additive. It expands the scope without changing the core goal. Ultimately, these overlapping efforts ensure that development outcomes are not only sustainable, but also equitable for all citizens. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is ultimately. The word ultimately acts like a curtain call. It signals to the reader that this statement is the grand conclusion that synthesizes everything discussed in the previous 3 parts: the audit, the plans, and education. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-reading mapping. Before reading a complex text, quickly generate a mental outline of the expected structure, problem, cause, solution. Don't just skim for keywords. Predict the logical trajectory. By setting up this structural framework beforehand, you give your brain a roadmap and make it much easier to spot where the author deviates or strengthens their argument. The pivot points technique. When reading long passages, pause every time a key word or phrase seems to change direction. These are your pivot points. A pivot point is where the writer shifts from describing what something is to explaining why it matters. Identifying these critical turns allows you to summarize not just the facts, but the underlying implications of those facts. Questioning transitions. When a conjunction like however or therefore appears, physically stop and ask, is this agreement or disagreement? Do not take transitional words at face value. A transition can signal strong contrast, but sometimes it merely signals addition. Always verify the logical relationship. Is it contrasting, supporting, or simply listing items? Paraphrase. Testing. After reading a difficult paragraph, try to summarize its main point in 3 different ways: simple, academic, and spoken. If you can successfully paraphrase the core message while maintaining the logical flow across those 3 styles, it confirms that you haven't just memorized words. You have truly understood the structural relationship between the ideas presented. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The early adoption of remote work was initially seen as a novelty. However, the sustained shift proved that many tasks could be completed with equal or superior output from non-traditional settings. This transition necessitated new infrastructural investments and also altered corporate culture profoundly. Therefore, businesses must now design hybrid models focusing on trust rather than mere physical presence to retain talent effectively. Question 1. What is the main idea of this passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the shift to remote work requires companies to adapt their culture and infrastructure fundamentally. To answer this, you must look for the ultimate conclusion signaled by therefore. The core argument is not just that people can work remotely, but that this capability forces a structural change in how businesses operate. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means consequently or as a result of. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is therefore. The signal word therefore guides you straight to the main takeaway. When faced with complex arguments, always hunt for these logical markers. They are the writer's explicit breadcrumbs showing where one idea leads directly to another. When telling a story or describing a sequence of events, maintaining consistent verb tense is crucial. If you start in the past, you generally want to stay in the past. We use the simple past for actions completed at specific times in the past, like yesterday's or last week. Conversely, if you are describing habits or general truths, the simple present tense is appropriate. Remember subject-verb agreement. A singular subject needs a singular verb form and a plural subject needs a plural verb form. For example, she walks, not she walk. These 2 rules tense consistency and agreement prevent your narrative from sounding choppy or incorrect. Think of tense as the camera setting for your story. Once you set it to past, you need to keep the scene bathed in that light unless a time jump is necessary. The biggest tip here is noticing these structural shifts. They are often what separates native-like speech from proficient speech. Here are 5 examples. The company announces its results yesterday. Simple past tense, announced. Notice the signal word yesterday because this specifies a finished time in the past. We must use the simple past tense for the verb announce, making it announced. This ensures our timeline is clear to the listener. The committee agrees on the new policy. Subject, verb agreement, agrees. Since committee acts as a single unit making one decision, it takes a singular verb form. If we were treating the members individually, we might use a different structure, but here, agrees keeps the subject and verb unified. I have lived in this city since college. Present perfect continuous, have lived. The phrase since college tells us that an action started in the past and continues up to the present moment. The present perfect tense is perfect for showing continuous duration like this. Many students enjoys reading science fiction. Subject, verb agreement, enjoy. The subject students is plural, so the verb must also be in its base form. Many learners incorrectly default to adding ands even when the subject is plural. When I was young, I walked miles every day. Consistent past tense walked. The phrase, when I was young, establishes the entire setting in the past. Therefore, all surrounding actions, like walking, must stay consistently in the simple past tense. Let's compare 4 pairs. Simple past, I saw the film. Present perfect, I have seen that film. Finished time versus experience. The key difference here is time specificity. I saw means it happened and finished at an unstated past point. I have seen, however, focuses on the experience itself up to now without specifying when. Subject, the team, singular unit. Verb, agrees. Collective nouns, singular view. When a group of people acts together as one single entity, treat it as singular. If the members are acting independently, you might shift to plural verbs, but usually, treating them as one unit is safest. Tail, he was running when he fell. Error, he ran when he fell. Past continuous versus simple past. Use the continuous form was running to set the background action, and then use the simple past fell for the sudden interrupting event. This structure creates narrative drama and clarity. A habit, she always drinks coffee. Error, she was always drinking coffee. General truth versus temporary action. If the action is a routine or habit, stick to simple present tense. Switching to continuous tenses suggests that this was only happening for a specific period in the past. Fill in the blanks. She usually is to the gym after work. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is goes. Since usually signals a routine or habit, we must use the simple present tense. Remember that for third-person singular subjects like she, we add an s to the verb. They eat their luggage at the train station last month. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is left. The phrase last month's is a clear indicator of a specific, completed time in the past. Therefore, we need to use the simple past form of the verb leave. He if he had more free time. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is would study. This is a conditional sentence structure using the second conditional. When discussing hypothetical situations in the present, we use simple past in the if clause and would plus base verb in the main clause. We supporting English since 2008. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is have been learning. The word since marks a starting point that continues up to now. This ongoing action requires the present perfect continuous tense, which emphasizes duration. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect. Last year, I visited Paris. Correct. Last year, I visited Paris. The biggest mistake here is forgetting the tense marker. Last year anchors the action in a finished time, requiring the simple past form, visited. Always check for these explicit past time markers. Incorrect. My family are going on vacation. Correct. My family is going on vacation. Although family consists of multiple people, when speaking about the family unit as a whole, like its intention to travel, we treat it conceptually as one single group. This demonstrates proper collective noun agreement. Incorrect. I am knowing the answer. Correct. I know the answer. Verbs like know, believe, and own are stative verbs, meaning they describe a state rather than an action. Stative verbs are rarely used in continuous tenses. You simply use the simple present form. Now, it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Instructions. Read this short paragraph and answer the questions to solidify your understanding of tense shifts and agreement. Question 1. Find and correct the grammar error in this sentence. The team were discussing the budget when the CEO enters the room. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the team was discussing the budget when the CEO entered the room. This error required fixing two things. First, we needed to make the subject-verb agreement consistent, team was. Second, because was discussing status in the past. The interrupting action, enters, must also be shifted into the simple past tense, entered. Always maintain that temporal setting. Question 2. Write your own sentence using a narrative shift, e.g., starting in the past and referencing something currently true. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, when we lived in London, we rarely used public transport, but now we rely on it constantly. A great way to practice is by creating a contrast. Use the simple past for the historical habit, lived, rarely used, and. Then immediately switch to the present tense for the current reality, now. This demonstrates fluid control over your timeline. Today we are tackling a crucial aspect of advanced fluency, eliminating filler words and hesitation markers. These small verbal slips like or repeating phrases are a common, but they can undermine your authority when you speak. The goal isn't silence, it's sounding deliberate and confident. We will learn specific strategies to replace these unconscious pauses with purposeful language that keeps the listener engaged. Think of speaking like building a bridge. Filler words are structural weaknesses. They look harmless, but threaten the overall integrity of your message. By mastering these techniques, you aren't just sounding smoother, you are communicating increased credibility and expertise to your audience. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is disfluency. Say it again, disfluency. When we talk about disfluency, we are referring to those actual moments where your flow breaks down, like stutters or excessive pauses. It's a neutral term used by linguists, so understanding it helps you identify the problem without self-criticism. Instead of focusing on the slip, focus on the recovery. The word is cohesion. Say it again, cohesion. If coherence is about ideas making sense, cohesion is about the linguistic glue that connects those ideas. Think of it as the grammar and transitional phrases you use to ensure one sentence flows seamlessly into the next. Strong cohesion makes your argument feel inevitable. Word is articulate. Say it again, articulate. When we say someone is articulate, it means they have control over their language, not just that they use big words. It suggests clarity of thought matched with precision in delivery. Practicing sentence structure helps you become more articulate over time. The word is elucidate. Say it again, elucidate. This is a powerful verb to use when you need clarification, or even when you are asked to elaborate on a complex topic. It shows intellectual confidence by suggesting deep knowledge and the ability to simplify it. Remember, it's formal to use it in academic settings. The word is circumlocution. Say it again, circumlocution. This term describes the filler behavior we want to avoid when speaking on cue cards. Instead of pausing and rambling around a topic which is circumlocution, it's better to pause briefly, take a breath, and find the word. The word is fluent. Say it again, fluent. While fluent is a common word, understanding it in this context means achieving natural rhythm and consistency, not just knowing many words. True fluency minimizes the audible pauses that interrupt the listener's flow. Here are 5 examples. To improve her presentation, she needed to eliminate unnecessary filler words and reduce signs of disfluency. Disfluency, N. Notice how the speaker frames disfluencies as something that can be reduced, making it actionable. It shifts the focus from a personal failing to a measurable speaking skill. The report lacks structural cohesion, jumping wildly between economic data and social trends. Cohesion, NN. If you are giving an oral presentation, think about using signposting language phrases like moving on to or furthermore to build explicit cohesion between your main points. The speaker was highly articulate, even when discussing complex philosophical concepts. Articulate, AJ. This example shows that articulation is linked not just to vocabulary size, but to clarity. It means the speaker structures their thoughts so that they are inherently easy for the audience to follow. The professor asked us to elucidate the core tenets of behavioral economics in simple terms. Elucidate VVE. When you use elucidate, you are accepting the task of simplification. This demonstrates mastery and confidence because you know enough about a topic to break it down for others. He struggled with circumlocution when asked directly about his career gap in the assume. Circumlocution, in. This is the perfect example of word avoidance speaking. Instead of giving a direct answer, using circumlocution makes the speaker seem evasive and less trustworthy. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, articulate. Compare it with fluent. Clarity versus rhythm. Fluency refers to the natural, uninterrupted rhythm of your speech. Articulation refers more specifically to the precision and clarity with which you form complex ideas. You can be fluent but lack articulation if you rush through precise details. First, cohesion. Compare it with coherence. The how versus the what. Coherence is about whether the ideas make sense logically, the message itself. Cohesion is about the language, connecting those ideas, like using transition words to guide the listener through the argument. First, disfluency. Compare it with hesitation. The symptom versus the action. A hesitation is the act of pausing because you are thinking. Disfluencies is the technical term for the audible markers, like repeated sounds or fillers, that reveal your momentary lack of flow. First, circumlocution. Compare it with evasion. Word avoidance versus topic avoidance. While often used interchangeably, evasion is a deliberate act of avoiding an entire topic or question. Circumlocution is the failure to find the precise word, leading you to talk around the issue instead. Here are 4 ways to practice. The pause technique, self-correction. When you feel the urge to say or replace it with a deliberate silent pause. A trained silence is infinitely more powerful than any filler word. It gives your brain time to retrieve the correct vocabulary and makes you sound thoughtful rather than lost. Pre-planning signposting. Before speaking, outline 3 transition phrases you will use naturally. Knowing that you must signpost such as saying first, secondly, and to conclude forces your brain to maintain structural cohesion throughout the talk. This trains you to think linearly. The 1-minute monologue drill. Pick a random object and speak about it for 60 seconds without stopping, forcing immediate articulation. This is excellent practice because it simulates real-time pressure under which most disfluencies occur. The goal here is not perfection, but maintaining continuous speech flow. Vocabulary mapping. Map out synonyms and connecting phrases for key concepts to reduce circumlocution. If you know 3 different ways to say importance, crucial, pivotal, paramount, you are less likely to stumble or use vague language when speaking. Now it is your turn to practice. read or listen to the following passage carefully. Presenting complex data requires more than just knowledge. It demands careful articulation. If your argument lacks cohesion, the audience will struggle to follow. Sometimes speakers fall into disfluency, using excessive circumlocution instead of a direct answer. To guide the listener, you must always find ways to elucidate tricky points and ensure overall coherence. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means to make clear or explain. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is elucidate. The text uses elucidates as a key action. It suggests that when explaining complex data, you can't just state facts, you must actively make them understandable. Remember this verb for high-level academic speaking. Question 2. Use one of the target words to describe how someone might improve their public speaking. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, she needs to practice pausing instead of filling with disfluency markers. When forming your own sentence, try to place the vocabulary word in a context that describes action or improvement. This helps move the word from passive knowledge into active, usable language. The IELTS speaking test is a timed event that assesses your ability to communicate fluently and naturally across 3 distinct parts. While the total time is generally around 11 to 15 minutes, managing this duration effectively is crucial for maximizing your score potential. This isn't just about speaking long enough, it's about pacing your answers so they are both detailed and efficient. You need strategies that allow you to fill appropriate gaps without sounding rushed or repetitive. Mastering the clock helps ensure examiners see a balanced range of your skills. Think of time management here as resource allocation. It's not enough to speak well if you spend 5 minutes on part 1 when you needed those seconds for the deeper discussion in part 3. The goal is smooth, consistent output that demonstrates control over language and thought. Here are 5 examples. The 2-sentence bridge, using a short transition phrase to buy time when thinking of your answer. Example, that's an interesting question. To give you a thorough response, I would say, this technique is highly effective because it sounds natural and academic. Instead of pausing in silence, you are giving yourself conversational space to organize your thoughts while appearing thoughtful and engaged. The detail drill, when asked a general question, immediately provide one specific supporting example. Instead of just saying, I like reading, say, I really enjoy reading because I found a book last month that transported me. Specificity is your best friend for pacing. By diving into details or anecdotes early in your answer, you immediately increase the length and depth without needing filler words, making your response sound much more robust. The expansion technique, when you finish a point, don't stop, expand on why that point is true. After stating an idea, follow up with "pie," and I think this is because. This method prevents dead air and helps maintain momentum. You are essentially taking a concise thought and building a mini argument around it, demonstrating complex thinking and sustaining your flow. Pre-planned opening lines, having 3 general opening frameworks ready for any topic. Frameworks like, overall I feel, or it depends on the context, but generally speaking, BC. These structures act as conversational scaffolding. They provide immediate linguistic material to start with and signal to the examiner that you are about to give a fully structured answer, saving critical seconds. The concluding summary, ending your response with a brief summary sentence. After giving all your points, wrap up by saying something like, so, to summarize my view, ma. This technique makes you sound organized and complete. It gives the impression that you have fully structured your thoughts from beginning to end, even if you had to pause slightly before delivering that final summary. Let's compare 4 pairs. Stopping after a short answer, leaving long silences. Using bridging phrases to cushion pauses and maintain speech continuity. The key mindset shift, viewing silence as wasted time. High-scoring candidates understand that even planned pauses should be filled with language. They use discourse markers or brief clarifications, which keeps the conversation moving smoothly for both them and the examiner. Rushing through answers in part 3 out of anxiety. Taking a deliberate breath before answering deeper questions to structure complex ideas. Insight, treating difficulty as an opportunity for depth, not panic. When the questions get harder and faster, it's easy to scramble. The strong candidate understands that slowing down slightly demonstrates careful thought, which is a key component of fluency. Attempting to speak too long in part 2 because they ran out of things to say. Adhering closely to the allotted time by structuring content into distinct points. Intro, Body 1, Body 2, Conclusion. Insight, quality, and structure beat sheer quantity every time. We often think we need to speak constantly. Instead, focus on making every sentence count by ensuring there is a clear point or example connected to your main topic. Skipping elaboration when the examiner gives a vague prompt. Interpreting the prompt broadly and offering multiple angles of discussion, social, personal, global impact. Insight, expanding scope equals expanding time. Don't take prompts too literally. If they ask about technology, don't just talk about phones. Discuss its societal impact, economic changes, and environmental costs to fill your necessary speaking time. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. It boosts the fluency score. Consistent pacing shows you can speak without noticeable hesitation or gaps of silence. Fluency is not just about speed, it's about rhythmic consistency. By mastering your timing, you eliminate awkward pauses that break the rhythm and make your speech sound more natural. It supports coherence through structure. Knowing how much time you have forces you to organize ideas logically from start to finish. Good pacing requires good flow. When you plan your answer, you are inherently creating signposts like firstly, or moving on to the second point, which greatly improves your overall logical structure. It manages speaking anxiety. Having a time strategy gives you a predictable framework to rely on when under pressure. Often, the biggest barrier in IELTS is performance anxiety. By having these physical strategies ready, you replace unpredictable worry with a reliable routine, which boosts your confidence significantly. Here are 4 ways to practice. Time shadowing, listening to native speakers and repeating their pacing exactly. Focus on mimicking the rhythm, not just the words. Pay attention to where they naturally pause or speed up. Shadowing is excellent for internalization. When you reproduce speech after listening, your brain automatically adjusts its natural speaking pace to match the model's flow, improving your own conversational timing. The 5-minute monologue drill, picking a random topic and forcing yourself to speak non-stop for 5 minutes. This simulates sustained pressure and helps you fill unavoidable gaps with descriptive language or examples. The goal here is endurance. You are training your mind to pull vocabulary and ideas from diverse areas quickly, ensuring that when the examiner asks a question, you have enough material ready. Mock test time boxing, using actual stopwatches during practice sessions. Assign specific time limits for each part, e.g. 1 minute max for part 1, 5 minutes total for the mock test. You must simulate exam conditions entirely. By enforcing strict time boxes, you train yourself to be ruthless with your language, cutting out unnecessary words and getting straight to the point. Recording and reviewing, recording all practice sessions and listening back immediately. Critically listen for dead air or long, uncomfortable silences. Identify where you slowed down too much. Self-correction is key to improvement. When you hear a gap in your own voice on the recording, that becomes your target area. You can then practice filling that specific weakness with one of our learned bridging techniques. In a full mock test simulation, examiners are listening for much more than just correct grammar. They are evaluating your ability to sustain sophisticated discourse and adapt your register seamlessly across parts 1, 2, and 3. Pay special attention to using complex sentence structures and varied vocabulary naturally throughout the conversation. The goal is to demonstrate fluency that sounds effortless, making your speech flow like native academic discussion. Remember that sounding fluent isn't just about speaking fast, it's about sounding smooth. A natural pause for thought is better than scrambling through filler words. Focus on connecting your ideas logically, using discourse markers to guide the listener from one point to the next. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is to illustrate this point, I believe. Say it again to illustrate this point, I believe. Don't just say you agree. Use phrases like this to anchor your opinion with a specific scenario. This shows the examiner that you can think critically and apply abstract ideas to real-world contexts, which is highly valuable. The word is, while that holds true, we must also consider. Say it again. While that holds true, we must also consider. This is a sophisticated way of disagreement. Instead of simply saying, no, you're wrong, this phrase acknowledges the other person's point first. It demonstrates balance and critical thinking, which elevates your speaking ability significantly. The word is, to elaborate on that idea, I would suggest. Say it again. To elaborate on that idea, I would suggest. When you've made an initial point and the examiner prompts you for more detail, this phrase keeps your response focused. It tells the listener you are about to deepen the analysis rather than just giving a casual follow-up. The word is, in the grand scheme of things, I think. Say it again. In the grand scheme of things, I think. Ha! Use this phrase towards the end of a Part 3 discussion. It signals that you are moving towards a conclusion or overall synthesis of the conversation. This shows excellent command over maintaining thematic focus. The word is, I am inclined to think that. Say again, I am inclined to think that. This is a perfect formal alternative to saying I think. It implies thoughtfulness and careful consideration, making your response sound more academic and less impulsive. It is excellent for maintaining a thoughtful register. Let's compare 4 pairs. It's really good. It is impressively beneficial. Elevating adjectives and adverbs. Notice how we move from simple, common words to more academic synonyms. The goal isn't just to use big words, but to choose precise vocabulary that fits the formal tone of an interview. I don't know what to say. That is a challenging question, and I need a moment to consider it. Mastering polite hesitation. Even when you are unsure of an answer, practice using formal filler phrases. This buys you valuable thinking time while maintaining the image of confidence and composure. We got to change this. It would be prudent to modify this aspect. Shifting modal verbs. Informal speech often uses contractions like gotta or simple directives. In formal settings, using full phrases and sophisticated modals like it would be prudent raises your entire register. That's enough. I believe that point has been sufficiently covered. Concluding gracefully. Knowing how to politely wrap up a thought or transition is key. Instead of abrupt endings, use phrases that signal completion while maintaining flow and politeness. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Vague, simple grammar. I was thinking about the environment because it is bad. Precise and academic. I have been concerned about environmental sustainability due to its current trajectory. The correction improves the structure by using a more complex grammatical pattern and substituting vague language. We replaced bad with specific academic vocabulary like unsustainabilities or trajectory. Filler reliance. Also, I think maybe that's hard to say. Smooth transitioning. Furthermore, while it is difficult to quantify, my perspective suggests the biggest mistake here is relying on fillers like you knows or maybe. We replace those with strong discourse markers like furthermore, which instantly boosts your perceived fluency and control. Unnatural basic phrasing. In my country, people don't use cars much. Idiomatic and formal. In my home country, public transportation is highly utilized. Instead of translating directly from a basic concept, think about the natural way an academic might describe it. Using public transportation instead of cars demonstrates broader vocabulary knowledge. Here are 4 ways to practice. Record and analyze. Record yourself answering a prompt, then listen specifically for the moments where you pause or stumble. Identifying these weak spots is crucial for targeted practice. Don't just record your answers, actively grade them as if you were the examiner. When you find a weakness in coherence, dedicate an entire session just to linking phrases. The topic bridge drill. Practice connecting unrelated topics smoothly. For instance, how does climate change relate to education? This forces flexible thinking. A high-level candidate doesn't just answer the question, they draw connections between it and other subjects. These bridge techniques are what separate good speakers from excellent ones. Structured paraphrasing. Take 10 simple statements about global issues and practice paraphrasing them using 3 different grammatical structures, e.g., passive voice, gerunds. This technique prevents you from getting stuck in repetitive language patterns. It forces your brain to access vocabulary and grammar rules systematically, which is excellent exam preparation. Timed response simulation. Set a timer for 40 seconds per response, regardless of the prompt difficulty. This trains you to speak continuously under pressure. The biggest challenge in the real test is managing time and anxiety simultaneously. Practicing with strict time limits builds stamina and forces you to maintain your speaking pace consistently. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a piece of technology. It could be anything from public transport systems to a smart home device. You should say what the device is, or how it works generally. Why you think it has become so popular, and explain whether its benefits outweigh its drawbacks. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a balanced discussion showing both positive and negative aspects of technology's integration into daily life. Don't just list facts, analyze them. Notice that this prompt requires you to move beyond simple description and enter true analysis, which is the hallmark of Part 3. By structuring your answer around benefits versus drawbacks, you immediately demonstrate advanced critical thinking. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is conditional structures, if, then, and complex linking phrases to show cause and effect. To score highly, don't just state facts, discuss possibilities. Using conditional statements like, if this technology were restricted, society would face, shows advanced grammatical command while keeping the discussion dynamic. Your score report is a blueprint for improvement, not just a final grade. It breaks down your performance across specific criteria, fluency and coherence, lexical resource, grammar range, and pronunciation. Don't focus only on the overall band. You must analyze the component scores individually. Each section tells you precisely what skill needs attention. For instance, did you struggle with linking ideas, or was it simply vocabulary depth? A thorough analysis requires treating the report like a technical diagnostic tool. When we look at these specific criteria like lexical resource, remember that vocabulary isn't just about knowing big words, it's also about using them naturally and accurately. If your score is low here, it suggests you might be overusing complex vocabulary incorrectly, or perhaps simply relying on repetitive phrases throughout the test. Here are 5 examples. Transcribe every mistake, record your speaking test, and transcribe every single error. Don't just read the report, listen back to your own recording, write down exactly where you stumbled or paused unusually. The act of transcribing forces you to hear not just what you said, but how you said it. Pay special attention to moments of hesitation. These pauses are often indicators of a structural gap in your language use that needs targeted practice. The gold standard review. Identify 3 specific sentences you wish you could rewrite. For each sentence, write down 2 alternative ways to phrase the idea using different grammar or vocabulary structures. This exercise moves beyond simple correction. By generating multiple alternatives, you are actively expanding your linguistic toolkit and training yourself to deploy varied structures spontaneously under pressure. Targeted grammar pairing cross-reference common errors with specific grammar rules. If the report flags tense shifts, dedicate a practice session solely to mastering conditional clauses or perfect tenses. Never let an error remain generalized. If you consistently misuse prepositions or confuse count-non-count nouns, treat that single grammatical point as your primary focus until it becomes automatic. Peer review with focus. Have a study partner. Analyze your test using only one criterion, e.g., linking. Ask them to ignore content and simply listen for transitions, cohesion markers, and flow. Having a third party evaluate you is invaluable because they hear patterns that your own brain filters out. Specifically asking them to focus on coherence trains both you and the listener to notice subtle organizational flaws. Vocabulary mining: create flashcards not just for words, but for full phrases or collocations. Instead of significant, learn highly significant impact or a significant shift in policy. High-scoring candidates rarely use single, perfect vocabulary words. They string together accurate word combinations or collocations, which makes their speech sound native and highly sophisticated. Let's compare 4 pairs. Focusing only on the final band score, e.g., I got a band 6. Analyzing component scores and finding specific weakness areas, e.g., my lexical resource was weak in part 3s. Shifting from outcome to process. A low overall score is discouraging, but pinpointing the exact area like coherence or grammar range gives you a clear, actionable study plan. This shift moves you from feeling frustrated to being strategic. Blaming difficulty or lack of time, the test was too hard. Identifying specific moments where fluency dropped, e.g., I hesitated when asked about technologies. Developing self-accountability through evidence. Instead of external excuses, pinpointing the exact conversational trigger that derailed you is crucial. This helps you anticipate those specific question types and prepare your responses preemptively. Rereading only what went wrong, I use simple words. Actively generating sophisticated alternatives for every weak phrase. How can I say this 3 other ways? Active reconstruction rather than passive identification. It is not enough to recognize a mistake. You must practice replacing it immediately. This constant mental rehearsal forces the correct structure into your short-term memory, preparing it for spontaneous use. Comparing yourself only to others' scores. Tracking your own progress over time and measuring small improvements. I improved my article usage by 10% this week. Focusing on incremental personal growth. The IELTS journey is a marathon of microscopic improvements. By setting micro goals based on past performance, you maintain motivation and build confidence through measurable achievements. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Precision targeting of weaknesses. It ensures your study time is spent where it will yield the highest return on investment. Without detailed analysis, you risk studying general English when all you need is specialized practice in complex conjunctions. This targeted approach maximizes efficiency and prevents burnout. Building self-correction mechanisms. It teaches you to become your own best examiner, allowing you to catch errors before they happen. The ultimate goal of test preparation is not passing a single mock test, it's developing the internal awareness that allows you to self-correct in any real-life conversation. This metacognitive skill is what defines fluency, shifting from knowledge to performance. It forces you to bridge the gap between knowing a rule and actually using it spontaneously under pressure. Many students know the rules for parallelism, but when they are rushed, they break them. Analysis helps simulate that pressure point so you can practice stabilizing those complex structures until they become muscle memory. Here are 4 ways to practice. The error dictionary. Maintain a dedicated notebook for your repeating mistakes. List the error, e.g., incorrect usage of past perfect, and write 3 correct examples immediately. This isn't just a list, it's a highly active study guide. By writing out multiple correct contexts, you are building neural pathways that automatically recall the proper structure when speaking. The topic deep dive. Choose one part 3 topic, e.g., urbanization, and brainstorm arguments for all levels. Prepare structured responses incorporating advanced linking phrases, counter-arguments, and complex vocabulary related to the theme. This exercise simulates the sustained depth required in IELTS speaking. You move past simple list answers and practice maintaining a sophisticated academic tone over an extended period. The timed rehearsal. Repeat a difficult section of your test 3 times, timing yourself each time. Focus on reducing the pause count and increasing the pace while maintaining clarity. Record all 3 attempts. Timing isn't just about speed, it's about maximizing communicative effectiveness per second. By repeating the same content under pressure, you build stamina and consistency in your delivery. The explanation script. Choose a complex process, e.g., how solar energy works, and explain it to an imaginary child. This forces you to use varying registers of language from simple foundational vocabulary to precise technical terms. Mastering different registers shows linguistic versatility, which is highly rewarded in the lexical resource score. You prove that you can simplify complex ideas without sacrificing accuracy. Test anxiety is a very common experience. It's not necessarily a sign that you aren't prepared. It's often your body reacting to perceived pressure. When we feel immense stress, our brains can enter a state of fight or flight, which ironically makes complex tasks much harder. Our focus shifts from retrieval and communication to pure survival mode. The key to managing this is learning to consciously interrupt that physical panic cycle. Remember, anxiety is an alarm system, not a predictor of failure. It's simply telling you that something important is happening. By understanding the physiological reaction, the racing heart, the shallow breath, you can start to separate the feeling from the actual performance. This separation is where all effective technique begins. Here are 5 examples. Box breathing. Inhale for 4 counts, hold for 4, exhale for 4, pause for 4. Physical anchor. This technique is extremely powerful because it directly engages the parasympathetic nervous system. By slowing your breath, you signal to your brain that you are safe and do not need to panic. It gives your mind a momentary distraction while physically regulating your heart rate. Positive self-talk, replacing "I must perform perfectly" with "I am doing my best right now." Cognitive reframing. The language we use internally has a massive impact on our emotional state. Instead of setting impossible standards for yourself, focus on effort and process. This shifts the goal from achieving perfection to simply showing up and completing the task. Visualization, mentally walking through successful moments before the test. Pre-test rehearsal. Don't just visualize getting a good score, visualize yourself performing calmly. See yourself reading a tricky question and taking a deliberate pause before answering. This builds neural pathways for calm performance, making the actual test feel more familiar. Grounding techniques, naming 5 things you can see, 4 you can touch, 3 you can hear. Immediate focus shift. When anxiety hits during the test itself, this technique pulls your scattered focus back into your immediate physical environment. It's a quick reset button that forces your brain out of abstract worry and back into acute reality. The next question only's rule, focusing solely on the current item. Micro-focus strategy. A common trap is worrying about the remaining questions. When you feel that overwhelming pressure, consciously tell yourself to ignore everything after your cursor. Treat every single question as a brand new, isolated task. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Interrupting the panic cycle. Physical techniques immediately activate your calming response. When we feel panic, our body releases cortisol and adrenaline. Breathing exercises are counter-agents to this chemical rush. They physically slow down the heart rate and interrupt the negative thought loop, giving you the mental space to think clearly. Shifting focus from outcome to process. Success is defined by effort, not just grades. When we focus on the outcome, the grade, the score, we put all our emotional weight onto an external result. By focusing purely on the process, reading carefully, structuring an answer, speaking clearly, you take back control into something you actually manage. Cognitive load management. Reducing worry frees up your working memory capacity. Anxiety consumes valuable working memory's resources. Instead of using that mental energy to repeat, "Did I miss anything?" What if they ask about X? You free it up to recall facts and structure complex arguments effectively. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Catastrophizing. If I struggle with this one question, the whole test is ruined. Reality check. This difficulty only affects this one item. I will move on and return later. Catastrophizing is when we blow a small setback into an absolute disaster. It's the all-or-nothing thinking pattern that paralyzes us. Learning to reframe a small mistake as merely an isolated data point is essential for maintaining momentum. External locus of control. I have to be perfect, or I will disappoint everyone. Internal validation. My value isn't tied to this single performance. I am doing my best with the tools I have today. This trap makes your self-worth dependent on external judgment. We need to remind ourselves that our worth is intrinsic, not attached to a score or praise from others. Focus on the effort you invested, which was entirely within your control. Amnesic panic. I've forgotten everything I studied. Trusting retrieval. My knowledge is accessible. I just need to take a deep breath and focus on retrieval now. This feeling of brain fogs can feel overwhelming, but it is rarely true forgetting. It is more often the result of acute stress interfering with quick retrieval. A conscious deep breath reminds your brain that the information is still stored. You just need to find the entry point. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-game rituals. Establish a consistent routine the day before and morning of. Include light exercise, reviewing positive notes, and ensuring good sleep hygiene. Consistency is your best friend when managing stress. By creating predictable rituals like listening to specific music or doing gentle stretching, you signal calmness to your body. These routines act as anchors that ground you before the high-stakes moment. During test breaks, utilize micro breaks for physical movement. Stand up, stretch your neck and shoulders, or walk around briefly if permitted. Our bodies hold tension in specific places when we are anxious. These simple movements help physically release that built-up adrenaline. Don't just sit there waiting. Actively reset your posture and circulation. Post-test self-compassion. Forgiving yourself regardless of the result. Acknowledge the effort you gave, not the grade you received. The most important skill to practice is self-compassion. After the test, resist the urge to immediately judge yourself harshly. Acknowledging that you did your best under pressure is a sign of maturity and resilience. Long-term practice. Integrating mindfulness into daily life. Practice awareness during routine activities like eating or walking. True stress management isn't just for test day, it's a skill you build throughout your entire life. By practicing mindful attention on mundane tasks, you increase your general capacity to stay present and regulated when pressure inevitably rises. Preparation isn't just about studying grammar or vocabulary, it's fundamentally about psychological readiness. Building a pre-test routine helps transition your mind from panic mode to performance mode. This structured approach reduces the inherent anxiety that many test takers experience. A good routine establishes predictability, which is incredibly comforting when faced with an unpredictable exam environment. Focus on these mental anchors before you even walk into the testing center. Think of your pre-test routine like a warm-up stretch for your brain. By doing the same calming actions like deep breaths or journaling, you signal to your nervous system that everything is under control. This sense of routine helps minimize that initial burst of performance anxiety, allowing you to access your knowledge more freely. Here are 5 examples. Deep breathing exercise. Before the test starts, take 5 slow, deep breaths. Inhale slowly through the nose, hold briefly, and exhale completely through pursed lips. Focus on rhythmic control. This technique is an immediate biological reset switch. Slowing your breath directly lowers your heart rate, which physically counteracts the fight or flight stress response. It grounds you in the present moment rather than letting you spiral into worrying about what might happen. Positive visualization. Spend 3 minutes imagining yourself succeeding answering questions confidently and speaking fluently. Mental rehearsal. Visualization isn't just wishful thinking, it actually helps solidify neural pathways. By mentally walking through success, you are priming your brain for those actions, making the real thing feel less daunting. Quick vocabulary review. Skim through a list of high-level academic words or linking phrases, e.g., consequently, furthermore. Activate memory recall. This keeps your linguistic muscles active without the stress of having to write full sentences. It's just enough stimulation to remind you that those complex structures are still fresh in your mind. Time management walkthrough. Practice allocating specific time blocks for each section before the test begins. Strategic pacing. Knowing how much time you can afford to spend on a difficult question is incredibly valuable. This pre-planning prevents you from getting bogged down by one challenging item, allowing you to move on strategically. Mini mindfulness break. When waiting for the test to begin, observe 5 things you can see, 4 things you can hear, and 3 things you can feel. This is grounding. Sensory awareness. This exercise pulls your focus entirely off the stressful outcome of the test and anchors it firmly in your physical surroundings. It forces a return to objective reality, which is exactly what anxiety tries to pull you away from. Let's compare 4 pairs. What a weak candidate does, panics when they see an unfamiliar question type and rushes the answers. What a strong candidate does, pauses, identifies the core skill required by the task, and adjusts their strategy accordingly. The key mindset shift. A weak candidate sees the unexpected as a failure. A strong candidate sees it as new data, a clue that requires adaptation. The difference is moving from emotional reaction to analytical problem solving. Weak approach 2 gets stuck on one difficult question, spending too much time and losing momentum. Strong approach 2 skips the challenging item immediately, marks it for review, and maximizes score potential elsewhere. High scorers understand that test taking is about maximizing points efficiently. They recognize the sunk cost fallacy. Spending all your time on one question rarely pays off. Weak approach 3 reads instructions vaguely and assumes what they should be doing. Strong approach 3 rereads all instructions twice, underlining key verbs, e.g., discuss, evaluate, to clarify the exact task. Never assume. Being precise about what the prompt is asking for, whether it wants an example or a detailed discussion, is critical for hitting the band score criteria. Weak approach 4 blames lack of knowledge on the test difficulty or bad luck. Strong approach 4 focuses only on the next question, treating every item as a fresh, isolated task. They maintain self-talk of competence. The most powerful tool you have is your ability to reset internally. By refusing to let one bad answer dictate the outcome of the whole test, you regain control and focus. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Reduces cognitive load. A solid routine automates basic tasks, freeing up mental energy for complex thinking. When you don't have to spend mental effort figuring out what to do next, your available cognitive resources are free. You can dedicate all that power to generating sophisticated language and deep ideas. Improves retrieval speed. Practice helps solidify vocabulary and grammatical structures so they come quickly under pressure. Fluency isn't just about knowing the words, it's about accessing them instantly. Consistent practice makes those complex grammar points and high-level phrases automatic, like breathing. Self-efficacy. Success in preparation builds genuine belief that you can perform well when stakes are high. Self-efficacy is the belief in your own capability. By proving to yourself repeatedly that you can handle the pressure, you build a robust inner confidence that shines through in your performance. Here are 4 ways to practice. Full simulation tests. Schedule full practice tests under strict, timed conditions. This is the only way to build stamina and get used to the specific pressure of the exam environment. Don't just do a test, mimic the real day. Dress in your usual clothes, find a quiet space, and treat it like the actual event. This helps remove any unfamiliar variables. Mindfulness journaling. Dedicate 10 minutes daily to writing about stressful or uncertain topics without editing yourself. This practice allows you to process emotions and thoughts outside of a formal academic structure. Writing about stress helps externalize it. By articulating your fears on paper, they become less abstract and therefore feel much more manageable. Speaking partner drills. Practice speaking with a friend or tutor who gives immediate, constructive feedback on your flow. Focus not only on accuracy, but also on maintaining momentum and natural conversational rhythm. The goal here is sustained fluency. Don't just talk about grammar. Try to keep the conversation moving smoothly from one point to the next without awkward pauses. Reviewing anchor phrases. Create a cheat sheet of strong introductory or concluding phrases for speaking or writing. Examples include, to elaborate on this point, or, in conclusion, it is clear that. These anchor phrases are linguistic safety nets. They allow you to buy yourself precious seconds while your brain catches up, giving you time to structure a complete and complex thought. When examiners listen for high performance, they are assessing more than just accurate vocabulary or perfect grammar. They are listening for rhetorical sophistication, how you connect ideas, and how deeply you analyze a topic. This means developing a clear narrative flow and mastering advanced cohesive devices. Specifically, think about using academic signposting language to guide your listener through complex thoughts. A C1 speaker doesn't just list points, they build an argument piece by piece, showing the relationship between those ideas. Remember, fluency at this level isn't about speaking fast, it's about sounding structured and controlled. If you use strong transition phrases like furthermore, or conversely, you immediately elevate your perceived skill level. Focus on delivering these markers with appropriate pauses to ensure the listener follows your sophisticated thought process. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, it's worth noting that. Say it again. It's worth noting that. This phrase signals to your listener that you're about to introduce an important but perhaps less obvious point. Use it when you want to pivot slightly or add depth without changing the main topic entirely. It shows thoughtfulness and careful consideration of alternatives. The word is, on the other hand, one might argue, barred. Say it again. On the other hand, one might argue. This is excellent for showing critical thinking skills, which examiners love. When you use this, make sure to fully explore the opposing view before refuting it or moving on. It demonstrates balanced thinking and metacognitive awareness. The word is, the primary implication of this is. Say it again. The primary implication of this is. This phrase allows you to move from simply stating a fact to analyzing its real-world impact. Instead of saying, this causes X, try using this structure to link cause and effect academically. It shows analytical depth. The word is, to extrapolate this idea. Say it again, to extrapolate this idea. DI. When you need to speculate or discuss future trends, don't just guess, use extrapolate. This makes your prediction sound highly researched and logical. Always follow up such a statement with the conditions that would make it true. The word is, having said that. Say it again, having said that. This is a very advanced conversational tool. It means you are temporarily admitting weakness in your own argument only to immediately strengthen it with a larger, more encompassing idea. Use this sparingly for maximum dramatic effect. Let's compare 4 pairs. A lot of people think, many scholars argue that. Shift from general opinion to scholarly debate. Notice the difference between a lot of, which is conversational, and many scholars, or the majority consensus. Using academic nouns makes your argument sound grounded in research rather than mere personal belief. This immediately boosts credibility. It's really important to, crucially, it is vital that we consider, increase urgency and formality. The revision here takes a casual warning into a formal thesis statement. By using it is vital, you are making a strong claim that requires evidence. Remember to follow up this forceful assertion with detailed support. Like when we talk about, for instance, in the context of improved transitional linking for examples. Instead of using like, which is very casual filler, use precise framing phrases like for instance or to illustrate. This shows that your examples are deliberate and support a structured point. So, I guess we can say, therefore, it would be reasonable to conclude. Formalize conclusory language. Ending your argument with I guess undermines everything you just said. Always use formal conclusion markers like therefore or it is reasonable to conclude. This gives the impression of a definitive, well-researched final thought. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Avoid vague filler, like, this thing is really complicated to understand. Better, precise and formal, the complexity of the issue suggests that deeper research is necessary. A common error is relying on vague filler words or simplifying concepts. The correction replaces unstructured speech with precise academic vocabulary and nouns. Always aim to name the concept instead of describing its feeling. Avoid weak diminished. I think maybe we should try to change this rule a little bit. Better, confident, and formal. Perhaps an amendment to the current policy would prove beneficial. Do not use tentative language like maybe or a little bit when making a serious suggestion. Use strong, formal verbs and nouns instead to convey confidence in your proposal. This sounds authoritative. Avoid apologetic. I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean by that. Better, engaged and clear. Could you perhaps elaborate on the second point? I want to ensure I fully grasp it. Never apologize for not understanding. Instead, ask a sophisticated clarifying question. By framing your request as wanting to fully grasp the point, you sound engaged and highly intellectual rather than simply confused. Here are 4 ways to practice. Thematic expansion recording. Take a simple sentence and expand it into a 3-paragraph mini-essay, introduction, body, conclusion. This exercise forces you to maintain coherence over time. Don't just add words, structure your thoughts using all the advanced connectors we practiced today. This simulates real academic speaking requirements. Advanced shadowing. Listen to a TED Talk and repeat not only the words, but the rhythm, pausing, and intonation of the speaker. Shadowing is crucial for flow. By mimicking native speakers' natural rhythm, you reduce unnatural pauses and filler sounds. Focus especially on where they pause. These are often where transition phrases belong. The why, how, what if method. When practicing a topic, force yourself to address 3 angles: the cause, why, the mechanism, how, and the future impact, what if. This is how you move beyond description into genuine critical analysis. Each of these W questions requires a different type of complex grammatical structure, ensuring you use your full linguistic toolkit. Self-correction with Polish. Instead of saying, wait, say, to rephrase my previous point, or let me clarify that. When you make a mistake, frame the correction strategically. Using these polished phrases turns an error into a demonstration of high-level self-monitoring and rhetorical control. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Cue card prompt. Discuss the impact of artificial intelligence on traditional job markets. You should cover 1. Automation displacing blue-collar jobs. The need for reskilling and new education models. Ethical dilemmas regarding data privacy. Speak for 3 minutes. Question 1. What is the most important structural element to include? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a clear comparative structure that moves from problem identification to potential solutions. Don't just list your 3 bullet points one after the other. Group them logically. Start with the current state, the problem, then transition using a strong contrast marker like however to discuss the required actions, solutions. This creates a compelling narrative arc. Question 2. What sophisticated language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is conditional tenses and advanced passive voice. To elevate your grammar, utilize conditional structures like if governments were to invest or this could potentially lead to. Mastering the passive voice allows you to focus on the action itself rather than who performed it, which is ideal for academic discussion. This final review isn't just about memorizing new words, it's about mastering lexical precision. We are moving beyond simple comprehension and aiming for true linguistic fluency. These go-to phrases and idioms are designed to be immediately deployable in high-stakes academic or professional settings. We will focus on the subtle differences between synonyms, understanding when one word conveys a necessary nuance that another misses. The goal is to sound not just highly fluent, but exceptionally precise. Remember that advanced vocabulary is less about quantity and more about quality. Don't try to use every single sophisticated phrase you learned. Instead, identify the 3 or 4 structures that fit your specific speaking profile best. When you practice these words, always record yourself using them in context so you can tune into how they actually sound when spoken aloud. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is articulate. Say it again, articulate. When you say someone is articulate, it implies more than just speaking clearly. It suggests that their thoughts are organized, structured, and easily understood by others. A common mistake is confusing this with merely being eloquent, which refers more to style. The word is mitigate. Say it again, mitigate. Think of mitigate in terms of reduction. You are actively lessening the impact of a negative force. It is highly favored in academic writing when discussing problems, risks, or adverse effects. The word is propensity. Say it again, propensity. Unlike simple tendency, which can be situational, propensity suggests something almost innate or habitual about a person's nature. It gives your observation a much more analytical and academic tone. The word is inherent. Say it again, inherent. If something is inherent, it was there from the start. It's built into the core nature of the subject. If you can remove it and the thing still functions, it probably isn't inherent. The word is pivot. Say it again, pivot. When you use pivot, you are suggesting a strategic, decisive shift. It's not just changing your mind. It's fundamentally altering your approach because of external pressure or this is perfect for business discussions. The word is nuanced. Say it again, nuanced. If something is nuanced, it means you can't describe it with one simple word. There are many shades of gray. Use this when discussing complex human emotions, philosophical concepts, or detailed cultural differences. Here are 5 examples. The committee recommended changes to mitigate the financial impact of the recession. Mitigate, verb. Notice how mitigate is used here with a noun like impact. This structure helps make your academic phrasing sound very natural and authoritative. You are controlling the severity of the outcome. She was praised for her ability to articulate abstract principles into actionable steps. Articulate, verb. By pairing articulates with phrases like actionable steps, you are showing that your communication skills lead directly to practical results, which is a very high-level compliment in any forum. The inherent biases within the testing structure required careful examination. Inherent adjage. Using inherent here suggests that the bias was built into the system itself, making it unavoidable without deep structural review. This is a powerful way to critique an established process. The political climate demanded that we pivot our focus from protest to negotiation. Pivot, verb. This example shows pivots being used in a formal, socio-political context. It implies a quick but calculated change of strategy under pressure. A nuanced understanding of global economics requires considering cultural propensity. Nuanced adjective, propensity, noun. By combining nuanced and propensity, you demonstrate that your knowledge isn't superficial. You are discussing the subtle, ingrained behavioral patterns across different cultures. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, articulate. Compare it with eloquent. Clarity versus style. While both are positive, articulate focuses strictly on the ability to convey complex thoughts, clearly the structure itself. Eloquent, however, describes the beauty and persuasive quality of the speech, suggesting flair in addition to clarity. First, propensity. Compare it with tendency. Innate nature versus observed pattern. If you say someone has a propensity, it feels almost inevitable, like it's part of their character makeup. If you use tendency, it can feel more observational behavior that shows up frequently, but isn't necessarily permanent. First, mitigate. Compare it with alleviate. Reducing severity versus easing discomfort. This is a common confusion point. Mitigate usually refers to lessening the severity of a large problem, like mitigating risk. Alleviate, on the other hand, often relates to making physical or emotional pain easier to bear. First, nuanced. Compare it with subtle. Complexity in meaning versus faintness of sensory detail. Subtle often describes something barely perceptible, like a subtle scent or a subtle color change. Nuanced, however, always refers to depth and complexity within an idea, concept, or argument. Here are 4 ways to practice. The collocation map. Group words that naturally appear together. Example, inherent risk, mitigate damage. Do not learn these vocabulary items in isolation. Instead, build small mental maps of common pairings or collocations. Knowing that propensity frequently pairs with nouns like bias or risk makes the word stick much faster and sound more natural. The delayed recall method. Schedule reviews for 1 day, 3 days, and 7 days later. This forces deep memory encoding. This is the core of spaced repetition. When you encounter a word again after an interval, your brain treats it like a high-value piece of information, dramatically improving retention. Physical flashcards or digital apps are perfect for this. Sentence transformation. Take simple sentences and rewrite them using the new vocabulary, e.g., the problem with smalls becomes we must mitigate the minor issue. This exercise forces you to manipulate the grammar while upgrading the lexicon. It trains your brain not just on what the word means, but exactly where it can fit into a sentence structure. The discussion prompt method. Prepare arguments for common topics, e.g., climate change, AI ethics, using 3-4 target words. The best way to solidify these high-level phrases is through speaking practice that simulates real pressure. By preparing structured arguments, you force the natural integration of sophisticated vocabulary into your flow. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The study revealed that humanity has an inherent propensity for risk-taking. To combat this, researchers sought to mitigate the negative impacts by developing nuanced economic models. However, the global market continues to pivot quickly, demanding a deeper understanding of cultural factors and their subtle influence. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means an essential or natural quality. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is inherent. The context here, inherent propensity for risk-taking, tells you that this tendency isn't learned, it exists within us from nature. Remember, inherent refers to the source of the characteristic itself. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the board must articulate its concerns about the new policy before announcing a pivot. When crafting your answer, try to use collocations you found earlier. Notice how articulate is paired with concerns, making the statement sound more professional and authoritative. In advanced English exams like IELTS, vocabulary isn't just about knowing definitions, it's about understanding register and collocation. We are revisiting these top words to move beyond simple recognition and achieve genuine fluency. Think of these terms as tools that allow you to express complex ideas with precision. Mastering them means knowing when and why they sound natural in an academic essay or speaking response. Remember that the goal here is not just sounding fancy, but sounding precise. When you use a high-level word correctly, it shows the examiner that you have deep control over English, which is far more valuable than knowing hundreds of words superficially. We are focusing on context and appropriate usage. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is mitigate. Say it again, mitigate. When you use mitigate, always think about lessening an effect it's never used for solving the problem entirely. It implies reduction. Good collocations include mitigate risk or mitigate effects. Saying reduce the danger is often less precise than saying mitigate the severity. The word is ubiquitous. Say it again, ubiquitous. This word is perfect for describing trends or technologies that have become completely normal, making them seem impossible to avoid. If something is common and you see it in every part of the world, ubiquitous is your best choice. It sounds much more academic than simply saying everywhere. The word is detrimental. Say it again, detrimental. If you want to say something is bad for you, detrimental sounds much stronger than just saying bad. Remember that it must be followed by a unit that describes the effect. Be careful not to confuse it with merely difficult. Detrimental implies actual harm. The word is pervade. Say it again, pervade. Unlike spread, which is general, pervade suggests that something intangible like an emotion, scent, or influence has seeped into every corner of a space or discussion. It's excellent for describing atmosphere in essays. The word is paradigm. Say it again, paradigm. This word is high level and usually relates to systems or ways of thinking. When you use paradigm, you are discussing a fundamental shift in thought or change in the established model. It's often used alongside phrases like shift in paradigm. The word is corroborate. Say it again, corroborate. This is crucial for academic writing because it forces you to discuss evidence. If someone gives you a claim and another source confirms that claim, you are corroborating the information. It always implies supporting factual data. Here are 5 examples. The government implemented new policies to mitigate the worst effects of climate change. Mitigate, verb. Notice how mitigate works with effects. We aren't trying to eliminate climate change overnight. We are managing and reducing its negative impact, which is exactly what this verb implies in policy discussions. The influence of social media has become ubiquitous across all age groups. Ubiquitous, Ajay. This sentence shows that ubiquitous describes an influence or presence and not just a physical object. It tells us that the nature of social media is found everywhere in modern life. Ignoring sustainable practices can be detrimental to future economic growth. Detrimental, Ajay. Here, detrimental links directly to the abstract concept of growth. It shows that failing in sustainability doesn't just cause problems. It actively damages a foundational process. A sense of anxiety pervaded the crowd before the final exam results were posted. Pervade, verb. We are using pervade to describe an emotional atmosphere. The feeling of anxiety hasn't just been felt sometimes, it has seeped into the entire environment, making it palpable for everyone present. The discovery marked a paradigm shift from traditional medicine toward genetic research. The paradigm, noun. This is one of the strongest academic phrases. Instead of saying a big change, using paradigm shifts communicates that an entire model or way of thinking has been overturned and replaced by something new. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, mitigate. Compare it with alleviate. Scope of action. Mitigation is for external threats. Alleviation is often internal or emotional. While both words mean to lessen, mitigates usually suggests reducing a physical risk or large-scale impact like climate change. Meanwhile, alleviate tends to be used when talking about easing pain, discomfort, or distress, such as alleviating stress. First, detrimental. Compare it with adverse. General tone. Adverse is often used in formal reports regarding conditions. Detrimental focuses on negative impact. These are very close synonyms, but consider the context. If you are writing a medical report about poor working conditions, adverse effects sounds highly professional. If you are arguing why a habit is bad for your life, detrimental might fit better. First, paradigm. Compare it with model. Scale of change. Paradigm implies a fundamental, sweeping shift in thought or understanding. If you simply say concept, it might mean an idea that hasn't been tested. But when we discuss a paradigm shift, we are talking about the collapse and replacement of the entire accepted framework. It's much bigger than just a new concept. First, corroborate. Compare it with support. Evidence requirement. Corroborate specifically requires external, verifiable evidence to back up a claim. If you just say someone supports your idea, that's a personal agreement. But when an investigation needs to confirm facts, they must corroborate them with physical proof or multiple testimonies. This precision is key in academic writing. Here are 4 ways to practice. Building word maps. Don't just list definitions, graph relationships. When you create a word map for mitigate, don't stop at the definition. Draw arrows connecting it to synonyms, antonyms, and even common collocations like mitigate risk. This forces your brain to see it as a network of ideas. Spaced repetition. reviewing vocabulary at increasing intervals. This is scientifically proven and incredibly effective. Instead of cramming all 6 words today, review them briefly an hour from now, then the next day, and then 3 days later. This method ensures long-term memory retention. Collocation drilling. Practicing which words naturally go together. Knowing that ubiquitous pairs with presence or technology, but rarely just stands alone, is crucial. We are moving from remembering isolated words to mastering linguistic pairings. This is the hallmark of fluency. Speaking out loud. Using new words in full sentences during speaking practice. Reading definitions is passive learning. The absolute best way to internalize these high-level terms is by forcing yourself to use them aloud, even if you are just talking to yourself. This builds the muscle memory needed for real exam performance. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The increasing reliance on digital technology has made its presence ubiquitous in daily life. However, this growth is not without risk. Some experts warn that the constant data stream can be detrimental to mental health. To mitigate these effects, new regulatory paradigms are being proposed globally. Furthermore, environmental activists argue that anecdotal evidence alone cannot corroborate the severity of pollution. Comprehensive studies must show how much worse things are. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means spread throughout. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is ubiquitous. The passage talks about technology being everywhere, which led you to use ubiquitous, the adjective form. If it were an action and something was spreading, we would have used a verb like pervade, but here the focus is on its constant presence. Question 2. Use one of the target words, e.g., paradigm, in your own sentence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the discovery of vaccines marked a massive paradigm shift in public healthcare. Remember to think about context when building your answer. When you use paradigm, try to make sure the change is significant. It needs to be an entire model that has been overthrown or replaced by something completely new. Complex sentences are crucial for academic writing because they allow you to show relationships between ideas. Instead of listing facts one after another, you can link causes, effects, and conditions within a single structure. This moves your writing from simple description to sophisticated analysis. For IELTS, demonstrating this structural variety helps prove fluency and grammatical range. Remember that complexity isn't just about using big words, it's about mastering the mechanics of linking clauses correctly. We are aiming for natural flow, not academic overkill. Think of these structures as literary bridges connecting distinct ideas into one cohesive thought. Here are 4 examples. Although fossil fuel consumption has decreased in some regions, the reliance on it still poses significant geopolitical risks that must be addressed. Effective use of although to introduce a concessionary clause. The word although immediately sets up a contrast, forcing the reader to consider 2 opposing points simultaneously. This structure is much stronger than simply using but, because it establishes a deeper, more intellectual relationship between those ideas. Having implemented nationwide recycling programs, many communities have witnessed marked improvements in waste management efficiency. Using an introductory participial phrase, having implemented, to show cause action. Starting a sentence with a participle like, having immediately tightens the focus and makes the writing feel highly polished. It shows that one action directly led to a subsequent result, giving your argument momentum. The government should allocate more funding to public transportation, since it is a necessary step toward reducing urban carbon emissions. Using since as a causal conjunction rather than just because. While because is correct, using alternatives like since, as, or due to the fact that adds variety and sophistication. When you have multiple options for linking cause, try alternating them throughout your essay. Experts predict that climate change will continue escalating, thereby necessitating immediate global policy shifts. Using a conjunctive adverb, thereby, to show consequence. Conjunctive adverbs are powerful tools for signaling logical transitions. They don't just connect sentences, they explain how the second idea relates logically to the first, making your argument crystal clear and highly structured. Let's compare 4 pairs. The economy is struggling. Inflation is high. Because inflation remains persistently high, the local economy is currently struggling significantly. Combining short sentences with a clear causal link, because. Notice how combining these 2 simple statements into one fluent thought gives the writing authority. The goal here is to move away from choppy sentence fragments and create smooth, cohesive transitions. People recycle waste. They help save resources. Recycling waste helps conserve valuable natural resources for future generations. Using nominalization, turning action into a noun to improve formality. Turning the verb recycles into the concept recycling and structuring it around a central subject makes your writing sound much more academic. It elevates the tone from simple conversation to formal essay style. The policy was bad. Critics complained about it. Critics strongly criticized the new policy, citing its potential negative impact on small businesses. Using an embedded clause, e.g., citing, to include supporting evidence smoothly. Rather than creating a separate sentence for the criticism, embedding it with phrases like citing or arguing that makes your writing feel denser and more professional. It signals that you are providing detailed support. It is bad for health, but people still smoke. Despite the overwhelming evidence detailing its health risks, many individuals continue to smoke. Using strong prepositional phrases, despite, for contrast. The phrase despite immediately establishes a tension between 2 facts. This structure is excellent because it shows that you acknowledge one fact while simultaneously arguing against it, which demonstrates nuanced thinking. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Comma splice, 2 independent clauses joined only by a comma. The pollution is bad. The city needs action. Subordination conjunction. Because pollution levels are so high, the city urgently requires immediate governmental action. A comma splice is one of the most common writing errors. You must either use a stronger punctuation mark, like a semicolon, or, ideally, rewrite the sentence using a subordinating conjunction to show the relationship. Dangling modifier. Modifier placed in a way that makes it seem like it describes the wrong subject. Running quickly through the park, the bus was missed by John. Clear subject action link, John, running quickly through the park, missed the bus. The modifier running quickly must describe the noun immediately following the comma. In the original, it incorrectly suggests the bus was running. We corrected this by placing the action directly next to the correct actor, John. Run-on sentence. 2 complete thoughts jammed together. Students were advised to read about global warming. They should learn more. Parallelism. Coordination. Students were advised to read about global warming and to learn more regarding its causes. When you list actions or advice, always maintain grammatical parallelism. Notice how we started the second action with and to keep the structure balanced and perfectly clear. Here are 4 ways to practice. Outline with clause mapping. Before writing, map out your central argument and identify at least 3 key relationships: cause-effect, contrast, and example. This forces you to plan complex structures. Do not start drafting until you have this structural map in place. By pre-planning the links to the becauses and the althous, you ensure your argument flows logically from the outset. Focus on transition vocabulary. Keep a dedicated list of sophisticated transition words, consequently, furthermore, conversely, and similarly. Practice using them in context. These advanced linking phrases are the glue that holds complex writing together. Simply memorizing them is not enough. You must practice integrating them naturally so they don't sound forced or repetitive. The why-how revision check. After drafting, review every paragraph and ask, how does this sentence connect to the previous one? If the link isn't clear, you need a stronger transition. This is your final self-correction mechanism. Don't just check for grammar, check for logical flow. If you can point to exactly how idea B logically follows from idea A, your structure is solid. Vary sentence beginnings. Avoid starting too many sentences with the subject, the government, or students. Start some with adverbs, dependent clauses, or prepositional phrases. This is key to sounding like a native speaker. A monotonous rhythm bores the reader and makes your writing sound simplistic. By varying your beginning structures, you create a much more engaging and fluid reading experience. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Some people believe that universities should focus primarily on vocational training to meet job market demands. Others argue that the liberal arts remain essential for developing critical thinking skills. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, you must balance discussing two opposing viewpoints before presenting a clear, supported thesis statement. The core difficulty here isn't just writing about jobs or arts, it's managing the tension between those two ideas within your structure. You need to show you understand both sides before arguing which side is superior. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is using complex structures, e.g., while vocational training offers immediate job security, it often overlooks the necessity of to show nuanced understanding and comparison. A higher band score requires you to avoid taking an extreme stance immediately. Instead, use concessive clauses like although or while to build a sophisticated argument that acknowledges complexity. Examiners aren't just listening for correct answers, they are assessing your ability to maintain a consistent rhythm. Fluency is less about the speed of speech and more about the smoothness of thought transitions. They listen for coherence, meaning how logically one idea flows into the next. These strategies involve using signposting language and managing those natural pauses effectively. Remember that fluency doesn't mean speaking without a single pause. It means that your pauses are deliberate, they signal thought processing, not panic. Using transitional phrases helps bridge these gaps so the listener never feels lost. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, to give you an example of that. Say it again, to give you an example of that. This phrase immediately signals to the listener that you are about to provide concrete support for your initial claim. It buys you a crucial few seconds, allowing your brain to organize your thoughts while sounding exceptionally prepared. The word is, if I had to choose only one. Say it again, if I had to choose only one. When asked for an opinion among several options, this structure helps you narrow your focus quickly. It gives the impression of careful deliberation and decisiveness, even if you are just speaking off the cuff. The word is, that's a complex question, but. Say it again, that's a complex question, but. This is a fantastic thinking filler. Instead of pausing with an you acknowledge the difficulty of the prompt. This buys you necessary time while sounding thoughtful and reflective rather than stuck. The word is, what strikes me immediately is. Say it again, what strikes me immediately is. This phrase is perfect for jumping into an unfamiliar topic. It gives your answer an immediate, strong hook and suggests that the concept is highly relevant or impactful to you. The word is, let me think about that for just a moment. Say it again, let me think about that for just a moment. Sometimes you just need a simple, neutral pause. Using this phrase is perfectly acceptable because it manages the listener's expectation. After saying this, take a visible breath and organize your first sentence. Let's compare 4 pairs. It's kinda hard to say. It is somewhat difficult to determine the definitive answer. Avoiding contractions and slang. In formal settings, expanding contractions like it's into it is immediately elevates your register. Similarly, replacing slang terms keeps your tone measured and academic. Like, I guess maybe, I would argue that, giving reasoned opinions. Instead of using vague fillers like, or, I guess, use strong academic phrases. These structures give your opinion weight and make it sound much more authoritative. The thing is, the main issue here pertains to introducing a core point. When you need to pivot or introduce the central topic of your answer, avoid vague connectors. Direct academic language helps guide both you and the listener through your argument. I mean, it's pretty important. It is crucially important that we consider emphasizing importance. Using intensifiers like quite, very, or pretty weakens your statement. Replace these with strong adjectives and adverbs to make your points sound more convincing. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Excessive hesitation markers. I think that the economy is going up. Strategic pausing. I believe that the economy has been trending upward lately. The biggest mistake is substituting actual content with filler sounds. Instead of using pause and take a visible breath. This silence allows you to gather your thoughts without losing credibility. Simplistic vocabulary and run-on sentences. Speaking about the environment, we need less plastic because it's bad for fish. Academic precision and varied structure. Considering environmental impact, reducing plastic consumption is vital due to its detrimental effect on marine life. Don't just list facts. Group them using sophisticated linking phrases like consequently or as a result. This makes your speech sound cohesive, not just a series of bullet points. Topic drift and disorganization. So I was talking about technology and then it changed to food, which is weird. Bridging topics logically. While discussing technology, it's also worth noting the parallel importance of sustainable food sources. If you shift topics, don't just jump. Use a transition phrase that creates a conceptual link between the 2 subjects. This shows the examiner that your knowledge is interconnected. Here are 4 ways to practice. Timed monologues. Record yourself speaking for 2 continuous minutes on a random topic. Focus purely on maintaining momentum. The goal here is endurance. Don't worry about perfect grammar. Focus only on keeping the sound flowing until time runs out. This builds stamina and reduces panic when you feel pressure. Structured topic swaps. Take 3 unrelated words, e.g., kite, democracy, chocolate. Speak for 1 minute linking all 3 concepts together. This exercise forces your brain to create novel connections quickly. You are practicing associative thinking, the ability to link disparate ideas fluently. Shadowing experts. Listen to advanced speakers, like TED Talk presenters, and repeat their speech immediately after they finish, mimicking pace and intonation. Shadowing is phenomenal for rhythm. You are physically training your mouth muscles and vocal delivery to match a native speaker's natural flow, which dramatically improves perceived fluency. The why-hows drill. After stating an opinion, I think X, immediately follow up with justifying the whys and explaining the how. This triples your speaking time. Never leave a statement unsupported. The 3-part structure statement, reason why, example mechanism, how is foolproof for keeping your momentum steady. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a skill or hobby you would like to learn in the future. You should mention why it is important and how difficult it might be to master. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a strong opening hook, followed by a detailed explanation that uses at least 2 different cohesive devices, e.g., furthermore, consequently. When you are given a prompt, do not wait for it to finish before speaking. Start immediately with your best opening line. This establishes confidence and sets an authoritative tone from the very first sentence. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the use of conditional clauses. If I were able to, or modal verbs, I would need to. Since this is a future-focused topic, utilizing conditionality naturally boosts your linguistic range. It shows the examiner that you can discuss possibilities and hypotheticals with ease. Topic expansion is the strategic process of developing a single subject into multiple dimensions. Instead of merely describing a topic, you are exploring its implications across various fields. This means moving beyond simple facts and delving into the how and the why. Effective expansion requires identifying all related angles to the historical context, the ethical dilemmas, and the potential future impacts. It is about building an intricate web of thought around one central theme. When we talk about depth in academic writing, we are talking about complexity. The goal isn't to list more facts, it's to demonstrate a sophisticated understanding of how those facts intersect. Think of the topic as a core jewel, and your expansion is the elaborate setting that shows all its facets. Here are 4 examples. Topic: Universal Basic Income, UBI, angle, economic viability. Focus on macroeconomics. By focusing solely on economics, you're addressing how UBI might affect employment rates or inflation. This is a necessary first layer of analysis. However, remember that the economic model rarely exists in a vacuum. Topic: Universal Basic Income, UBI. Angle: social impact. Focus on societal change. Shifting to the social angle allows you to discuss human capital things like mental health or educational attainment. This moves beyond just money and into the fabric of community life. Topic: Universal Basic Income, UBI. Angle: ethical considerations. Focus on philosophy ethics. This ethical lens forces you to confront deeply held values. Questions of work ethic or individual responsibility are key here. They add necessary moral tension to the discussion. Topic: Climate change policy. Angle: global governance. Focus on international law. When discussing climate change, you must look at who enforces the rules. This requires analyzing international treaties and the political will of sovereign nations to agree on shared goals. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Establishes credibility, ethos. A multifaceted discussion shows mastery. In academic settings, depth is synonymous with authority. When you address the topic from economics, ethics, and history, you signal to your reader that you have conducted thorough research in multiple disciplines. Anticipates counterarguments. Addressing opposition proactively strengthens your thesis. The best academic arguments don't ignore opposing viewpoints, they incorporate them. By acknowledging the counterpoint and then dismantling it, you make your own central argument far more robust. Generates nuance. Complexity prevents oversimplification. Avoid making sweeping generalizations. Instead of stating X is good, explain under what conditions X might be beneficial and in which situations it fails. This level of detail defines true academic thought. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Merely stating facts about the topic. Analyzing the relationship between those facts. The biggest mistake is summarizing information. You need to move past what happened and instead focus on why did it happen? And what does that mean now? The analysis requires connecting discrete points into a cohesive narrative. Absolute claim, using absolute language like always or never. Conditional language, employing conditional phrasing, may, might, or under certain conditions. Academic discourse thrives on careful qualifiers. By using language like tends to or suggests that, you show intellectual humility while still making a powerful point. This makes your arguments sound more measured and thoughtful. Single lens, maintaining a single, narrow perspective. Multiple lenses, structuring arguments around conflicting paradigms. If your topic is political, don't just discuss the policy itself. Discuss how different groups, labor unions, corporate interests, marginalized communities will interpret and react to that policy. Here are 4 ways to practice. Ask, so what, repeatedly. After every major claim or piece of data, ask yourself what the immediate implication is. Follow this process until you hit a barrier. This simple questioning technique forces you out of description and into critical thinking. Don't settle for the first answer. Push deeper to find the true consequence of your initial observation. Stakeholder mapping. Identify every group affected by your topic, from global policymakers to local families, and outline their unique interests and biases. Mapping stakeholders ensures that you view the problem through multiple, often conflicting lenses. This is crucial for controversial topics because no single stakeholder has a complete picture of what is at stake. The adjacent topics bridge. Identify another academic field, e.g., literature, biology, that shares a conceptual similarity with your topic and use it as an analogy. Creating these bridges elevates your writing by demonstrating interdisciplinary thinking. Drawing parallels between two seemingly unrelated fields shows the reader that you think broadly about systemic patterns. Develop a thesis of tension. Instead of arguing for one solution, argue that the topic inherently contains two competing forces, g. freedom versus security. A thesis built on tension is naturally deeper because you are not trying to solve a problem, you are exploring its intrinsic conflicts. This makes your essay more engaging and academically rigorous. Today, we are focusing on precision. We will look closely at the th sounds, the voiced sound as in this, and the unvoiced sound as in thank. To create the unvoiced thank, gently place your tongue between your teeth and blow air over it like a careful whisper. For the voiced eighth, you keep the exact same tongue position, but this time engage your vocal cords, making it vibrate so that you feel a buzzing sensation. Mastering these sounds is key to sounding measured and authoritative. It's not just about hitting the right sound, it's about controlling the breath flow itself. When you pause slightly before or after an eighth word, it makes your speech sound deliberate rather than hesitant. Think of your articulation as building bridges between ideas. You want each segment to be clear and strong. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is thought. Say it again, thought. Remember to initiate this sound by blowing a steady stream of air. The unvoiced requires minimal vocal cord vibration, making it feel like an airy whisper. Practice saying the word slowly first, focusing only on that initial breathy puff. The word is through. Say it again, through. This word combines the unvoiced with a lengthy vowel sound, so you need to maintain that controlled airflow for longer. Don't rush the middle section. Let the sound resonate fully before dropping off at the end of the word. The word is thing. Say it again, thing. The tongue position for thing is very similar to thought, but the vowel sound changes drastically. Focus on keeping that tongue placement consistent while allowing your mouth to open slightly more for the shorter, clipped vowel. The word is breathe. Say it again, breathe. This is a voiced example, meaning you must feel your vocal cords buzzing as you speak it. Don't just blow air, actively vibrate your voice while maintaining that tongue placement. This physical control adds weight to your message. The word is weather. Say it again, weather. Notice that the voiced sound appears not just at the beginning, but right in the middle of this word. This shows how frequently we use controlled vocalization even when sounding out longer words. Practice isolating that central buzzing sound. The word is depth. Say it again, depth. The unvoiced ending in depths is excellent for practicing clear release of breath. Many people soften this final puff of air, which makes their speech sound weak. Try to make that final air burst sharp and distinct. Let's compare 4 pairs. Right. Compare it with right. Focus on the vowel sound. The difference is minimal but crucial for clarity. These words look similar, but they carry different meanings and require slightly different mouth shapes to articulate perfectly. Developing this kind of precise sound control makes your vocabulary seem more natural and polished. First, feel. Compare it with fill. The difference is in the vowel length. Is it a short, tight I or a long, drawn-out E? This pair demonstrates how quickly we can undermine our credibility if we misplace just one small sound. When speaking under pressure, slowing down to check your vowels will save you from sounding rushed. Good. Could. Compare it with would. The primary difference is the starting consonant sound. Focus on that initial K versus WUM. In professional speaking, distinguishing between these similar sounds helps listeners accurately interpret your intent. Don't let speed compromise your phonetic accuracy. Clarity always wins over rapid-fire delivery. First, here. Compare it with here. The difference is the initial consonant sound. Is it a pure vowel or does it start with an HAG? This contrast highlights how crucial the subtle presence or absence of an initial breathy consonant can be. Think of that as a deliberate starting point for your thought. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Long, basically. Right, fundamentally. We often default to vague filler words like basicallys when we feel nervous. Replace these with strong transition phrases such as to summarize or the core issue is. This immediately elevates your perceived intelligence. Wrong. Right. Pause and collect thought. Using vocal fillers like or signals that your brain is searching for the answer. Instead, practice productive silencer, total stop in speech. This makes listeners assume you are carefully considering a complex point. Wrong, it seems to me. I propose. Hedging language, like it seems or maybe, makes your point sound tentative. When you have a well-formed idea, own it by using assertive phrasing. This demonstrates confidence in your analysis. Here are 4 ways to practice. Tongue twisters. Practice difficult sounds like ers in rapid succession. Use tongue twisters not just for fun, but as a physical warm-up. By forcing your mouth and tongue to move quickly through different positions, you improve the muscular memory needed for precise professional speech. Minimal pair reading. Read pairs of words that differ by only one sound, like rights and rights. This exercise forces your ear to listen critically, while simultaneously demanding perfect physical articulation. It trains you to hear the subtle differences in pronunciation that make a major impact on meaning. Shadowing technique. Listen to an expert speaker and immediately repeat exactly what they say. Shadowing helps you internalize not just the words, but the rhythm and pacing of high-level speakers. Pay attention to where they pause for effect, as these measured breaks are key to sounding thoughtful. Mirror work. Watch your mouth while speaking specific phrases in front of the mirror. This is highly effective because it connects the abstract concept of good pronunciation to a concrete visual action. You need to visually check if your lips are relaxed, if your jaw movement is controlled, and if you are exaggerating those critical mouth positions. When you encounter a topic that is completely unfamiliar, examiners are not testing your knowledge of the subject. Instead, they are evaluating your ability to maintain coherence and structure your thoughts under pressure. They listen primarily for 3 things: thoughtful development, clear signposting, and linguistic flexibility. Think of bridging as creating intellectual space between ideas so you never hit a dead end. If you can successfully link disparate concepts, if you don't know the facts, you demonstrate advanced speaking skill. The core idea here is metacognition, thinking about how you speak, not just what you say. Instead of freezing when faced with a blank topic, your goal is to sound like an articulate thinker who can organize complex information. Always remember that structure and delivery are often more important than the raw content itself. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is to give you a broader perspective. Say it again, to give you a broader perspective. This phrase is perfect when the question seems too narrow or specific. It allows you to subtly pivot away from the immediate prompt and discuss the larger context surrounding the topic instead. Use it to show depth of thought rather than lack of knowledge. The word is, on a related note, I would argue that. Say it again. On a related note, I would argue that. Use this when the topic reminds you of something else you do know about. This technique links your current unknown topic to familiar ground, giving you time to formulate a detailed response. It turns tangential knowledge into relevant speaking points. The word is, to elaborate on that point, TS. Say it again, to elaborate on that point, W in stun. If the topic is too high level and you can't find a specific example, use this phrase to discuss implications or potential consequences. Instead of providing facts, describe why those facts might matter in the real world. The word is from an academic standpoint. Say it again, from an academic standpoint. This phrase immediately elevates your discourse and signals to the examiner that you are approaching the topic with intellectual rigor. It's excellent for masking uncertainty by sounding highly objective and analytical. The word is, while I don't have all the details, generally speaking. Say it again. While I don't have all the details, generally speaking. It is okay to admit uncertainty. Using a phrase like this sounds much more thoughtful than just saying, I don't know. It manages expectations while still allowing you to offer general, well-reasoned opinions. Let's compare 4 pairs. Yeah, I guess it's kind of hard. It is certainly a complex issue to navigate. Elevating vocabulary and formality. Notice how the formal version uses stronger verbs and more abstract nouns. Academic language makes your speech sound more considered, even when you are thinking on the spot. Focus on swapping out simple adjectives for richer alternatives. It's really complicated because the matter is multifaceted due to using precise academic phrasing. Changing really and complicated to terms like multifaceted or complex immediately boosts your lexical resource score. This shows the examiner that you have a wide range of professional vocabulary available. So, what I mean is, in essence, my point is that formalizing discourse markers. Bridging phrases are essential. In formal speaking, use signposting language like in essence or to summarize. This helps the listener follow your argument flow perfectly and makes you sound highly organized. Gotta say it's a mess. The situation requires significant systemic overhaul, moving from colloquial to policy language. When discussing social or governmental topics, avoid casual slang. Instead, use elevated terminology that suggests you are thinking like an analyst or policymaker. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Admitting failure, I don't know anything about that. Bridging to a known area that is outside my area of expertise, but I can discuss the general implications if. Never just admit you are ignorant. Instead, use it as an opportunity to pivot your knowledge base. By acknowledging the gap and then linking it to something tangential, you demonstrate resilience. Excessive hesitation filler words. So like, maybe we should think about. Structured pausing. To consider this issue further, one must first evaluate whether. The goal is to replace filler sounds like and like with structured pauses. A strategic silence gives you time to breathe and allows the listener and yourself to frame your next thought more deliberately. Simple listing, lack of flow, and then also give money to poor people. Using cohesive links and causality. Furthermore, allocating financial resources toward poverty alleviation is crucial because avoid simple and then also structures. Use advanced linking adverbs like furthermore, consequently, or similarly. This instantly improves the cohesion score by showing how your ideas build upon one another. Here are 4 ways to practice. The think aloud method. Select a complex topic and force yourself to speak about it continuously for 2 minutes without stopping. The goal is fluency, not perfection. This exercise builds stamina in your speaking muscles, preventing that sudden freeze when you feel pressure. When you are focused on the act of continuous speech, minor grammatical errors become less noticeable. The concept mapping drill. Write down a random word, e.g., ocean. Now, speak for 3 minutes connecting that word to 5 different unrelated concepts, history, economics, art, etc. This is the ultimate unknown topic simulation. It forces you to build bridges between completely disconnected ideas using language and logic, which is exactly what examiners want to hear. IELTS Part 3. Argument Builder. Practice responding to "Why do you think?" questions by immediately generating 3 supporting arguments in sequence. Part 3 demands depth, not just breadth. Always structure your answer using a clear point evidence explanation framework. This structured approach allows you to sound deeply knowledgeable even if the topic is unfamiliar. Shadowing specific speakers. Listen to TED Talks or academic podcasts, specifically focusing on how expert speakers use transitional phrases and pauses. Pay close attention not just to what they say, but how they transition. Model the confident pause before a key point and mimic their sophisticated linking language structure. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. You are asked to discuss the concept of digital citizenships in a developing country. You must cover 1. The primary challenges, e.g., infrastructure. 2. Educational initiatives needed. 3. The role of government regulation. Speak for approximately 3 minutes. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, use a minimum of 3 different bridging phrases and at least one phrase that acknowledges complexity or uncertainty. When you are simulating an unknown topic, remember the structure as your safety net. By consciously including these linking phrases, to elaborate on this, on a related note, you prove to the listener that you have mastered the technique of intellectual bridging. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is advanced modal verbs, should, might, could, and cohesive linking adverbs, furthermore, consequently. Mastering modals helps you speak in terms of possibility and probability rather than absolute certainty. This makes your speech sound far more nuanced and academically thoughtful when discussing complex social issues. Advanced paraphrasing is crucial for demonstrating lexical resource, the range and sophistication of your vocabulary. It involves taking a source idea and expressing it in completely different words while retaining the original meaning. In IELTS, effective paraphrasing shows that you are not just memorizing phrases, you truly understand the underlying concepts. Remember, the goal isn't to change any single word, but to restructure the entire sentence or concept. This technique allows you to write academically and avoid repetitive language, which is key for high scores. Think of paraphrasing as sophisticated translation, not just synonym substitution. You must actively identify the core message, the why behind the statement, before you attempt to rephrase it. If your paraphrase loses that central meaning, then it has failed regardless of how fancy the vocabulary is. Here are 5 examples. Changing parts of speech, noun to verb, instead of saying, the increase in pollution, try, pollution is increasing rapidly. Identify the noun and its associated process, then use a strong verb form. This technique is incredibly useful because it adds dynamism to your writing. Turning static nouns into active verbs makes your arguments feel more immediate and forceful. Always check that the tense shift matches the context of your essay. Using connectors and discourse markers instead of "it is important," use "crucially" or "a major factor to consider is." Don't just rephrase content, rephrase the way you introduce ideas. Connectors are vital because they signal a relationship between idea scores, contrast, emphasis. Using varied academic discourse markers elevates your writing instantly and keeps the reader engaged in your logic. Combining simple sentences. Instead of people recycle, recycling helps the environment. Try, recycling is a critical activity that benefits the environment. Link related simple ideas into one compound or complex sentence. Strong academic writing rarely relies on choppy, short sentences. By merging them using conjunctions like as well as or subordinating clauses, you demonstrate advanced grammatical control. Shifting focus active to passive voice. Instead of researchers found the data, try the data were found by researchers. When the actor is less important than the action itself, switch voices. While sometimes overused, knowing when and how to use the passive voice allows you to maintain academic objectivity. It shifts focus from who did the action to the action or the results themselves. Using implied meaning, instead of "the government failed," try "the policy proved insufficient." Don't state criticism directly, suggest it using measured language. Advanced speakers and writers often use understatement or suggestive phrasing. This makes your arguments sound more objective, less accusatory, and therefore much more academic. Let's compare 4 pairs. Weak attempt. The world has many environmental problems. Strong paraphrase. Global ecological challenges necessitate immediate attention and concerted action. Vague declaration versus conceptual precision. Notice how the strong version replaces vague words like many's with precise academic nouns such as ecological challenges. High scorers move beyond simple description into conceptual analysis. Weak attempt. People should use public transport because it is good for the planet. Strong paraphrase. Utilizing mass transit systems mitigates carbon emissions, thereby contributing to planetary health. Simple cause and effect versus technical mechanism. The weak response gives a basic reason. The strong response explains how that reason works. It links the action using transport to the scientific mechanism mitigating carbon emissions. This depth is what examiners score highly. Weak attempt. Some people think education is too expensive. Strong paraphrase. The exorbitant cost of higher education raises significant concerns regarding accessibility and equity. Simple complaint versus academic inquiry. By incorporating sophisticated vocabulary like exorbitance and academic phrasing related to equity, the candidate treats the topic not just as a complaint, but as a complex socio-economic issue requiring deep discussion. Weak attempt. The city should build more parks. Strong paraphrase. Integrating green spaces within urban development is essential for promoting biodiversity and citizen well-being. Simple suggestion versus holistic justification. A strong response doesn't just give a suggestion, it justifies it by listing multiple benefits: biodiversity, well-being. This shows the candidate has researched and considered the topic from several angles. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Demonstrates lexical resource mastery. It proves you have a wide vocabulary that goes beyond basic synonyms. The primary function of paraphrasing is to prove fluency in vocabulary. If you can rephrase complex ideas using varied, sophisticated language, the examiner knows your lexical range is high. Enhances cohesion and coherence. It allows you to link disparate ideas smoothly without sounding repetitive. Paraphrasing forces you to analyze the relationship between sentences. When done correctly, it creates a seamless flow of argument, which is the hallmark of highly coherent writing or speaking. Maintains academic tone. It keeps your language formal and objective, avoiding colloquialisms. Academic writing requires distance. You must sound like an expert analyzing a concept, not just stating personal opinions. Advanced paraphrasing helps you achieve this necessary scholarly detachment. Here are 4 ways to practice. The jigsaw method. Find 3 complex articles. Write down the central idea of each paragraph and then, without looking at the original text, paraphrase it 3 different ways. This exercise forces you to decouple the core meaning from specific vocabulary. By writing multiple versions, you train your brain to recognize conceptual equivalents rather than word matches. Concept mapping practice. Take a topic like climate change and draw a web connecting related concepts, e.g. carbon emissions, e-deforestation, ED4s, rising sea levels. Explain the entire diagram verbally using only paraphrasing. This moves beyond single sentences and requires you to paraphrase relationships between ideas. This is excellent preparation for speaking parts where you must synthesize multiple points. The synonym bank drill. Create a personal bank of high-level replacements for common words, e.g. instead of big, use substantial, extensive, or vast. Don't just learn synonyms, learn contextual collocations with them. Knowing that exorbitant cost works better than simply saying high price shows true mastery. Timed summary writing. Listen to a 3-minute academic podcast clip, e.g. TED Talk, pause it, and write a 150-word summary using only paraphrases. Do this 3 times per week. This simulates the real test environment perfectly, listening comprehension followed immediately by advanced production. The time constraint keeps you focused on efficiency and accuracy. Register refers to the variety of language used for a particular purpose or in a specific social setting. It is not simply about being formal or casual, but rather matching your linguistic style to your audience and context. Knowing how to navigate registers shows advanced communicative competence. You must be able to shift smoothly from chatting with friends to presenting research findings, all without sounding unnatural. This flexibility is crucial for success in professional life. Think of register control as a kind of social chameleon skill. It's the ability to adjust your vocabulary and syntax instantly based on who you are speaking to. Mastering this proves that you understand not just English grammar, but also English culture. Here are 5 examples. Vocabulary choice, slang versus technical jargon. Word selection. In casual chat, you might use slang like "that's wicked." However, in a professional meeting, that word must be replaced with precise formal terminology like excellent or effective. The choice of specific vocabulary instantly signals your intended register. Sentence structure, simple versus complex syntax. Grammatical complexity. Casual speech often relies on short, fragmented sentences and simple coordination. Conversely, formal discourse demands complex subordination, using dependent clauses and sophisticated linking words to create a cohesive argument. Tone markers, emoticons versus measured language. Written context cues. In informal digital communication, emojis or exclamation points convey tone quickly. When writing formally, you must rely entirely on carefully chosen adverbs and precise phrasing to ensure your intended tone is understood without visual aids. Use of contractions, gonna versus, intend to. Speaking habits. Contractions are natural in casual conversation because they mimic fast, natural speech patterns. However, when speaking to an academic panel or making a formal presentation, fully spelling out words helps maintain the required level of professionalism. Directness, interjections versus measured openers. Opening phrases. A casual chat might begin with a simple interjection like "hey" or "oh man." To start a formal conversation, you need measured openings such as "Thank you for the opportunity to discuss." This sets an immediate expectation of serious discourse. Shifting registers is a deliberate cognitive process that requires self-monitoring. Before you speak or write, mentally identify 3 things: the setting, the audience's expectations, and your purpose. If you are moving from an informal chat to a formal report, the primary shift involves tightening your diction and elevating your syntax. You must move away from vague generalizations towards specific evidence and formal rhetoric. This process is less about memorizing rules and more about developing acute situational awareness. The key to successful shifting is preparation. You need to anticipate the change. Before entering a challenging conversation, mentally rehearse how you will transition your language. Focus on using transitional phrases like "to elaborate further" or "on a related note," as these bridge the gap between different levels of formality smoothly. Let's compare 4 pairs. Written email, work. Text message, friends. Purpose and length. A work email requires full sentences, professional salutations, and a clear call to action. A text message, conversely, embraces brevity and abbreviation because the purpose is quick social connection, not task completion. Informal presentation, seminar. Formal academic talk, conference. Evidence versus anecdote. In an informal setting, personal stories and anecdotes are acceptable ways to illustrate a point. However, when presenting at a formal academic conference, you must stick strictly to peer-reviewed evidence and established theory. Written article, blog. Academic journal submission. Tone of authority. A blog post can adopt an opinionated, persuasive, or conversational tone. An academic journal requires maintaining absolute neutrality, avoiding subjective language like "I feel" or "I think," and instead using phrases like "it is evident that." Job interview, professional. Catching up with a mentor. Focus shift, self to shared knowledge. The job interview demands high formality because you are selling your professional self and adhering to institutional standards. The mental catch-up is less rigid, allowing for shared memories and more personal conversational language. Here are 4 ways to practice. The role-play journal. Write down examples of how you would speak or write in 5 different roles. Spend time journaling by adopting extreme personas. Imagine writing a letter to the Prime Minister, then sending an angry text message. This forces your brain to actively switch between tones and vocabularies. Audience analysis drill. Before starting any piece of communication, pause and list who you are talking to. Always ask yourself, what do they already know and how educated are they? This initial analysis guides your choice between simpler, generalized language and highly technical terminology. Transcript comparison. Listen to podcasts or watch talks that shift registers drastically. Find content where the host moves from a casual introduction into a deep, complex scientific discussion. Pay close attention to how they change their pacing and word choice during that transition. The elevator pitch exercise. Explain a complicated topic in 3 different registers: slang, professional, academic. This single exercise is incredibly effective because it forces you to take one core idea and filter it through 3 completely different linguistic lenses. It builds muscular memory for flexibility. Discourse markers are highly sophisticated verbal signals that go far beyond simple linking words like and or but. They are structural glue for your speech, helping the listener follow the logical architecture of your thoughts. Instead of just joining 2 ideas, these advanced markers signal a shift in tone, an addition of new evidence, or even a concession to opposing views. Mastering them is key to moving from merely speaking English to sounding genuinely articulate and persuasive. Think of discourse markers not as fancy vocabulary items, but as signposts for your listener. They tell the audience, I am about to change direction, or wait, I want to add a deeper point here. Using them correctly immediately elevates your perceived fluency and academic command. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, moreover. Say it again, moreover. This word is perfect for academic writing and formal presentations where you are building a case. When using moreover, remember that the new piece of evidence must directly support the idea just presented. It increases weight. The word is, incidentally. Say it again, incidentally. Incidentally acts like a gentle pivot point. It signals an aside or a tangential thought without derailing your primary argument. Use it when you want to add interesting color detail that isn't mission critical. The word is, on the other hand. Say it again, on the other hand. This phrase is crucial for balanced arguments because it shows you can see both sides of a complex issue. It is inherently used when contrasting 2 distinct points of view. Always ensure that your contrast is substantial. The word is, to wit. Say it again, to wit. This is an exceptionally formal marker. Think of it almost like saying namely's or specifically. It tells your audience that the next words are not just general examples, but precise illustrations of what you mean. Use this sparingly. The word is, be that as it may. Say it again, be that as it may. This is a highly formal way of saying, despite what I just said. It acknowledges the previous statement's validity while simultaneously asserting your own counterpoint. It adds tremendous rhetorical weight. The word is, having said that. Say it again, having said that. This marker acts as a polite way of pulling back slightly from your previous statement. It suggests that while the last point was true, there is an important caveat you must consider next. This shows nuanced thinking. Here are 5 examples. The initial economic reports were promising. Moreover, the investment climate seems stable enough for new businesses. Moreover, adverb. Notice how moreover doesn't just add information, it makes that information feel like a critical piece of cumulative evidence. The second point strengthens the conclusion drawn from the first. I was researching local architecture and incidentally discovered this incredible craftsman who specializes in reclaimed wood. Incidentally, adverb. The speaker is clearly deviating from the main topic of local architecture. Using incidentally signals to the listener that this new detail is interesting, but not the core focus of the discussion. Online learning offers flexibility. On the other hand, it requires a massive degree of self-discipline from the student. On the other hand, phrase. This structure ensures that your listener understands that you are not arguing for one side exclusively. You are presenting a balanced cost-benefit analysis. Many historians debate the causes of the revolution to wit, class struggle versus foreign intervention. Wit phrase. This phrase is used when you need to list specific categories or examples that represent a broad idea. It gives your clarification immediate academic weight. The new guidelines are stringent. Be that as it may, the committee acknowledges their historical importance for industry standards. Be that as it may phrase. Here, be that as it may softens a contradiction. It respects the point about the guidelines being strict while still acknowledging their value. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, moreover. Furthermore, synonym. Idiomatic weight. Both are excellent additions, but moreover often feels slightly more natural in conversational academic speech. Furthermore can sometimes sound a little more structured or written. First, nevertheless. Nonetheless, synonym. Emphasis flow. These are virtually interchangeable, both conveying concession. However, nevertheless often emphasizes the dramatic contrast more strongly than nonetheless, which can feel smoother. Be that as it may. Regardless difference. Register forcefulness. Regardless is direct and forceful, suggesting the previous point is irrelevant to the current conclusion. Be that as it may, however, maintains a more courteous recognition of the prior idea. On the other hand, conversely, difference. Scope of contrast. Opposite is usually best paired with conversely. Use on the other hand when listing 2 distinct, equally weighted options. Use conversely's when showing a direct flip, like A leads to B, conversely, not A leads to non-B. Here are 4 ways to practice. The substitution swap. Take a paragraph you wrote and circle every simple linking word. Challenge yourself to replace at least half of them with one of our advanced markers. This is the most immediate way to improve. Don't just swap words randomly. Check if the summation of the marker matches the intended flow. If you needed contrast, don't use an additive marker. The speaking pause drill. Practice speaking by pausing briefly and filling that silence with a discourse marker like to wit or having said that. These markers are excellent for managing your natural pauses. Instead of just pausing, using one of these phrases gives the listener the impression that you are thoughtfully structuring your next thought. Mapping flowcharts. When summarizing complex articles, physically map out the argument's flow. Mark where the author adds evidence, concedes a point, or changes topic. This exercise forces you to see the underlying structure of advanced discourse. When you can identify the pivot points in written text, you will know exactly which marker to use when speaking. Collocation pairing? Do not learn these words alone. Learn them paired with common academic verbs and nouns, e.g. moreover, argues a point, incidentally, recall an event. Vocabulary is always sticky when it's contextualized. By creating pre-packaged phrases, you make the markers sound instantly natural because they are attached to strong verbs that fit the academic tone. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The new recycling initiative is praised for its environmental impact. Moreover, it has significantly reduced waste in our community. However, the transition was difficult. On the other hand, public adoption rates are now far higher than projected. Having said that, we must continue to improve infrastructure because of logistical hurdles. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that signals an added point of support or evidence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is moreover. The phrase moreover is used here to build momentum. It tells the listener, wait, there's more good news. It acts as a cumulative booster for the positive points being made. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence describing your job or studies. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, incidentally, I was reading about artificial intelligence and realized how much it relates to my current research project. Remember that the goal isn't just correct usage, it's natural flow. When you use these markers, pause slightly before them. This small conversational beat signals to your listeners that you are transitioning into a highly structured thought. Advanced test takers realize that the best questions rarely ask for simple recall. Instead, they require you to infer meaning or understand the author's underlying stance. This means identifying what is implied but never explicitly stated in the text. The goal here is not just finding the correct answer, it's proving why the other options are definitively wrong based on subtle textual clues. Pay close attention to transition phrases and limiting words like sometimes or generally. Scoring highly requires moving beyond surface-level reading into deep interpretive analysis. Think of this process like being a translator, not just a reader. You aren't translating the words, you are translating the author's intent. To master nuance, you must train yourself to read between the lines and challenge every assumption you make about the passage's scope or tone. Here are 5 examples. Identifying paraphrase shifts. Look for synonyms and structural rewording rather than direct quotes. When the option uses different vocabulary but maintains the exact original meaning, it is likely correct. Don't let flashy academic language distract you. If the core relationship between the subject and verb remains unchanged, even if all the words are different, that connection holds true. This confirms strong reading comprehension skills. Analyzing modifiers, pay close attention to adverbs e.g., often, rarely, and limiting clauses. These words restrict the scope of the statement. If the text only says sometimes, don't assume it's always true. Modifiers are your best friends because they define boundaries. If an option makes a universal claim like always or never, but the passage uses restrictive language, you know that choice is incorrect immediately. Detecting contrastive signals, note transition words like however, conversely, and despite. These signal a shift in thought or an opposing viewpoint. The correct answer often summarizes this contrast. When you see a contrasting signal, stop and identify the argument that is being challenged. Your best option will usually reflect that tension point between two ideas presented sequentially in the text. Testing for overgeneralization, never select an answer that makes a sweeping claim beyond what the passage supports. If the text discusses 3 examples, but the option suggests it applies to all 5 types of things, eliminate it. This is perhaps the most common trap. The danger is making assumptions based on your own knowledge, rather than sticking strictly to the evidence provided in the passage itself. Always keep the scope limited by the text. Inferring author tone, determine if the author's tone is skeptical, supportive, critical, or objective. If the question asks for the author's attitude rather than the main idea, look for emotionally charged language. Understanding tone requires you to read the implied feeling. Is the author warning us, admiring something, or simply presenting facts? This skill helps you differentiate between a factual summary and an interpretive assessment. Let's compare 4 pairs. Focusing only on keywords and direct matches. Analyzing the relationship between concepts presented in the text. The key mindset shift. A weak candidate treats the reading like a dictionary lookup, searching for exact phrases. A strong candidate acts like a structural analyst, figuring out how idea A influences idea B across multiple sentences. Dismissing options because they are too long or complex. Evaluating options based on their fidelity to the source material's complexity and detail. Don't penalize an option just because it sounds academically dense. If the option correctly captures the passage's nuanced depth, its length is actually proof of its accuracy. Assuming that all provided options must be correct in some way. Systematically eliminating choices by cross-referencing their claims against specific lines or paragraphs. Never assume. Treat every option as a claim that needs proof. By rigorously checking the source text for explicit support, you build unshakable confidence in your final choice. Getting stuck on vocabulary difficulties and moving on. Using context clues to hypothesize the meaning of unfamiliar words before eliminating options. If you encounter a difficult word, don't panic. Look at the sentences surrounding it. They will provide enough context for you to determine its function and meaning, allowing you to continue your analysis. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Demonstrating high-level synthesis skills. Moving beyond simple comprehension to synthesize multiple ideas into one cohesive understanding. High band scores require more than just knowing the facts. They demand proving that you can connect disparate pieces of information. This skill shows examiners that you grasped the overall argument, not just isolated sentences, mitigating ambiguity and distractor errors. Understanding nuance allows you to reject plausible but incorrect distractors confidently. Many students lose points because they are tricked by highly plausible close calls. By mastering nuance, you become immune to these sophisticated traps because you know exactly where the text draws its boundaries, reflecting academic maturity in thinking, showing that your critical thinking matches the academic rigor of the passage. Academic texts are complex precisely because they resist simple answers. When you successfully navigate ambiguity, you signal to the examiner that your intellectual capacity is aligned with advanced university-level study. Here are 4 ways to practice. Active paraphrasing practice. Take challenging academic paragraphs and rewrite them 3 different ways without losing the original meaning. This exercise forces your brain to break down complex syntax. By rewriting passages, you solidify the core message so that when an option uses a synonym instead of a direct word, it won't throw you off. The why not drill? After answering a question, spend equal time justifying why the 3 incorrect options are wrong. This is crucial for deep learning. Don't just look at the correct answer. You must identify the specific textual evidence that invalidates every single other choice. This builds defensive reading skills. Source material diversification. Read articles from varied fields, science, philosophy, economics, and history. Don't rely only on IELTS practice materials. Reading diverse sources exposes you to different rhetorical styles and specialized vocabularies, making your interpretation skills universally applicable. Self-correction grading. When practicing, grade yourself using a rubric that penalizes structural errors, scope assumption more heavily than vocabulary misses. Adjusting your focus to pay extra attention to this type of error you make will guide your study. If you keep missing questions related to scope, then overgeneralization becomes your primary weakness to target. Collocations are groups of words that naturally go together in a specific language. They aren't just random word pairings, they are predictable combinations our native speakers use constantly. In academic writing, mastering these fixed phrases is crucial for sounding proficient and natural. Think of them as linguistic glue that holds sophisticated arguments together smoothly. When you learn a new vocabulary item, always try to absorb it within its common collocations. It's important to understand that collocation isn't just about synonymy, it's about semantic fit and frequency. A single word might be technically correct, but if the combination feels awkward, it immediately lowers your perceived fluency. Learning these fixed phrases helps you move beyond simply knowing words towards sounding truly academic. Here are 4 examples. The study highlighted the correlation between demographics and policy outcomes. Highlight a correlation. Instead of saying showed a link, using highlighted the correlation is more precise and formal. This specific phrasing immediately elevates the academic tone, signaling that you are discussing statistical relationships. We must address inherent biases in current research methodologies. Address inherent biases. The verb address works perfectly with abstract nouns like biases. By using inherent, we pinpoint that the bias is built into the system, requiring a deep critical analysis from the reader. These findings underscore the need for revised educational curricula. Underscore the need. Underscore is a powerful verb that means to emphasize strongly. It's much stronger than simply showed. When you use this phrase, you are making a definitive statement about the importance of the data. The results contradict established theories in behavioral economics. Contradict established theories. This phrase is perfect for introductions or discussions of gaps in knowledge. It signals a major departure from conventional wisdom and immediately grabs the reader's attention by promising novel information. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Natural flow and rhythm. Using correct pairings makes your writing sound native and effortless. Fluent speech, whether written or spoken, has a predictable rhythm. When you use collocations, the sentence doesn't require the reader to pause and mentally construct how those words fit together. It just flows. Precision of meaning. Collocations narrow down vague concepts, making your argument sharper. Think about choosing between strong rain or heavy rainfall. Both are clear. But heavy rainfalls is the established collocation that immediately signals a specific intensity level to an academic reader. Establishing academic tone. These fixed structures signal competence and deep immersion in the subject matter. Using sophisticated, natural-sounding phrasings is one of the quickest ways to elevate your writing from functional English to professional academic discourse. It shows you have internalized the language of academia. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say the data proved the theories. Say the data supported the theories. While proved is tempting, in academic writing, we rarely claim absolute proof. Instead, using verbs like support, suggest, or indicates maintains necessary intellectual caution and humility. Incorrect, we found a high degree of importance. Correct, we found the importance was significant. Be cautious with noun-noun combinations. Instead of vague stacks of nouns, focus on clear adjective plus noun structures or restructuring the entire phrase for better clarity and impact. Don't say, the policy has a major effect on society. Say, the policy has significant implications for society. When discussing broad, abstract impacts, implications is far more sophisticated than effects. It suggests not just a physical outcome, but a complex chain of potential consequences. Here are 4 ways to practice. Contextual immersion reading. Do not memorize lists. Instead, highlight collocations you encounter repeatedly while reading high-level academic texts. The best way to internalize these phrases is through massive input reading widely. Keep a vocabulary journal specifically for collocations, noting the entire phrase and its context of use. Active replacement drilling. When you write, try to identify weak or simple verb-noun pairings, then force yourself to replace them with stronger, more precise academic collocations. This is a practical editing exercise. If you wrote, "The problem was big," challenge yourself, "Can I say the issue presented substantial challenges?" This active replacement strengthens your muscular memory for formal language. Spaced repetition review. Periodically test yourself on the collocations learned last week. Focus on usage, not just definition. Remember that recall is a skill that degrades over time. Use flashcards or quick writing prompts to force yourself to use the phrase correctly in varied contexts before moving on. Speaking practice integration. Use new collocations when speaking, even if it's just summarizing an article aloud for yourself. Fluency requires both reading and speaking practice. Force yourself to use the target academic phrases in conversations or presentations. This moves the knowledge from passive recognition to active production. Strategic time allocation in reading means distributing your limited minutes proportionally to the information's importance and complexity. Do not treat every paragraph equally. This is a common trap for advanced learners. Instead, you must constantly ask yourself, what does the prompt need me to identify here? This question dictates whether I should skim for keywords or slow down for deep comprehension. Successful readers are flexible processors who can shift instantly between these modes. They allocate more time to critical analytical sections and less time to supporting background detail. The core idea here isn't speed reading, it's intelligent pacing. Think of your reading time like a budget you have to spend wisely. If the question only asks for A, don't waste time extracting facts that relate to B. Always anchor your focus back to the specific demands of the test or assignment. Here are 4 examples. The initial overview paragraph establishes the historical context of early literacy programs. Strategy: skim for main idea and identify key dates names only. When encountering background history, treat the text as a guidepost. You are not required to memorize every detail about the founding date. Simply locate the general era or major shift mentioned here. This conserves valuable reading minutes. However, the subsequent section detailing cognitive load models presents complex theoretical arguments. Strategy. Slow down and read deeply. Identify the core mechanism being argued, the how. This is where your time budget must expand. If the prompt relates to theory or mechanisms, you need deep processing. Circle back mentally and treat this dense section as the primary focus until comprehension is confirmed. Researchers noted that participation rates significantly dropped during the first quarter of implementation. Strategy. Scan quickly for specific data points, numbers, percentages. If your question is purely factual, for instance, which quarter saw a drop, you are scanning. Your eyes should zip across the text looking only for numbers, ignoring all descriptive language around them. The ultimate implication suggests that multidisciplinary approaches yield superior long-term outcomes. Strategy. Stop and summarize. Formulate a single-sentence answer in your head. When you reach a concluding statement like this, pause actively. Instead of underlining, mentally synthesize the entire preceding argument into one strong summary point. This verifies understanding without taking extra time writing notes. Let's compare 4 pairs. Skimming for overview, general idea. Reading for specific detail, fact retrieval. Mindset shift. What is the gist versus where is X located? The mental effort required for skimming and scanning are completely different. Skimming requires treating the passage like a film watching the plot unfold. Scanning, however, is like using GPS. You know exactly what specific coordinate or word you are looking for. High-density theory passages. Informative examples and case studies. Time allocation. Allocate more time to the theory, but less effort during examples. When you hit dense academic theory, prepare for a slow pace. But when you get to concrete examples, the case studies, you can often skim the setup and focus only on the results or conclusions presented. Identifying main arguments, thesis. Understanding, supporting evidence, support. Focus, the why versus the how. Do not spend equal time on both elements. If you need the main argument, look at topic sentences and conclusions. If you need supporting evidence, read the detail, but only to confirm that it supports a previously identified core claim. Reading for bias. Reading for neutral information extraction. Goal, whose view is this, versus what are the facts? When assessing bias, you must read slowly and critically, looking at loaded language. If your goal is simply to extract neutral data like statistics or timelines, you need to actively filter out any emotive or persuasive vocabulary. Complete the summary using words from the passage. Effective time management requires recognizing which parts of a text are critical and which sections can be briefly ICA. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is skimmed. This blank tests your ability to prioritize reading effort. If you recognize a section is supporting background information, it's okay to skim it rather than giving it full attention. Before starting any passage, quickly identifying the question type allows the reader to adjust their focus and allocate time more why. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is strategically. The pre-reading phase is key. By knowing whether you need a name, a date, or a concept, your brain is primed, making retrieval much faster when reading. If the text suddenly becomes highly specialized, it is better to pause and formulate a quick summary of what was just read, rather than attempting to understand every single S. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is jargon. When complex terminology appears, don't panic. Acknowledging that you might not grasp every word allows you to move forward by focusing on the surrounding context and overall meaning. The goal is always proportionality, allocating more focused time to the most parts of the reading material. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is critical. Ultimately, successful readers are proportionate thinkers. They allocate their mental energy based on how crucial that piece of information is to answering the prompt. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-read the questions. Never start reading until you know what information you are looking for. This sets your brain's search parameters immediately. This is perhaps the single most useful tip. By knowing the goal beforehand, you transform from a passive receiver of information into an active hunter searching for specific evidence. Predicting content gaps. As you read, pause briefly and predict what the author might say next. This keeps your mind engaged and prepares you to absorb new information quickly. Prediction is an advanced metacognitive skill. It forces your brain to stay one step ahead of the text, making comprehension feel less like being carried along and more like leading the thought process. Time boxing practice. Practice timed readings on varied content, e.g., a scientific article followed immediately by a literary passage. This builds mental endurance for shifting focus. Treat this as physical training for your mind. The goal is not to improve the reading itself, but to improve the transition between different modes of thinking and reading. Active note. Taking mini summaries. Instead of writing everything down, jot down only keywords or simple conceptual links that connect main ideas. This is efficient recall practice. When summarizing in the margin, always use your own words. Paraphrasing forces you to prove genuine understanding, which solidifies memory and improves retrieval speed later on. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The concept of cognitive load suggests that our working memory has a limited capacity. When we are presented with too many novel elements simultaneously, for example, complex jargon alongside convoluted syntax, we experience overload. Effective learning materials must therefore scaffold new knowledge by providing scaffolding structures. This involves breaking down information into manageable chunks and gradually increasing complexity over time. Failing to manage this process can lead to cognitive exhaustion, rendering deep understanding impossible. Consequently, educators are advised to prioritize clarity of structure over sheer volume of content. Question 1. What is the primary limitation discussed in relation to learning? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the limited capacity of working memory. Notice how this question directs you away from discussing syntax or jargon and focuses solely on the core mechanism, the memory limit. This requires a quick scan for limiting terms like capacities or limited. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means supportive framework. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is scaffolding. This is a vocabulary check, but it requires context. Don't just look for the root. Read the sentence surrounding the unknown word to deduce its meaning based on the required function. The core skill here is synthesis, moving beyond simply understanding what a text says to being able to articulate its meaning in your own voice. Think of it as building an intellectual bridge between the page and the speaking moment. This process requires active processing. You are not just absorbing data, you are transforming it into usable knowledge. When transitioning insights, focus on identifying the core argument and the supporting evidence stream. Instead of reciting facts, structure your response around causality. Because of X, reading insight, we can conclude Y, spoken response. Many students confuse comprehension with articulation. Comprehension is passive, your brain processes the words. Articulation is active, you are assembling them on the spot. Always practice paraphrasing aloud, even if you think no one is listening. This builds the necessary muscle memory for spontaneous speech. Here are 4 examples. While experts debate causation, longitudinal data consistently links early exposure to literacy with higher academic attainment. Thesis statement, primary claim. When you mark a thesis statement like this, don't just underline it. Mentally rephrase it into a direct conversational assertion. The evidence strongly suggests that initial reading skills are foundational for later educational success. This shift makes the point immediately accessible to an audience. However, socioeconomic factors often mediate this correlation, requiring supplementary support. Counter-argument limitation. A good speaker doesn't ignore counterpoints. When you spot a limitation, prepare your spoken response to acknowledge it, first using phrases like, while some argue X, we must also consider Y. This shows nuanced thinking. The concept of cognitive load suggests that excessive information can overwhelm the working memory. Key definition concept. For academic concepts, your goal in speaking is simplification. Instead of repeating the jargon, define it simply for your listener. For example, you could say, cognitive load essentially means giving someone too much information at once. This makes the complex idea instantly relatable. Therefore, interventions should prioritize sustained, spaced learning modules over intensive, single-session tutoring. Conclusion, actionable takeaway. When you read a conclusion, the goal is to extract the so what. Don't just repeat the recommendation, explain why it's the best approach. Use strong transition words like consequently or this suggests that to frame your spoken advice. Here are 2 reasons why this matters. Essential for communication. Understanding, transitioning, reading insights into spoken responses, bridging reading and speaking skills helps you communicate more effectively. When you master transitioning reading insights into spoken responses, bridging reading and speaking skills, you will notice your conversations flow much more naturally. Commonly used in daily life. You will encounter transitioning reading insights into spoken responses, bridging reading and speaking skills frequently in everyday conversations. Pay attention to how native speakers use transitioning reading insights into spoken responses, bridging reading and speaking skills. You will start hearing it everywhere once you are aware of it. Watch out for these 2 common mistakes. Some learners say, I am confused about transitioning reading insights into spoken responses, bridging reading and speaking skills. The better way to say this is, I am confused about transitioning reading insights into spoken responses, bridging reading and speaking skills. The adjective needs the EED ending here because it describes how you feel, not what you are. Some learners say, she don't know. Transitioning reading insights into spoken responses, bridging reading and speaking skills. The better way to say this is, she doesn't know. Transitioning reading insights into spoken responses, bridging reading and speaking skills. With she, we must use doesn't instead of don't. This is one of the most common errors in English. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 2-minute rule. After reading any academic section, force yourself to summarize the entire point aloud in exactly 2 minutes. This technique builds time pressure resilience. Speaking under a strict time limit forces you to trim unnecessary filler and only keep the absolute core ideas, mimicking real-life performance demands. Paraphrase, change. Take one sentence from a complex text and rephrase it 3 different ways: simple, academic, casual. Being able to shift your register is vital. By practicing multiple versions of the same idea from highly formal to very simple, you ensure that you can adapt your tone successfully no matter who hears you. The why deep dive. For every claim you identify, immediately ask yourself, why is this true? And answer the question out loud. This moves you beyond mere summary into critical analysis. When questioned about a concept, always follow up with the underlying cause or implication to demonstrate deep mastery of the subject matter. Prescript linking phrases. Memorize and pre-plan phrases like, a key takeaway here is, or, to elaborate on that point. These phrases don't add content, but they boost your rhetorical confidence immensely. They give you a moment to collect your thoughts without sounding awkward, making your speech sound more structured and authoritative. Self-correction is more than just rereading. It's a metacognitive process. It means pausing after completing a task to critically evaluate your own work and thought process. Instead of assuming you got the answer right, you actively challenge your initial conclusions. Think of it as an internal quality control mechanism for your intelligence. This skill turns passive review into active diagnosis. When we talk about metacognition, we are really talking about thinking about our own thinking. The goal here is to move beyond simply recalling information and start evaluating the quality of that recall. By making self-correction a habit, you build a powerful layer of scrutiny around your academic performance. Here are 5 examples. Did I answer the exact question asked? Scope check. A common mistake is answering a related but different point. Always look for signal words like specificallys or most, as these narrow the focus. Your review shouldn't just validate your answer, it must confirm its precision relative to the prompt. Does this conclusion flow logically from the evidence presented? Causality check. Be wary of logical leaps. Sometimes we connect two ideas simply because they are both true in the passage. A strong self-correction requires you to map out a clear, undeniable path from premise to conclusion. Have I considered alternative viewpoints or assumptions? Bias check. This technique forces you to adopt the perspective of an opponent or a skeptic. By actively seeking counter-arguments, you strengthen your own reasoning and identify potential blind spots in your logic. Is there any ambiguity I overlooked? Definition check. Ambiguity often lies in key terms or loaded language. If a passage uses a word with multiple meanings, stop and confirm which definition is necessary for the context. Don't assume the meaning, verify it. Does my answer conflict with another part of the text? Internal consistency check. Sometimes we treat different parts of a passage as isolated facts. A thorough self-check requires you to read your chosen evidence against every other piece of information to ensure total internal harmony. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Counteracting confirmation bias. Our brains naturally favor information that confirms what we already believe. This is perhaps the biggest hurdle in critical thinking. Confirmation bias makes us unconsciously scan for evidence supporting our first hypothesis while ignoring contradictory data. Self-correction forces you to pause and actively hunt for that opposing view. Combating cognitive fatigue. When we are deep in a task, our concentration wanes, leading to careless errors. The human mind processes information in waves. By building structured review steps, you engage different parts of your brain for the second pass. This mental shift helps refresh your focus and catch simple mistakes that fatigue usually allows slip through. Improving working memory retention. The act of explaining or articulating an answer solidifies memory pathways. Simply reviewing the correct answer isn't enough. You must verbally summarize why it is correct and why the alternatives are wrong. This effortful retrieval process dramatically improves long-term retention. Let's explore the topic of the art of self-correction, efficiently double-checking answers for common errors. This is an important concept to understand for learning English effectively. This is a foundational concept when learning English. Understanding the art of self-correction, efficiently double-checking answers for common errors deeply will unlock many other areas of the language. Think about how often you encounter this in real life and try to notice it in the English you hear every day. The more you engage with this idea, the more natural it will feel. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 2 passes system. First pass, focus only on comprehension. Second pass, focus only on identifying weaknesses and ambiguities. Do not try to read for both meaning and flaws at the same time, as this splits your focus. By compartmentalizing review, you dedicate intense attention to finding errors rather than just confirming knowledge. Verbalize your reasoning. Before writing down or selecting an answer, whisper out loud, "I believe X because of Y." Saying your reasoning aloud engages motor skills and auditory memory, making the process more effortful. This extra cognitive load is precisely what prevents you from accepting a superficially correct but flawed conclusion. Time box your review. Allocate 10 to 15% of your total time specifically for the self-correction process. Treating review as an afterthought is a critical error. You must proactively build this stage into your study schedule. By setting a dedicated time budget, you make it feel mandatory, not optional. Teach it to someone else. The absolute best test of understanding is teaching the concept or strategy to a peer. Teaching forces you into the role of expert, which requires organizing all your thoughts into clear, teachable steps. If you struggle to explain it simply, you haven't truly mastered it yet. Writing a high-scoring Task 2 essay requires moving beyond simply stating an opinion. You must develop sophisticated arguments that explore complexity. This means anticipating counterarguments and integrating them into your discussion. Advanced writing uses concession acknowledging points of opposition before refuting them. Furthermore, every point needs deep support explaining the why and the how, not just the what. Remember, Band 8 and above demand intellectual engagement with the topic itself. Don't just list reasons, connect them using causality. Think of your essay as a conversation where you challenge assumptions, making your ideas feel well-researched and deeply considered. Here are 4 examples. While proponents argue that remote work increases flexibility, the erosion of institutional culture and spontaneous collaboration severely hinders long-term corporate cohesion. Effective use of concessive language, while XY remains true. This sentence is powerful because it doesn't ignore the opposition, it incorporates it. By using while, you show nuance, making your final critique the erosion of culture much more credible. To mitigate these risks, governments should implement targeted subsidies for localized infrastructure, ensuring that economic activity remains decentralized and sustainable. Provides a specific, actionable solution with clear scope. Excellent problem solution writing requires more than just saying solve it. This example specifies who must act, governments, and how they should act, targeted subsidies. Giving the argument weight. The primary fault in this assumption is that correlation often masks true causation. Improved funding may simply coincide with better academic results, not cause them. Highlights logical fallacy critique, correlation versus causation. This demonstrates critical thinking by challenging the premise itself. Instead of merely disagreeing, you educate the reader on why the original argument is flawed logically. Therefore, while technological advancements offer undeniable efficiencies, they must be paired with comprehensive retraining programs to prevent widening socioeconomic divides. Synthesis, balancing pros and cons into a balanced conclusion recommendation. This is the ultimate sign of maturity in writing. You avoid taking an extreme stance, instead advocating for a necessary balancier nuanced middle ground that shows comprehensive understanding. Here are 2 reasons why this matters. Essential for communication. Understanding Phase 5, Writing Task 2, Developing Coherent, Advanced Arguments, WW3, helps you communicate more effectively. When you master Phase 5, Writing Task 2, Developing Coherent, Advanced Arguments, W23, you will notice your conversations flow much more naturally. Commonly used in daily life. You will encounter Phase 5, Writing Task 2, Developing Coherent, Advanced Arguments, W2, frequently in everyday conversations. Pay attention to how native speakers use Phase 5, Writing Task 2, Developing Coherent, Advanced Arguments, W2. You will start hearing it everywhere once you are aware of it. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. Because climate change is happening, we must stop all cars immediately. Strong. While the severity of climate change necessitates action, a complete ban on personal vehicles would cause severe economic disruption and fail to address underlying industrial issues. The initial mistake is presenting an oversimplified either-or choice. The correction uses concession to avoid extremes, suggesting a more balanced policy approach that acknowledges real-world constraints. Weak. Many people argue for mandatory vaccinations because they are good for the community. Strong. Advocates for mandatory vaccination primarily cite herd immunity and public health stability, arguments which carry significant weight in epidemiological planning. The weakness here is repetition. The strong version replaces vague phrases like good for with sophisticated technical language such as herd immunities and epidemiological planning. This demonstrates subject-specific knowledge. Weak. Money problems are bad, so governments should print more money. Strong. Inflationary measures, while addressing immediate cash shortages, risk devaluing currency and exacerbating long-term economic instability. This is a classic mistake, suggesting an obvious solution without considering the consequences. The improved version introduces counter-evidence, the risk of inflation, which shows you understand complex economic trade-offs. Here are 4 ways to practice. The warranting technique. For every point you make, ask, What evidence proves this? Don't just state the idea, provide a supporting mechanism or example. This is crucial for moving beyond personal opinion. When planning, physically write down the specific piece of data, statistic, or conceptual link that backs up your main point. The counter-argument map. Dedicate a section during outlining to list 2-3 opposing views. Then, dedicate equal time to refuting them. Do not wait until the conclusion to address opposition. Mapping these counterpoints early ensures they are integrated smoothly into your body paragraphs, giving your essay intellectual momentum. The impact chain method. Don't stop at point A. Ask, what is the consequence of point A and what is the consequence of that consequence? This forces you to build depth through causality chains. Instead of just stating a problem, trace its ripple effects across social, economic, and environmental spheres for maximum impact. Academic vocabulary register. Keep a list of sophisticated transition phrases related to disagreement, e.g., conversely, nevertheless, albeit. These are not just linking words, they signal a shift in intellectual perspective. Using them correctly demonstrates high proficiency and sophistication in argument structure. Advanced essay mapping is not just outlining, it's about creating a logical escalation of ideas across 3 tiers: the macro-level structure, the micro-level topic sentence, and the supporting evidence. The key rule here is maintaining argumentative momentum. Your introduction must clearly establish your scope. The body paragraphs must each tackle one distinct point while linking back to the main thesis. And the conclusion must synthesize these points without introducing new information. For IELTS, mapping ensures you achieve high coherence scores by demonstrating structural mastery. When we talk about logical escalation, think of it like a funnel. Your introduction is broad, narrowing down to your specific argument. Your body paragraphs maintain this focused intensity, and the conclusion widens out again to leave the reader with a final overarching thought. Use transitional phrases that signal these shifts in focus to improve flow. Here are 4 examples. The rapid rise of remote work has fundamentally altered urban planning. Firstly, it reduces the need for centralized office spaces. Secondly, it disperses economic activity into residential areas. Consequently, cities must reevaluate infrastructure to support localized commerce and community hubs. Effective cause-effect mapping. Clear progression from problem, remote work to immediate effect, reduced offices to ultimate solution, revising infrastructure. Notice how this example doesn't just list points, it shows a chain reaction. The transition words, firstly, secondly, consequently are doing heavy lifting by guiding the reader through the logical sequence of causes and effects. While some argue that mandatory uniforms stifle individuality, others point out the significant financial relief for parents. Moreover, standardized dress codes eliminate status symbols based on expensive fashion trends, promoting equity among students. Balanced comparison mapping. It acknowledges the counter-argument, but pivots smoothly to reinforce the primary thesis using moreover. This is a perfect model for concession and rebuttal. The structure allows you to show complexity. You acknowledge one side, then immediately use strong transitional markers like moreovers to deepen your own argument. Addressing climate change requires global cooperation across multiple sectors. Governments must enforce stricter emission standards, while industries need to invest heavily in green technology. Ultimately, individual behavioral changes, such as reducing consumption, reinforce these systemic shifts. Layered solution mapping. It systematically addresses different levels of action: government, industry, individual, demonstrating a comprehensive scope. The strength here is the systematic approach. By moving from macros policy changes to micros behavioral ones, you demonstrate that your argument is holistic and considers all necessary stakeholders. Digital literacy has become indispensable in modern society. It enables economic participation through online markets and facilitates educational access previously limited by geography. Therefore, mandatory digital education must be integrated into primary curricula worldwide. Thesis-driven mapping. The argument builds a cumulative case for a single required outcome: mandatory curriculum. This is highly persuasive because the evidence accumulates steadily. Each sentence provides a reason why digital literacy matters. building pressure until the conclusion. The mandatory curriculum feels like the only logical step. Let's compare 4 pairs. The government should spend money on public transport. It is good for the environment and it helps people get to work. Investing in robust public transportation networks offers multifaceted environmental and economic benefits, substantially reducing individual carbon footprints while enhancing workforce mobility across major urban centers. Using precise vocabulary and expanding general points into specific claims enhances academic tone. The difference here is moving from stating an opinion to providing a detailed, specialized claim. Strong writing uses sophisticated verbs and nouns to make the argument sound authoritative. Students should read more books because it makes them smarter. Engaging with diverse literature nurtures critical thinking skills by exposing students to varied perspectives, thereby significantly expanding their intellectual vocabulary and depth of understanding. Focusing on the mechanism, how an idea works, rather than just stating a benefit. Don't just say something is good, explain why it is good. Instead of smarter, we specified nurturing critical thinking skills. This shows depth of knowledge. Traffic congestion is bad because people are late and the air gets dirty. Severe traffic congestion represents a cascading problem, impeding productivity by causing significant delays while simultaneously contributing to dangerous levels of airborne pollutants in metropolitan areas. Connecting 2 separate ideas, lateness and pollution, into one single complex cause and effect claim. The key structural improvement is linking the negative impact of congestion. It's not just slow, it's a cascading problem. This elevates the writing from simple observation to sophisticated analysis. Technology has changed how we communicate, and this is good because we can talk to people far away. While technology has dramatically globalized communication channels, allowing instantaneous connection across geographical boundaries, it simultaneously necessitates a re-evaluation of face-to-face interaction quality. Using while or although to introduce nuance and complexity rather than simple agreement. The strongest academic writing rarely takes an absolute stance. By using the word simultaneously, you show that your argument is nuance edit, has both positive outcomes and critical drawbacks. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, too definitive. Many people believe that physical exercise is the best way to improve mood. It releases endorphins and makes you feel happy. Strong, balanced, nuanced. While physical activity, such as jogging or swimming, stimulates the release of endorphins, leading to measurable improvements in mood regulation. Other factors like structured sleep also play a vital role. The common mistake here is being too dogmatic. Instead of making an absolute claim that exercise is the best, a strong essay acknowledges other contributing elements, creating a more balanced and complex argument. Weak, overly simplistic. To solve poverty, we need money from governments. We must give handouts to the poor people. Strong, systemic structural focus. Addressing systemic poverty requires not only governmental financial aid, but also structural reforms in education and job creation, ensuring self-sustainability rather than dependency. This correction moves the argument away from quick fixes or charity. By using words like systemic and structural reforms, you show that your proposed solutions are deep, lasting changes rather than mere remedies. Weak, vague, emotional. Global warming is bad for us because it causes floods and raises sea levels. We must do something about it. Strong, formal, impactful. The accelerating phenomenon of global warming poses severe existential threats, manifested through intensified extreme weather events and irreversible sea level rise, demanding immediate and concerted international policy action. Notice the shift in tone. Replacing emotive words like bad with academic phrases like poses severe existential threats immediately raises your lexical resource score and makes the argument sound more objective. Here are 4 ways to practice. The thesis statement funnel. Draft the general statement first, the funnel opening, then narrow it down to your precise, debatable claim, the bottleneck. This ensures focus. When drafting your thesis, visualize the argument as having 3 essential components: the topic, your stance, and the scope. If you can't include all three, your statement is likely too vague or too broad. Mapping into paragraph links. Before writing, write down 3 to 4 explicit transitional topics, T1, T2, T3. These are the internal subjects that link one body paragraph to the next. Don't wait until you start writing to think about transitions. By pre-mapping these pivots, you force yourself to maintain a continuous line of reasoning throughout your entire essay. The "so what" test. After writing any point, ask, "So what does this prove about my main thesis?" If the answer is unclear, the paragraph needs structural tightening. This critical self-check ensures that every single sentence serves a direct purpose. It prevents digressions and keeps your argument razor-sharp and highly focused. Conclusion, synthesis, mapping. Do not summarize, synthesize. Instead, map out the 3 main takeaways or implications of your argument that haven't been stated yet. Synthesis means showing how your points interact with each other. It's the big picture. Think about what happens next after your arguments are proven true. A strong argument isn't just a statement, it's a structure. To build that structure, we rely on 3 major support pillars: specific examples, verifiable evidence, and logical hypotheticals. Examples ground your claims in relatable situations. Evidence provides the necessary factual weight, such as statistics or expert quotes. Finally, hypotheticals allow you to test boundaries by asking, what if? This combination moves your argument from mere opinion to compelling reasoning. Think of these 3 tools not as separate items, but as interlocking gears in a machine. An isolated claim is weak, but when you show how an example relates to evidence and then extrapolate that relationship using a hypothetical scenario, you build an undeniable logical chain for your listener or reader. Here are 5 examples. For instance, when implementing remote work policies, many companies reported a measurable increase in employee morale. Using specific examples. Notice how the phrase, for instance, immediately signals to the reader that you are moving from a general idea to a concrete, real-world scenario. This is much stronger than simply saying like, because it establishes a formal argumentative tone. According to a 2022 World Economic Forum report, the global market for renewable energy grew by 15% last year. Presenting verifiable evidence. The key here is citation. You must tell your audience where that statistic came from, even if you only mention the source generally. Credibility hinges entirely on the apparent reliability of your supporting data. If we were to restrict access to public libraries, what would happen to community education resources? Posing a hypothetical scenario. Hypotheticals are powerful because they force the audience to think critically and engage with possibilities. Always frame them as questions or conditional statements using if or were. This engages their intellectual curiosity. The shift in agricultural practices toward vertical farming is a prime example of sustainable development. Blending examples and techniques. Excellent argumentation often blends these tools. Here, vertical farming acts as the concrete example, which then supports your larger claim about sustainability. Look for opportunities to combine 2 techniques in one single thought. Should a country not invest heavily in public transport infrastructure, the economic consequences could include chronic traffic congestion and lost productivity. Hypothetical consequence. This example uses negative framing, which is highly persuasive. Instead of just saying what should happen, you warn them about what will go wrong if they don't adopt your viewpoint, creating a sense of urgency. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Adds credibility and weight. Facts supersede opinions. When you provide evidence, you are essentially borrowing the credibility of a third party, a reputable study, an expert body, or verifiable data set. This makes your argument feel objective rather than merely subjective. Increases audience engagement. Relatable scenarios keep readers hooked. People remember stories and vivid images much better than abstract ideas. Using a well-placed example allows your audience to visualize the concept, making them emotional and intellectual participants in your argument. Preempts counter-arguments. Thinking several steps ahead. By introducing hypotheticals or potential challenges before your opponent does, You show that you have considered the topic from every angle. This positions you as a thought leader and makes your final conclusion much harder to refute. Let's explore the topic of argumentation techniques, using examples, evidence, and hypotheticals to support claims. This is an important concept to understand for learning English effectively. This is a foundational concept when learning English. Understanding argumentation techniques, using examples, evidence, and hypotheticals to support claims deeply will unlock many other areas of the language. Think about how often you encounter this in real life and try to notice it in the English you hear every day. The more you engage with this idea, the more natural it will feel. Here are 4 ways to practice. Outline first, elaborate second. Before writing a single sentence, map out where your evidence and examples will go. Do not write in a free-flowing manner. Treat your essay outline like a blueprint. Each section must clearly label which techniques or will be used to support that specific point. Use signposting language. Employ clear transition phrases, for instance. This is corroborated by, and consider the case where signposting language acts like road signs for your reader. Phrases such as furthermore or to illustrate this point guide them smoothly through your complex logical arguments, ensuring they never get lost. The rule of specificity. Avoid vague qualifiers, names, dates, and numbers add power. Instead of saying many people, try to say urban workers in North America. Instead of some data, name the study or the year. The more specific you are, the more trustworthy your argument sounds. Practice combining techniques. Challenge yourself to support one core idea using all 3 methods. The ultimate goal is integration. Take a simple claim and write 3 supporting sentences, 1 example, 1 piece of evidence, and 1 hypothetical conclusion. This deep practice will make the technique second nature. Grammatical variety means avoiding a repetitive sentence pattern. For high scores in IELTS writing, you must demonstrate control over multiple complex structures. This involves skillfully using relative clauses, subordinating conjunctions, and participial phrases. The goal is to make your writing flow seamlessly while maintaining academic sophistication. Think of it as building an elaborate house with varied architectural styles. When examiners assess grammatical range, they are looking for evidence that you can manipulate structures naturally. Don't just throw in a complex word, use a complex S-sentence structure to carry the meaning. Varying your sentence beginnings, starting with conjunctions or prepositional phrases, an immediate way to improve flow. Here are 4 examples. Although renewable energy sources have greatly improved, the reliance on fossil fuels remains a significant global challenge. Effective use of subordinating conjunctions, although this immediately establishes a nuanced contrast. Notice how although sets up a concession. By structuring your sentence this way, you show that 2 things coexist, the improvement and the ongoing problem adding depth to your argument. Students who dedicate time to reading varied literature often develop a deeper understanding of complex social dynamics. Using who relative clauses. This allows you to provide descriptive information about the subject without starting a new sentence. Relative clauses are excellent for adding detail and academic weight. They allow you to condense 2 simpler thoughts into 1 sophisticated, flowing unit. Having witnessed rapid urbanization, many agricultural communities struggle with maintaining their traditional livelihoods. Beginning with the participial phrase, having witnessed. This opens the sentence dynamically by setting up the cause or circumstance first. Starting with a participle like having immediately makes your writing sound proactive and sophisticated. It foregrounds the context before presenting the main subject and verb. The government must intervene in unregulated markets, thereby ensuring fair opportunities for small businesses. Using a resultative phrase, thereby ensuring. This shows clear cause and effect relationships within a single sentence. When you use phrases like thereby or consequently, you are not just stating 2 facts, you are establishing a logical link between them. This elevates the rhetorical power of your writing. Let's compare 4 pairs. The population increased last year. This is due to better medical care. Due to improvements in global medical care, the population saw a noticeable increase last year. Starting with a cause-reason phrase, prepositional phrase, this immediately shifts the focus and improves flow. Compare how much stronger the second sentence feels. By front-loading the reason using due to, you guide the reader's attention right away, creating an academic, analytical tone. Governments should invest in education. Education is key for future economic growth. Investing heavily in education is crucial because it forms the foundation of sustained economic growth. Using because to combine two simple sentences into one strong, cohesive structure. But in pressed, the weak version presents two separate statements. The strong version uses a subordinating conjunction like because, which grammatically links the ideas and makes the writing feel much more integrated. Pollution is bad for health. This affects many citizens who live near factories. Citizens living near industrial complexes who are frequently exposed to pollution face significant health risks. Using a relative clause who to embed descriptive details about the subject. The key here is embedding. Instead of making citizens the topic and then starting a new sentence with them, we use a relative clause to describe them within the main flow. People need to change habits. Changing habits requires education. Changing detrimental habits necessitates widespread public awareness campaigns that educate the general populace. Using advanced vocabulary and complex noun phrasing, nominalization. This shows lexical resource alongside grammatical range. Sometimes, complexity comes not just from grammar, but from word choice. Transforming simple verbs into nouns like changing to necessitates campaigns, greatly boosts your academic register. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Comma-spliced choppy logic. The economy grew rapidly. It was because of technological advances. Single, integrated sentence. Technological advancements were the primary driver behind the economy's rapid growth. A common mistake is using two separate sentences when a single structure would be more elegant. By embedding because of into the main sentence, you create a causal link that reads much more smoothly. Comma splice, faulty coordination. Many students studied hard for the exam, they still found it difficult. Subordinating conjunction phrase. Despite studying diligently for the exam, many students found the difficulty level overwhelming. A comma splice is one of the most frequent errors. Remember that you cannot simply join two independent clauses with only a comma. You need a strong subordinating structure like despite or although. Vague phrasing. The government plans to improve infrastructure, which will help reduce traffic jams. Resultative adverbial phrase thereby. The government plans to improve infrastructure, thereby helping to mitigate severe urban congestion. Using which will helps is grammatically acceptable but weak. Replacing it with a phrase like thereby helping to mitigate immediately sounds more formal and authoritative, boosting your vocabulary range. Here are 4 ways to practice. The front load technique. Start sentences with a prepositional phrase or an adverbial clause. This immediately signals complexity and advanced structure. When revising your draft, specifically look at the first 5 words of every paragraph. Can you start them differently? Beginning phrases like in contrast to or following recent studies instantly elevate the tone. The structure swap. Identify simple statements and manually convert them into complex ones using subordinators, e.g., because, while, although. This is a targeted revision exercise. Take any 2 related ideas you wrote, say, rain fell. The traffic stopped, and force yourself to combine them using because the rain was falling, the traffic stopped. The participial phrase, draft. Review your body paragraphs and look for areas where a preceding action can be condensed into a participle phrase. Think about actions that happen concurrently with the main subject. Instead of saying, he analyzed the data and he found, try streamlining it to, analyzing the data, he found. This makes your writing sharper. The parallelism check. Ensure any list or sequence of related ideas maintains perfect grammatical balance, noun-verb gerund. While parallelism is about consistency, it also contributes to structural variety. If you use studying, the next item should not suddenly be and writing, it must be and writing in a parallel form. Sophistication in vocabulary doesn't mean using the longest words, it means choosing the most precise word for your intended meaning. When writing or speaking at an advanced level, precision is paramount. We must move beyond general adjectives like goods or basic nouns that lack specific scope. Learning these nuanced terms will allow you to paint a much clearer and more academic picture with every sentence. The key takeaway here is precision over sheer length. Instead of saying something was really bad, for example, an advanced vocabulary choice might let you explain why it was bad. Was it chaotic? Was it detrimental? Focus on understanding the subtle shades of meaning these new words carry. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is ubiquitous. Say it again, ubiquitous. Think of ubiquitous when you feel something is impossible to avoid. It's everywhere, all the time. A common mistake is using this word for just common. It implies a sense of inescapable presence across a wide area or context. The word is ambiguous. Say it again, ambiguous. If something is vague, it might just be poorly worded. But ambiguous suggests the text or situation allows for multiple interpretations, even if those meanings are equally plausible. This is crucial in legal and academic writing. The word is mitigate. Say it again, mitigate. When you use mitigate, remember that it's always about reducing severity or impact. You don't eliminate something entirely, you lessen its force. This is a perfect verb for discussions on policy and environmental science. The word is dichotomy. Say it again, dichotomy. A dichotomy is more than just a difference. It specifically refers to 2 opposing elements that form a single, contrasting whole. You often see this in literature when examining contrasts like good versus evil. The word is pervasive. Say it again, pervasive. While ubiquitous means being everywhere, pervasive often describes something abstract, like a feeling, smell, or influence that slowly spreads through an atmosphere. It has a slightly more intangible quality. The word is conundrum. Say it again, conundrum. Use conundrum when the solution isn't just hard, but seems logically impossible to solve with current knowledge. It carries a sense of intellectual puzzle or perplexing mystery. Here are 5 examples. The influence of social media is now so ubiquitous that it shapes daily communication patterns. Ubiquitous, adjective. Notice how ubiquitous immediately establishes the scope. It's not just present sometimes, it defines modern life. This phrasing elevates your descriptive writing instantly. The politician's statement was highly ambiguous, leading reporters to debate its true meaning for hours. Ambiguous, adjective. Using highly ambiguous suggests the ambiguity is significant and difficult to parse. When writing about rhetoric or politics, this word shows you understand the layers of implied meaning. New legislation was passed specifically to mitigate the severe economic fallout predicted by experts. Mitigate, verb. Remember that mitigate is an action taken against a negative force. You are actively working to lessen damage, which makes it perfect for policy discussions. The film explores the dichotomy between nature and technology in contemporary society. Dichotomy, noun. If you were writing an essay, framing your argument around a dichotomy immediately gives your paper structure and academic weight. It tells the reader exactly what opposing forces you are analyzing. A pervasive sense of urgency gripped the committee as they faced the sustainability conundrum. Pervasive, adjective, conundrum, noun. Here we see 2 words working together. The pervasive feeling builds tension around the difficult conundrum, creating a highly sophisticated image for your reader. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, ambiguous. Compare it with vague. Source of unclear meaning. While both mean unclear, vague usually means the information is simply lacking detail. However, if a statement is deliberately or structurally open to multiple readings, ambiguous is the much stronger and more academic choice. First, mitigate. Alleviate or alleviate. Type of lessening, physical versus abstract. Both mean to ease something, but mitigate often applies to risks, damage, or negative conditions. Alleviate, however, is frequently associated with physical pain, suffering, or emotional distress. First, ubiquitous. Compare it with pervasive. Scope of spread, physical versus atmospheric. This pair is tricky. Ubiquitous suggests physical presence like plastic bottles everywhere. Pervasive describes an invisible reach, like the pervasive influence of debt or media. First, dichotomy. Compare it with spectrum. Opposite ends versus gradual range. Never use a spectrum when the contrast is absolute. That implies gradation. Use dichotomy only when you are arguing between two mutually exclusive opposing poles. Here are 4 ways to practice. Collocation mapping. Grouping words that naturally go together. Example, pervasive anxieties or mitigate risk. Don't just memorize single definitions, memorize the natural pairings. When you learn a word like mitigate, immediately write down things it collocates with, such as risk, damage, and impact. This makes your speech sound much more native. Contextual guessing. Predicting the meaning based on surrounding text. Ask, what kind of word is needed here? Noun, verb. When you encounter an unknown sophisticated word, don't panic and look it up immediately. Instead, read the entire sentence and try to predict its function. Is it causing something? Is it describing a state? This deepens your understanding of usage. East repetition. Reviewing vocabulary at increasing intervals over time. This is the most effective memory technique. Don't cram definitions the night before a test. Review these 6 words today, then again in 3 days, and finally next week to truly cement them into your active vocabulary. Active replacement. Intentionally swapping basic words for advanced ones during writing. When you write a draft, highlight every simple word like big, bad, or many. Your goal is to force yourself to replace those common fillers with the more sophisticated options we learned today. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The debate over artificial intelligence presents a profound conundrum. While the potential benefits are undeniable and increasingly ubiquitous in our daily lives, there is also a pervasive fear of job displacement. Governments must act quickly to mitigate this risk, acknowledging that the dichotomy between technological advancement and human employment requires careful legislative thought. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means a confusing problem. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is conundrum. If you can identify conundrum here, it shows you grasp the overall tone of intellectual difficulty. It perfectly frames the seriousness of AI governance. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence describing a modern issue. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the pervasive use of deepfakes is an ethical conundrum that lawmakers have yet to fully address. Notice how I combine pervasive and conundrum. This practice technique forces you to build complex ideas using the new vocabulary, moving beyond simple definition recall. Cohesive devices are the linguistic tools that act like glue in your writing. They don't just link sentences, they establish a precise relationship between ideas. Understanding these transitions helps you guide your reader smoothly from one thought to the next. Mastering them moves your writing beyond simple description and into sophisticated argumentation. Instead of viewing linking words as mere punctuation, think of them as intellectual signposts for your reader. They tell the writer's voice where they are going. Logically, are we adding information? Are we stating a contradiction? This level of precision is what elevates writing from competent to truly academic. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, moreover. Say it again, moreover. This word is perfect for adding supporting evidence without sounding repetitive. It signals that you are building upon an existing point. Remember that moreover generally adds support, not contrast. The word is, consequently. Say it again, consequently. Consequently establishes a clear chain of cause and effect. If you can identify the primary cause in your argument, using this word will demonstrate that specific logical connection to the outcome. The word is furthermore. Say it again, furthermore. While similar to moreover, furthermore sometimes carries a slightly more formal academic weight. Both are used for additive support, but using them interchangeably can make your prose sound less varied. The word is, hence. Say it again, hence. Use hence when you are summarizing premises and then stating the undeniable conclusion. It implies that the preceding evidence necessitates the next statement, giving your argument a strong sense of finality. The word is, nevertheless. Say it again, nevertheless. Nevertheless is excellent for acknowledging a weakness but pivoting back to your main point. It shows sophisticated critical thinking by recognizing counterarguments and then overcoming them. The word is, conversely. Say it again, conversely. Conversely requires you to have two directly opposing ideas or scenarios. It's not just saying but, it demands a structural switch in perspective for maximum impact. Here are 5 examples. The market was saturated with similar products. Moreover, the marketing budget proved insufficient. Moreover, additive support. Notice how moreovers doesn't just add a fact, it adds a reason why the initial problem is even worse. This strengthens the overall narrative by layering problems. The study found significant correlation between diet and sleep quality. Consequently, changes in routine are necessary. Consequently, cause-effect. This structure perfectly mirrors a scientific finding. Cause A leads directly to effect B. Always ensure that the second clause is genuinely a direct result of the first. The initial research was promising. Furthermore, subsequent trials confirmed these early findings. Furthermore, additive support. When furthermore connects 2 related facts, it suggests mounting evidence. It builds momentum and convinces the reader that your point is backed by multiple sources. The critics panned the film. Nevertheless, the audience responded with overwhelming enthusiasm. Nevertheless, contradiction. This contrast creates drama in the text. By using nevertheless, you are signaling that the counter-argument is strong, but your point remains dominant and true. The industrial north was reliant on coal power. Conversely, the coastal areas utilized geothermal energy. Conversely, opposite comparison. This example demands a careful balance. You must set up 2 parallel structures, A versus band. Use this word to pivot cleanly between them. Let's compare 4 pairs. Therefore, formal. Causal. Focused on direct logical necessity. Both show results, but therefore often feels like a conclusion drawn from premises listed right before it. Consequently, tends to describe the observable outcome that followed an action. First, however, nevertheless, advanced. Difference in force and formality. However, is versatile but can be casual. Nevertheless, elevates your writing, implying a greater struggle or difficulty before stating the conclusion despite it. First, moreover. Compare it with, furthermore. Use for additive support, subtle difference. While interchangeable in many cases, vary their use to prevent monotony. If you use moreovers early on, try saving furthermores for a stronger point later in the paragraph. First, conversely. In contrast, structural opposition versus balanced comparison. Conversely is best when comparing 2 mirror image situations or 2 sides of an equation. In contrast works well when highlighting differences between 2 distinct groups or categories. Here are 4 ways to practice. The idea flows map. Map your arguments before writing. Before you write a single sentence, physically map out the logical progression of your ideas using these connectors. This prevents you from simply listing facts and ensures every transition serves a clear argumentative purpose. The collocation bank. Write down common pairings. Don't just memorize consequently. Instead, build collocations like heavy traffic consequently delays flights, or limited funds furthermore restrict research. Pairing the connector with strong nouns and verbs makes it sound native. The substitution rule. Replace weak conjunctions. If you catch yourself writing too many times, and or but, pause. Force yourself to replace those basic words with one of these advanced connectors like nevertheless or moreover. This single change instantly boosts your vocabulary score. Strategic placement. Don't overuse them. The biggest trap is over-reliance. Treat cohesive devices as punctuation. Marks use them only when the logical relationship between two distinct clauses must be explicitly stated for maximum clarity and impact. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The initial survey showed that the new policy was well received by most demographics. Moreover, early adoption rates were surprisingly high across all sectors. The financial models predicted moderate growth. Consequently, investment in infrastructure increased rapidly. However, a key geographical area lagged significantly behind this trend. Conversely, regions with established rail links saw exponential growth, indicating a strong correlation between existing transport and economic vitality. Question 1. Find the word meaning in additions or further supports. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is moreover. In this context, moreovers is used to stack evidence. It suggests that not only was the policy good, but additionally, the adoption rates were high. This builds urgency and confidence in the claim. Question 2. Use one of the target words, e.g., consequently, in your own sentence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the heavy rainfall, consequently, caused minor flooding downtown. When constructing your own sentences, think about building a simple cause and effect chain, cause plus, comma plus, connector plus, result. This forces you to maintain the precise logical relationship that consequently describes. A concession clause allows you to acknowledge a point of view that is valid or plausible, even if it ultimately contradicts your main argument. It shows intellectual maturity and balance in your writing. These clauses often begin with phrases like, while it is true that, or, although some people argue that. They are not simply stating an opponent's view. They are conceding a point before pivoting back to reinforce your own stronger position. For IELTS, mastering this technique elevates your coherence score significantly because it demonstrates nuanced critical thinking. The key here is the structure of the pivot. You must never just state a counterargument and stop there. Your goal is always to concede, then immediately use sophisticated language to explain why your main point still holds true despite that acknowledged weakness. Here are 4 examples. While increased screen time offers undeniable benefits for remote learning flexibility, the corresponding decline in face-to-face social skills presents a more significant educational risk. The effectiveness lies in the balanced while but structure which acknowledges benefit before pivoting to the greater concern. Notice how we didn't just say screen time is bad. We gave credit for its flexibility first. This measured approach makes your conclusion feel authoritative and trustworthy to the reader. Although some argue that private car ownership reduces emissions by offering personal convenience, public transport infrastructure ultimately mitigates this issue more efficiently on a large scale. Using although and focusing on systemic solutions shifts the debate from individual actions to macro-level policy. This example moves beyond simple disagreement. It systematically critiques the premise of the counterargument by suggesting an alternative, superior solution. It is undeniable that economic growth drives job creation. Nevertheless, this focus often neglects environmental sustainability, leading to long-term resource depletion. Using nevertheless creates a strong formal break. It signals a pivot from acknowledging an undisputed fact to highlighting its flaw. The conjunction nevertheless is extremely powerful for IELTS writing because it establishes a clear contrast between two ideas, giving your argument weight. To concede that initial investment in renewable energy can be prohibitive, one must recognize the long-term cost savings and reduced reliance on volatile fossil fuel markets. This structure uses concession to introduce a counterfact, prohibitive, only to immediately dismantle it with deeper evidence, long-term savings. Here, You are not just arguing, you are reframing the economic perspective. You acknowledge the short-term hurdle but prove that the long-term payoff is worth ignoring that initial obstacle. Let's compare 4 pairs. Homework is hard because students have to do it at home. While homework can be burdensome for students, structured assignments are crucial for reinforcing classroom concepts and promoting independent study habits. The strong version elevates the discussion from a complaint, hard, to an academic benefit, reinforcing concepts. The first sentence is too simplistic. The improved version maintains a formal tone while simultaneously shifting focus from the negative feeling of difficulty to the measurable educational gain. Some people think cars are bad for pollution, but public transport also causes emissions. Although it is true that both private vehicles and buses contribute to air pollution, urban planning must prioritize cycling infrastructure to provide a zero-emission alternative. The strong version avoids circular arguments by introducing a third, superior solution, cycling. If you only list 2 problems, your essay feels stuck in an argument loop. A high-scoring response needs to break the cycle by proposing or identifying a better system. Reading books is good, but watching movies is fun and easier. Although cinematic films offer immediate entertainment value, the sustained depth of literature allows for unparalleled exploration of complex human psychology and narrative nuance. The strong version uses elevated vocabulary, sustained depth, unparalleled, to make the counterargument irrelevant compared to its own focus. Never let your concession clause simply list merits. You must use that space to set up a qualitative comparison, proving that intellectual depth outweighs simple enjoyment. Technology changes things fast, so people struggle to keep up. While rapid technological advancement certainly presents challenges in workforce adaptation, proactive government retraining programs are necessary to ensure societal resilience and employment stability. The strong version moves beyond stating a problem, struggle, to proposing a high-level policy solution, retraining programs. When tackling social issues like technology change, your answer must be structural. Pointing to the government or institutional level shows you are thinking at an advanced macro scale. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, informal. But I think education is important because it helps people get jobs. Strong, formal. While access to quality education is never guaranteed, its fundamental role in individual empowerment remains undeniable. The primary mistake here is the overuse of but, which is too conversational for academic writing. Always replace simple conjunctions with formal transitional phrases like however or nevertheless. Weak, choppy. It can be argued that cars are necessary, but pollution is bad. Strong, flowing. The necessity of personal vehicles is often cited. Nonetheless, the detrimental impact of fossil fuel emissions demands immediate and comprehensive policy intervention. A choppy structure reads like a list of disconnected thoughts. The improved version uses semicolons and sophisticated linking words, binding the counter-argument to the main point dramatically. Weak, uneven weight. Not everyone agrees that diet is key. Some people prefer exercise only. Strong, balanced authority. Although physical activity is widely promoted for health benefits, nutritional intake remains a foundational pillar of wellness, demanding equal consideration. This mistake occurs when you treat all counter-arguments equally. A strong essay not only mentions the opposing view but explains why that opposition is less significant or incomplete. Here are 4 ways to practice. The acknowledge refutes method. Start by fully acknowledging the strongest point of opposition, the concession. Then spend more time dismantling it than you did discussing it. This is a strategic way to build credibility. By giving the counter-argument full weight and then explaining where its logic fails, you make your own position seem meticulously researched. Use concession pairs. Practice pairing a strong positive idea with an equally strong negative caveat. Example, benefit X is true, but only if condition Y is met. Don't just argue one thing. Show that you understand the complexities of the topic by identifying necessary preconditions or limitations on any given solution. Signal phrases, inventory. Keep a list of advanced signal phrases, admittedly, whilst it is true that, despite the fact that, or granted that, varying these boosts vocabulary score. Memorizing 5 to 6 sophisticated signposts and integrating them naturally into your writing will instantly make your language sound more academic and proficient. The scope narrowing technique. If the counterargument is too broad, e.g., all technology is bad, narrow its scope down to a specific facet you can demolish. Never let an opponent drag your argument into their general field of attack. By narrowing the focus, you bring the discussion back to a precise point where your unique expertise shines through. Academic writing demands a specific voice, one that is formal, objective, and measured. This register requires us to elevate our vocabulary and syntax beyond casual conversation. Crucially, objectivity means presenting arguments based on evidence or analysis rather than personal feelings or beliefs. We must adopt a detached, scholarly viewpoint throughout the entire essay. Remember, your goal is not to convince the reader that you are right. It is to present a well-researched argument for consideration. The difference between an academic and informal register often comes down to perspective. Instead of saying, "I believe," which centers the writer's opinion, try phrasing it impersonally. It can be argued that this immediate shift moves the focus from you, the student, to the idea itself, establishing a genuinely scholarly distance. Here are 4 examples. The correlation between increased screen time and diminished attention spans has been extensively documented by neuroscientists worldwide. Uses strong academic terminology, correlation, diminished, neuroscientists, and passive voice to maintain distance. Notice the use of nominalization, where we turn verbs into nouns like documentation or correlation. This technique makes your prose sound more abstract, scholarly, and less conversational. It signals that you are discussing concepts, not telling a story. Furthermore, the economic implications suggest that policy adjustments regarding carbon emissions must be prioritized globally. Employs formal transition words, furthermore, and focuses on analytical consequences rather than simple facts. Effective academic writing always moves beyond mere description. The use of implications forces you to analyze the meaning or the potential fallout of an idea, which is a higher level of critical thinking. Analysis indicates that while initial market resistance was evident, consumer behavior subsequently adapted to sustainable alternatives. Uses measured verbs, indicates, adapted, and sophisticated phrasing to describe observational data objectively. When describing trends or findings, always use hedging language. Words like suggests, indicates, or appears to be are more accurate than making absolute claims, which strengthens your credibility. The prevailing consensus among educational experts is that integrating practical simulations enhances learning retention across diverse age groups. Focuses on consensus and uses generalized academic sources, educational experts, rather than citing a single unverified source. By referencing the prevailing consensus, you demonstrate familiarity with the broader academic conversation surrounding the topic. This shows breadth of knowledge, which is crucial for achieving high band scores. Let's compare forebears. I think that climate change is a huge problem for the planet. The escalating frequency of extreme weather events necessitates immediate global policy intervention. Replacing personal pronouns, I, and emotional adjectives, huge, with objective nouns and formal verbs. The biggest shift here is eliminating, I think. Academic writing must sound like a reasoned argument, not an opinion piece. By focusing on the events and policy, you maintain scholarly distance. If people don't use public transport, it will make traffic really bad. A decline in reliance upon public transportation infrastructure is projected to exacerbate urban congestion exponentially. Elevating vocabulary, exacerbate, decline in reliance, and using sophisticated grammatical structures. Notice how the casual conditional, if people don't use, becomes a formal projection about a decline in reliance. This shows capability with complex sentence structures while keeping the tone academic. Lots of research says that education is really important for poor kids. Empirical evidence consistently suggests that educational access significantly mitigates socioeconomic disadvantages among vulnerable populations. Using precise academic terminology, empirical evidence mitigates socioeconomic instead of vague colloquialisms, lots of research, poor kids. We are upgrading the vocabulary to sound more specialized. Instead of saying something is important for poor kids, we use significantly mitigate socioeconomic disadvantages. This precision is key to academic writing. This proves that technology changes everything about how we live. Technological advancements have irrevocably altered the fundamental paradigms of modern human existence. Replacing informal linking phrases, this proves, with formal transition phrasing and using powerful abstract nouns. The shift from proves to have irreversibly altered adds weight and academic gravitas. The word paradigms is a high-level term that signals deep understanding of the subject matter. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, emotional, informal. It's really clear that warming the globe is bad for animals. Strong, objective, formal. The continued rise in global temperatures presents verifiable threats to various faunal species. First, avoid emotive language like reallys or bad. These words are subjective. By substituting them with neutral verbs and nouns, such as presents, verifiable threats, the tone remains scholarly. Weak, colloquial, vague. Basically, if governments don't step up their game, nothing will change. Strong, formal, precise. Insufficient governmental commitment is likely to impede meaningful progress towards sustainable policy goals. The phrase step up their game is completely conversational. We need technical, formal verbs and nouns like impede, commitment, and progress. This demonstrates a mature grasp of the topic. Weak, sweeping generalization. Everybody knows that eating vegetables helps you stay healthy. Strong, qualified objective. Scientific literature consistently suggests that increased vegetable intake correlates positively with improved overall physiological health outcomes. The biggest mistake here is, everybody knows, never make sweeping generalizations. Instead, reference evident scientific literature suggests to ground your claim in verifiable sources, maintaining objectivity. Here are 4 ways to practice. The depersonalization scan. Read your draft specifically looking for first-person pronouns I, we, and personal adverbs. Simply, obviously. Replace these with impersonal structures. When revisioning, treat this scan like a checklist. If you find we argue, immediately rewrite it as, it is argued that, pasta, or the evidence suggests. This systematic approach quickly pulls your essay back into the academic register. Formal vocabulary upgrade. Keep a list of high-frequency informal words, e.g., big, good, a lot, and their 3 strongest synonyms in an academic context. Don't just use big words for the sake of it. Choose precise ones. If you are struggling with vocabulary, ask yourself, is there a single specialized noun or verb that means what I am trying to say? Precision always beats complexity. The evidence anchors rule. After every major claim, pause and mentally check if you have an implicit or explicit reference point, e.g., data, expert consensus, study. If not, hedge the statement. This strategy forces objectivity. Instead of stating a fact as absolute truth, frame it as a potential finding. It appears that, or research suggests. This manages expectations and strengthens your argument. Varying sentence openings. Avoid starting consecutive sentences with the same subject or transition phrase. Use participial phrases or introductory clauses. Varied syntax prevents monotony and makes you sound more fluent and sophisticated. Instead of listing simple subject-verb-object structures, try leading with a dependent clause to add depth immediately. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Some argue that mandatory national service contributes positively to civic responsibility. Others claim it infringes upon individual liberties and career choices. Discuss both views and give your own perspective on the merits of such a policy. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the essay must maintain absolute neutrality when discussing both views before presenting an objective. Well-reasoned personal conclusion. The tone must be balanced and academic throughout all sections. Remember that because you are discussing 2 opposing viewpoints, your language needs to be incredibly careful. You cannot take a side too early. You must use impartial framing devices when summarizing the opposition's arguments. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is structuring the introduction and body paragraphs using sophisticated concession clauses, e.g., while proponents argue X, it is equally necessary to consider Y. A strong attempt immediately establishes this tension with high-level language. By acknowledging the counter-argument's validity before minimizing it, you showcase intellectual maturity hallmark of academic discourse. Writing an argument under time pressure requires more than just good vocabulary. It demands structural discipline. The key skill here is rapid planning and maintaining argumentative focus from the first sentence to the last. You must allocate time not only for writing, but also for reviewing your overall coherence in a limited window. In IELTS, this means producing an essay that meets all criteria: task response, coherence, lexical resource, and grammatical range while operating on a strict clock. It's about maximizing the quality of your sustained argument rather than simply filling space. When you are under time constraints, the biggest mistake is often sacrificing structure for ideas. Instead, focus immediately on building a strong essay skeleton first. By dedicating 3 minutes solely to outlining your 4 main points and transitions, you save yourself valuable writing time later. Here are 4 examples. While some argue that technology fosters isolation, the documented rise in virtual communities proves otherwise. These platforms allow individuals with niche interests to form deep connections previously impossible due to geography. This example immediately tackles a counter-argument before pivoting to its own strong evidence, showing nuanced thinking and quick transition. Notice how quickly this paragraph moves beyond the simple statement of disagreement. It uses "while some argue" to acknowledge the opposition respectfully, which demonstrates high-level academic discourse management. Furthermore, implementing mandatory recycling programs generates an immediate economic benefit by reducing landfill waste and creating new local markets for recyclables. The use of "furthermore" signals a clear expansion of the argument, adding concrete details, economic benefits to support the main claim. Excellent academic writing doesn't just state an opinion, it presents actionable evidence. By linking environmental concerns directly to economic gains, the student makes their argument highly sophisticated and multifaceted. To conclude, while behavioral changes are necessary, governmental oversight remains paramount in regulating these complex sectors. The conclusion summarizes without repeating. It synthesizes previous points, behavior change, plus government role into a final, decisive statement. A strong conclusion rarely just restates the introduction. Instead, it provides a sense of closure by synthesizing the main arguments and offering a slightly broader final thought or recommendation. For instance, studies tracking coastal erosion in Southeast Asia show that localized planting efforts yielded significantly better results than large-scale concrete barriers. This example uses specific geographical and scientific details, coastal erosion, Southeast Asia, to ground the argument in reality. Academic writing thrives on specificity. Using proper nouns, regions, or quantifiable data instantly boosts your lexical resource score because it shows you are drawing from specialized knowledge. Here are 2 reasons why this matters. Essential for communication. Understanding timed practice. Set 1. Argumentative essay construction. Under pressure, W6 helps you communicate more effectively. When you master timed practice set 1, argumentative essay construction under pressure, W6, you will notice your conversations flow much more naturally. Commonly used in daily life. You will encounter timed practice set 1, argumentative essay construction under pressure, W6, frequently in everyday conversations. Pay attention to how native speakers use timed practice. Set 1, argumentative essay construction under pressure, W6. You will start hearing it everywhere once you are aware of it. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak oversimplification. If we reduce carbon emissions, then the climate will get better. Strong academic tone precision. A verifiable reduction in industrial carbon emissions is statistically correlated with a measurable stabilization of global temperature averages. the weakest mistake is making causal claims too easily. True academic writing requires you to use qualifiers like is correlated with or tends to suggest instead of definite statements. Weak, vague linking. Also, many people agree that we should teach coding in schools. Strong, specific topic focus. Moreover, the integration of computational thinking into primary curricula is increasingly supported by educational research and industry demand. Never use vague linking phrases like alsos or many people agree. Instead, name the specific group or concept you are referencing to. Maintain your authoritative tone. Weak, repetitive, unconvincing. In conclusion, I think that technology is good and we should keep using it. Strong, synthesizing and nuanced conclusion. Ultimately, while technological advancements present ethical challenges, their unparalleled capacity for global connectivity solidifies their necessity in modern society. A poor conclusion simply restates the thesis. A strong one synthesizes your points by acknowledging complexity. The although or while structure works wonderfully here. Here are 4 ways to practice. The reverse outline. After writing a full draft, read it and write down the main idea of every paragraph. This immediately exposes any section that wanders off topic. This is your most powerful editing tool when time is short because it forces you to check for structural integrity. If a paragraph doesn't support the essay's core thesis, cut it ruthlessly. Pre-select vocabulary banks. Before writing practice, write down 10 advanced words and 5 complex phrases related to common topics, e.g., environment, education. Don't try to remember vocabulary during the test. Prime your brain. Keep these banks handy for quick reference during preparation time so they are accessible when you need them most. Focus on topic sentences first. Write only your first sentence of every body paragraph. This ensures that each supporting idea has a clear, argumentative roadmap. The topic sentence is the pillar of your argument. By mastering this, you guarantee to the grader exactly what point that entire paragraph will make, improving clarity immensely. Use time markers for flow. Incorporate sophisticated transitional phrases like consequently, conversely, or notwithstanding frequently. These connectors don't just link sentences, they signal the logical relationship between ideas' cause and effect, contrast, or addition. This dramatically boosts your cohesion score. Self-correction is not just proofreading, it's a metacognitive process. It means viewing your first draft with the critical eye of an examiner. We are moving past simply structuring arguments and focusing on refining tone, precision, and complexity in every sentence. Identifying weaknesses allows you to upgrade general statements into academic insights. The goal here is to develop a habit of scholarly skepticism towards your own writing. When you review your essay, don't just check for commas, challenge the core ideas. Ask yourself, is this claim too broad? Am I using passive language when active voice would be stronger? This critical distance is what elevates a Band 6 effort into a high Band 7 performance. Here are 4 examples. While some argue that technology erodes social ties, it is more accurate to say that these tools simply necessitate a redefinition of what social interaction means in the modern era. Effective hedging and nuanced language. This avoids absolute statements. Notice how this sentence uses phrases like, it is more accurate to say. Instead of taking a hard stance, the writer hedges their argument. Hedging shows academic maturity because it acknowledges complexity rather than offering simple binary truths. The economic ramifications stem predominantly from regulatory inertia, suggesting that policymakers must preemptively adapt to market shifts. High-level vocabulary and nominalization, ramifications, inertia. This example showcases strong academic register by using abstract nouns. Remember that nominalizing verbs turning actions into concepts, a powerful way to keep your writing formal and intellectual. A failure to invest in green infrastructure will inevitably result in heightened vulnerability to climate-induced economic instability. Strong causal link established with will inevitably result in. When writing about causality, never use weak linking words like because or so. Use strong phrasal verbs and transitional structures such as consequently or. This will invariably lead to for maximum impact. Furthermore, The educational sector should prioritize experiential learning models over rote memorization to truly foster critical thinking skills. Clarity of purpose and strong recommendation using should prioritize. This provides a clear call to action within an academic context. When you make recommendations, don't just say what is wrong. Clearly articulate what the solution must look like for the reader to understand your scope. Let's compare 4 pairs. Many people think cars are bad for the environment because they pollute. Concerns surrounding vehicular emissions suggest that personal transportation contributes significantly to air pollution levels. Replacing colloquialisms with formal, objective phrasing. The key difference here is formality. We replaced many people think with concerns surrounding, which immediately elevates the tone. Always aim to sound like you are reporting on an issue rather than giving your personal opinion. If governments did nothing about pollution, the air quality will get really worse. Should governing bodies fail to implement robust environmental policies, ambient air quality is projected to decline significantly. Using conditional structures and sophisticated verbs for prediction. Look at how will get really worse was changed. We used is projected to decline. This shift from simple future tense to academic prediction sounds much more authoritative and objective. It is important that we teach kids about money so they know how to save. Integrating financial literacy into the curriculum would empower young learners with necessary economic management skills. Focusing on impact, empowerment, rather than just stating importance. Instead of telling a reader something is crows, show them the positive outcome. Using verbs that describe benefit like empowers or foster makes your arguments feel more grounded in policy and theory. Saving time at work is good for companies because they make money. Optimizing workplace efficiency could potentially enhance corporate profitability by streamlining operational processes. Adopting technical, academic jargon related to the field of study. This segment demonstrates how using precise subject-specific vocabulary like operational processes or profitability shows the examiner that you are operating within an expert academic register. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, redundancy, clunky. The reason we need to change is because it is important. Strong, concise, academic. The necessity for change stems from its crucial importance. Students often over-rely on linking phrases like the reason is because. This structure is technically redundant. Aim to combine the concepts into a single, sophisticated noun phrase. Weak, vague, subject overuse noun. Many people feel that global warming is an issue. Strong, precise terminology, objectivity. The perceived severity of anthropogenic climate change remains a subject of widespread public debate. Stop using general terms like global warming or issue. Use precise, established scientific terminology instead. This instantly boosts your lexical resource score and shows depth of knowledge. Weak, general, unspecific. This idea suggests that we should make things better for everyone. Strong, specific action, academic tone. Consequently, a paradigm shift towards equitable resource management is warranted. The biggest fix here is specificity. Instead of make things better, name the mechanism of improvement: equitable resource management. Academic writing thrives on measurable concepts, not vague good intentions. Here are 4 ways to practice. The scope check macro. Did I answer ALL parts of the prompt? Circle every key word in the question and ensure your essay addresses them explicitly. This is where many students lose points, even if their grammar is perfect. Always treat the prompt like a checklist. If it asks for causes and solutions, you must dedicate space to both equally. The idea depth audit mid-level. For every claim, ask yourself, what is the real evidence? Can I provide an example or a counter-argument? Don't let your body paragraphs just list facts. You need depth. If you state a problem exists, immediately follow up by suggesting how we could measure its impact or who would be most affected. The vocabulary swap sentence level. Identify 5 common words like good, bad, important, and challenge yourself to replace them with 3 higher-level synonyms. This is simple but high impact. Keep a running list of low-frequency academic alternatives for the basic adjectives you overuse. Swapping out just a few key words makes your entire essay sound more sophisticated. The flow test paragraph level. Read only the first sentence of every paragraph and the last sentence of every paragraph. Do they create a smooth, logical narrative progression? This test ensures that your essay flows like a conversation between ideas, not just a series of disconnected points. Strong topic sentences are crucial because they act as miniature thesis statements for each paragraph. Beyond just knowing advanced vocabulary and complex grammar structures, success in speaking hinges on how you deliver your ideas. Examiners are listening for a seamless flow, what we call fluency. This doesn't mean never pausing, it means managing those pauses effectively. Sophistication involves deploying discourse markers that signal to the listener precisely how certain or unsure you are about your statement, making you sound thoughtful and nuanced. Remember, true confidence isn't just speaking loudly, it's speaking with measured authority. We want you to move past simple statements and into complex, well-structured arguments. When we discuss fluency here, we aren't talking about speed, think of it more like rhythm. Our goal is to sound natural, as if you were an educated native speaker giving a thoughtful presentation. Practice linking your ideas not just with "and", but by creating logical bridges between points in your argument. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, from my perspective, I believe that. Say it again. From my perspective, I believe that. This phrase immediately elevates your contribution by framing it as a personal viewpoint rather than absolute fact. It's useful when you need to sound authoritative but also open to debate. Use this instead of simply saying, "I think." The word is, while I appreciate that point, I must argue that. Say it again. While I appreciate that point, I must argue that. This is a powerhouse phrase for academic discussion. It allows you to acknowledge the speaker's intelligence before pivoting to your opposing view. By validating their point first, your counter-argument feels respectful yet firm. The word is, to elaborate on that dimension. Say it again, to elaborate on that dimension. Instead of just saying "and also," this phrase signals a shift in focus and promises deeper analysis. It tells the listener, wait, I'm not going to stop at my surface level point, prepare for more detail. This is excellent for expanding your discussion. The word is, if I understand correctly, you are suggesting that. Say it again. If I understand correctly, you are suggesting that. This technique is a masterclass in confidence building. It buys you time to think while making the speaker feel heard and understood. It shows excellent listening skills and helps prevent you from answering a question that wasn't actually asked. The word is, it might be worth considering whether. Say it again. It might be worth considering whether. Academic discourse often involves uncertainty. Using it might be worth considering, or similar phrases helps you sound intellectual by acknowledging complexity rather than just presenting a single definitive answer. Let's compare 4 pairs. It's kind of hard to say. It is challenging to make a definitive assessment. Using precise vocabulary, notice the shift from vague fillers like kinda and simple adjectives. Academic language requires substituting these shortcuts with specific, high-level vocabulary that precisely captures your meaning. I guess it's a big problem. Essentially, this issue presents considerable challenges. Formalizing qualifiers and intensifiers. Replacing weak fillers like "I guess" with stronger adverbs or nouns gives your argument weight. We are aiming to make every word count and sound deliberate. Because of that, we gotta change things. Consequently, it would be imperative that we implement changes. Shifting from contractions and colloquial verbs. Contractions like "gotta" are fine in casual chat, but in an academic setting, fully spelling out words like "must" or "will" maintains a steady, formal rhythm. This signals high competence. Yeah, that's true enough. I wholeheartedly concur with that assessment. Demonstrating measured agreement. Instead of simple affirmative agreement, using phrases like "I concur" or "I agree entirely" shows a more sophisticated command of the language. It elevates your response from conversational to persuasive. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Avoid filler reliance. So I think that maybe technology is good. Better, immediate focus. I would argue that while technology presents some risks, its potential benefits are undeniable. The biggest mistake is letting hesitation fillers like or take over your thought process. Instead of filling the pause with a filler sound, replace it with a sophisticated phrase that buys you thoughtful time. Avoid simple conjunctions vocabulary. It's about money and also food because people need these things. Better nominalization and precision. The core requirements are economic stability and adequate sustenance in order to maintain a viable lifestyle. We need to elevate basic nouns and verbs. Instead of just saying money or food, try nominalizing them, turning them into abstract concepts like economic stability. This is a hallmark of advanced speech. Avoid topic drift wandering. I talked about the environment and then I also mentioned cars, but really it's about pollution. Better refocusing and summarizing. While my initial points touched upon environmental degradation and vehicular emissions, the central theme remains global air quality. When you realize you've wandered off topic, do not apologize or draw attention to it. Instead, use a strong transitional phrase that gracefully steers the conversation back to your main argument. Here are 4 ways to practice: self-recording and analysis. Record yourself answering a prompt, then listen back specifically for your filler words and moments of hesitation. Treat this like an audit. You are the examiner, listening only for weak spots. Don't focus on vocabulary, focus solely on smooth transitions between your main ideas. This metacognitive practice is incredibly powerful. IELTS Part 2, Timed Practice. Use a full 2 minutes to describe something complex, focusing only on maintaining linguistic flow and varied structures. This exercise forces you to speak under the time pressure of an actual test. When time is short, your tendency is to revert to comfort zones. Push yourself to use advanced phrasing even when nervous. Advanced shadowing technique. Listen to academic TED Talks or podcasts and repeat not just the words, but the rhythm and intonation of the speaker. Shadowing is excellent for mastering natural speech patterns. Pay close attention to where native speakers pause for emphasis. These are often much shorter than the you might use. Mimicking their rapid pace builds fluency. The 3-point expansion drill. Take any random topic and structure your spontaneous speech around 3 distinct complex points. This forces structural discipline in improvisation. Instead of listing ideas, you must develop point A fully, then use a sophisticated connector to transition smoothly into developing point B. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe the ideal role of technology in modern education. You should cover its impact on accessibility, how it changes traditional teaching methods, and whether personal devices are helpful or distracting. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a balanced view that avoids absolute statements. You must acknowledge both the incredible potential and the inherent drawbacks of technology. The key here is balance. Do not take a side completely. Instead, use concession clauses and nuanced language to show you understand complexity. This demonstrates critical thinking alongside your fluency. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is conditional tenses. If this happens, then it would lead to and modals should, might, could. Using conditionals is the perfect way to sound sophisticated because it allows you to discuss hypothetical outcomes. This demonstrates a structural control over the language that goes far beyond simple statements of fact. Thinking out loud is the practice of verbalizing your internal thought process as you speak. It means that instead of pausing completely when you need a moment to gather your next point, you use conversational phrases to bridge that gap. These phrases are known as discourse markers. Their purpose isn't just to fill silence, they structure your thoughts for your listener. They make your speech sound more spontaneous and thoughtful. Think of these markers less as filler words and more as signposts on a roadmap. They signal to the listener that you are still actively processing information and guiding them through your logic. Mastering this skill instantly elevates your perceived fluency, even if you aren't speaking perfectly every second. Here are 5 examples. I think that's a good idea. To clarify hesitation. Using I mean is perfect for correcting or refining a thought immediately. It tells the listener, wait, let me rephrase this a little bit. This shows critical self-monitoring in real time. When you consider that aspect. Introducing a tangent consideration, acts as a gentle pause opener. It's less jarring than silence, and it invites the listener to follow your train of thought with you. To be honest, I wasn't expecting that. Stating an opinion, transition. Phrases like, to be honest, or frankly speaking, are excellent for shifting tone or delivering a nuanced point of view. They preface the information with a personal framing statement. So basically, what I'm trying to say is, summarizing, rephrasing. When you feel like your explanation got too complicated, this marker helps you pull back and simplify. It gives the listener a clear signal that a summary or main takeaway is coming next. That said, we also need to consider contrasting, introducing complexity. Markers like that said or however are crucial for academic discussion. They signal that you are about to introduce a necessary counterpoint without shutting down the previous point. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Buying thinking time. They provide a natural cushion to organize your thoughts and select precise vocabulary. This prevents awkward, dead silence. The primary function is simply timing. Instead of freezing up when you lose your train of thought, these phrases act as verbal padding, buying you the few seconds needed to recall a complex word or structure, boosting perceived fluency. Even if you are translating ideas in your mind, using markers makes your speech sound smooth and effortless. You sound less like you are reading notes. Fluency is measured by how continuous your speech sounds to the listener. These markers make the connection between your internal thought and external speech seem seamless. Guiding the listener. They act as signposts, telling the audience exactly where you are in your argument. This makes complex ideas easier to follow. A good speaker doesn't just dump information, they guide it. These markers help create a logical flow, making even abstract or challenging topics accessible and easy for others to track. The key to mastering these markers is variety. You cannot overuse the same phrase like you knows or I mean. Overuse makes you sound unprepared and hesitant, even if it buys time. Instead, categorize your pauses. Use a marker when you are clarifying, when transitioning a topic, or when giving an example. Varying the marker helps convey different types of thought processes. The goal is to make the pause feel intentional, not desperate. If every gap in speech requires your listener starts to hear the filler more than the content. By using a diverse range of phrases, from to illustrate this point to, on the other hand, you demonstrate mastery over the language itself. Here are 4 ways to practice. Prep your transition phrases. Before speaking, jot down 5 strong alternatives for because or in conclusion. Make them sound different from each other. Don't wait until the moment to think of a transition word. Preparation is key here. Having these backups ready means you can deploy them naturally when needed. Embrace imperfection. Understand that occasional pauses and markers are perfectly normal in spoken English. Do not panic if you stumble. When we strive for perfection, we often freeze up completely. Accepting that some stumbles or clarifying phrases are okay takes immense pressure off your speaking performance. Practice topic switching. Drill yourself by shifting between unrelated topics every minute. This forces rapid thought organization and marker deployment. The best way to conquer this skill is through high-speed, varied practice. If you can talk about 3 disparate things back to back and keep your markers varied, you are building real fluency. Record and review. Use voice recording software to capture yourself speaking for 5 minutes straight. Listen specifically for where you went silent. Listening back is invaluable. You will quickly hear the dead air spots those moments where silence occurred that could have been filled by a strategic discourse marker.